Because they go home. Oh, he just, like, what am I fighting, bro? No.
Fight.
Yo.
No.
D6, what it is?
Oh. Oh, gee.
Yo, boys.
Yo.
No boys.
Gonna finish this.
I was in there listening to y'all NBA talk, but I ain't been watching the season, so I just skedaddled, bruh.
That's always the. Are you good?
What's good?
What?
Oh yeah, they was talking about NBA for a little bit, but I had to dip out.
That boy G done beat the DLC. Now it's time to play that Alien Isolation. Ain't that right?
When you gonna play Resident Evil?
Never. G don't play games.
That game actually good. G?
You beat it.
Nope. But I'd rather see somebody
What
else.
chops?
You feel me?
I'm if G don't get back tonight in time, I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, feel
Might as
me.
well. Put your
Yep.
headphones on though.
Why you always say
Turn the lights
that?
off.
Man, you cheating.
Close the door, turn the lights off, put your headphones on.
You been crazy as hell.
Mr. Shinblade.
Mr. Simmons.
Shinblade.
Oh. What's that man?
It's not like somebody got a gun right there right now.
Yo.
But someone does. But the league, by the way, the
Oh, shit.
lineups are due at 11:59 p.m. PST.
Oh, Lord.
Unless you want another 50-point penalty,
Damn it.
you have to do that.
Yeah, you might want to go ahead and get that situated.
I'm saying. I got a gun in my head right now.
Puck, boys on got venge. No.
Somebody help me.
Dang it.
Help.
Damn it. Got her.
But that's all I came here for, just the reminder for the lineup.
W.
Yes,
You the manager.
I said Captain Venge. You hear me?
Captain Venge, ain't that right?
That doesn't.
So with this character,
Yeah, a bunch
Yo,
of.
Pockets, I ain't gonna lie, you play me with that character, I might block you, nigga.
Like,
this character a
What
piece of
character?
crap, bro. With this character, so you have to just be real patient.
Yeah, you just gotta watch, bruh.
Yeah, literally, bro. Because if
Watch
you press
what?
it the
Like-
wrong time, this character is gonna kill you, bro.
Just know the plus frame.
I just don't be playing balls much.
Oh, he made Iron Fist. He made a different version of Iron Fist.
That's what that is. I thought that was like the parody version
It's Iron
of
Fist.
somebody in Jackass.
No,
it's
it's-
Iron Fist.
What you know about Jackass?
I had a childhood, man.
You right.
Bro, this.
Welcome to Jack.
Bro, I can't stand this character. Bro. You can't see it. Like the moment you see it, it's too late. Like.
Fuck.
Oh, yeah, you got safety up too. You don't gotta worry about nothing. So get out my face.
God. The and nunchucks that launching.
Yeah,
and
but-
it's safe.
Yeah, he said, nigga out of my face.
No.
Forgot where to put these goddamn presets. No. Oh man, no.
No.
Do you want? No.
There you go. Down for it too. Bro, every character that nigga Black and Pride play gotta say down for it too.
Actually, it does.
Like,
You been on all day,
the
Pop.
holy fucking death trinity. Each character gets progressively worse.
Get ready for the next battle.
What's that, G?
What?
No, say what you say.
They crazy. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh Lord.
God, it's a lot of God sixes.
I read it too, bruh.
It's a lot of God sixes.
I read it too, bruh.
At least all the people that's God six, it's a mix of everybody. It's not just one character.
Goddamn. The moment I get on fucking Twitter, I see Perfect Legend put a post on about Tekken 8 saying the most fraudulent enabling characters that play the game for you in Tekken 8. Lord, Raven, Alyssa, Leroy, Warren.
Who was this, y'all? Who was Guza?
I don't know.
I blocked his ass because he barely won and done me. He a fuck nigga.
You a fuck nigga. How some go, huh?
Damn.
Fuck nigga. Don't call you a fuck nigga. That means something.
Oh God.
Tekken 8 brings up the wine end of Noah.
Oh.
That boy Ted. Boy say I break grabs.
Break grabs.
Wow.
No.
Don't try that. I know the throw boy.
I hate you.
Ooh.
Really?
Round 2.
You got to drag now.
Fight.
Oh, you were too far. I hate you with the burning passion.
Kill him. Oh.
Now, man.
Ooh, I figured it out. Yeah, my ability.
At first, Pocket
Bro.
sold. There we go. This arcade stick is ready to go.
God damn, that side punch walking
Dude.
like that is crazy.
Yeah.
That low shit is pathetic. Like,
Just that.
What? Damn, Steve.
Duck, when?
3.
At the wall.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, duck at the wall.
You just gonna let me do it to you every time, man? You ain't even trying to fight back.
I hate that. Sure enough, I can use that one.
Oh my god. Why the hell my combo wasn't there at all?
Round 4.
We rank sister. It's pretty cool. Makes you feel important. Ouch. Ouch.
That's a high.
Yeah, I know. But
What?
I don't get my. Oh, okay.
Look at you. About to cry about nerfs. And then
Get the wall break.
anyways.
Now he rematched to go home.
And he rematched me.
You must beat his ass. I lost.
Round 1. Fight.
Alright.
Is that a hat? I'm like, what the fuck?
Dude, why is that shit so fast? Like,
So if you block it, let me show you something. If you block it, you can just launch it.
oh really?
Yeah. But damn, man, not the whole combo, man. I'm just
Okay.
showing you something, bro. All right, but so this one's launch, but this one is 14. That's 14.
Really? Okay.
I like it. My Tekken powers is too high. Yeah, I like it, man.
Okay.
So if he does it like
That one is
instant,
mine.
yeah. But if he sidestep into it, that's 14. Oh yeah, like it's a clear difference. I didn't know at first, but it's a clear difference. He sidestep into it. The other one is instant. Yeah. Wait, that moves like 13 or something.
Which one?
Oh shit.
This.
Really? Yeah, it is.
Bro.
Round 3. Fight.
What the?
Over here. Over here. What? Over here.
Done it quicker.
Round 4. Fight.
Over here.
What's your camera code? No, how you doing, baby? Wobble Wang.
Final round.
GG's.
Fight.
You getting up? Or you play ranked? I should play ranked, to be honest.
I just figured you ain't want to play that shit no more.
No, I need to play the game. I have not played it. I need to play some ranked.
Yeah, I'm in the mix of learning every character in the game right now. So I can go. Bro, tell me I went to this land.
People streaming?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Just need to know if I can rank play. That's all I'm saying. Just gotta know.
Damn it.
Round
Gosh darn it.
Yes, with the quickness.
I might as well stream it over.
Wobble Wang.
Why was I?
Round 2. Fight.
Over here.
Round 3. Fight. Fight.
Over here. What? Three. Fire.
Upside down with this shit. Hey.
We got in that ass, baby. That's how we do this. Okay.
Beat his ass.
Oh.
That's
Yeah, we were right back. So we're gonna actually do it in here, the little Tekken Talk. But I'm gonna go in there for a second and come back here. Y'all hear me?
Y'all finna talk for 50 hours.
Alright.
Look at Gojo.
Champion.
Gojo get Gojo getting tired on talk. What's up, Jason? How you do this shit? Big whoop whoop. Let's take the follow. Well, Gutter don't let them talk, boy. Gutter, y'all talking about take it. I talking about take it. Gutter, y'all talking about take it.
5 hours.
No, hell no.
Nah, I don't know, man.
It's scary night tonight.
bro. Okay.
We finna. Damn, they still going.
Oh God.
Damn it.
Nah, Twitch. Nah, what's going on? What?
I can't take this conversation anymore.
Oh. Live.
Azucena.
Hold on. Jesus Christ.
Zoom, Zam.
You hear
How's
me?
it going, Shinblade?
How you doing?
Yeah, I can.
Big Soph, not the little Soph.
Pretty good, pretty good. Not the little Soph. No, not
Not the-
today. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, for those of you that in my audience that don't know Shinblade, you know, I know like you're super good at Tekken. Is there anything that you wanted to like let people know about you and stuff like that? Like he was like legendary for like this like whose bitch this is and stuff like that. And I know he made some really top placements. Like he got if I remember correctly, I was doing some research on you, like at DreamHack and stuff like that. Like he made like, was it like third and stuff like that? This guy's crazy at Tekken, guys.
I'm looking.
That's insane. You are not lucky.
Yeah, I've been playing for a minute though, man.
Yeah, he's an OG. So a lot of people will say like you know that I don't have the Tekken experience, but okay, so I mean, one of the things is just like, what do you? Yeah, go ahead. Like, what do you think about the state of Tekken 8 right now?
It's in a bad state because of the people, man. Like I said, we just like yesterday. I watched the whole Heat shit. It's mainly old people though. I've been looking at it yesterday, so I thought about it. I said it's mainly old people that's complaining like this, and they're being bad influence on people that actually like Tekken 8. And I also looked at the same time frame when Tekken 7 was out 3 years. Tekken 8 is being played more than Tekken 7 at the same time stamp in 3 years. So, and I honestly believe we would have more players if we didn't have all this negativity though. Because I've seen players not buy the game because their favorite content creators is shitting on it.
Exactly, like, you know, some people are saying that it's not just the content creators. Like, Tekken 8 is a bad game. What do you have to say to those people?
It's impossible. If you're a Tekken player like myself, the reason I say whenever I'm on Mike Hollows too, my word holds so much weight because I play the game at the highest level at every iteration.
Absolutely.
From 5. So I didn't just dab with it. A lot of these people only dabbed with Tekken. You know what I'm saying? They only played it with their friends and went about their day. No, I played it, you know, money matches, arguing, blood, sweat, and tears, losing friends for, you know, for weeks and shit.
Absolutely.
You know, throwing controls across. Like I played this game at the highest level. And I'm gonna say this is literally the best Tekken game that's ever been like created. Period. But I really hate that season 2 shit started. And what happened was when season 2 started. And it was, you know, quote unquote bad update because of the bullshit.
Yeah.
People found the avenue to make money or get views or whatever they want to do by just talking bad about Tekken.
100%.
Because you got channels.
It's right there in the fucking chat. Well, I'm just joking.
I can show you one channel right now that he talks bad about Tekken and loves Tekken at the same time. And he's not like coordinated like properly either. Like he's making videos saying this game sucks, and then the next video be like, I just got God 3. I just got God 2. Y'all watch this. Like what the fuck?
Exactly.
Yeah, like what the hell we talking about? Like, do you hate Tekken?
That's what I'm saying. They keep on playing it, right? Like they're playing it, but they shit on the game so much.
Like Blackheart. That's the right Blackheart.
He's right there in the chat. I'm not gonna listen. Like I have nothing against Blackheart as far as
no. Blackheart knows. Blackheart knows. I love Blackheart.
If you know the set. Yeah, you know the beef with me and Blackheart. I don't know if you do, but.
I think y'all got a misunderstanding. I don't think there's no beef between you guys. I know that he made a King video that you didn't like, and y'all don't dislike each other.
Post about Shinblade? I don't know if you saw the Twitter post.
You hear me?
I can hear you now. Did you see the Twitter post though? Because I don't know if you saw that or not.
No, I didn't see the Twitter post.
Oh damn. Okay. Basically, I mean, I called him out basically, but I basically said that I found some information. I challenged them to $100 to on his stream. What I had said was like, I think I found some places where you may have exaggerated just a little bit too far, and it may be spreading misinformation. You know, I found multiple things like this, and that's what I said. I was like, I'm gonna come on. Like, if you want, then I can come on your stream and we can show it live. That way, there's no like, you know. But yeah, there's a little bit of like drama and stuff like that. I just don't like people. Like,
y'all got real beef.
Exaggerating so much. Yeah, I mean, kind of. You know, I mean, I don't have beef with him, but he always like you know, I mean, I don't want to get you involved if you don't want to get involved and you don't know about the situation. So Shinblade, like, you know, is not, you know, necessarily. I just wanted to get Shinblade's thoughts on Tekken and season 2, season 3, and what he thinks the downfall of Tekken 8. Like, let's just stick on that. Like, why do you think that Tekken 8 got the reputation that it did? Like, what was the downfall?
Hey, real quick though, Sophie, G6 don't got long, so if you want to drag him up as well, and you can ask the same question and both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, G6.
Wobble down, G6. Oh, Trigger J. Wobble down. The beef is one-sided. Yo, Blackheart for real. Okay, I gotta see this though. That's what Tekken all about though. Like beef sets, then shaking hands out there.
Yeah,
yo,
definitely.
me and Marge used to cuss each other out, y'all. Y'all might not can see it now, but we used to say fighting words towards each other. Cause of Tekken.
Yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day, it's like you're just having fun in the game that you both love.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Hey, back in the day, it was no fun. Like, ain't no fun in that shit. Hey, you walked in that room, you felt the fucking Ryasu. You hear me? You know what Ryasu is? So from Bleach. Power level.
Blackheart, you're missing the point. I never said that. Listen, I may have said, okay, on this. Blackheart saying, this guy said that the throw is not useless at high level. Like, Blackheart, I'm not talking about punishing a power crush. What I'm talking about is you're acting like that throw is like really broken even at high level. All that I said is that throw, like the better that you get at breaking grabs, Blackheart, the worse that is. So stop misrepresenting me. If you want to get on the mic like later on, then let's fucking do it. If you want to do that $100 thing about you spreading misinformation, then stop being a little bitch, Blackheart, and fucking do it, okay? Do it on your stream. Do it in front of all the people. I want you to, like, let's see if you're misinforming your viewers, okay? So you're coming to my stream, you know, you get on Twitter, you say all this bullshit, you call me Nate, fine, whatever.
Hey, what's up, baby?
But the truth of the matter is that you are one of the problems for Tekken 8. It's content creators like you who shit on this game for short-term views and stuff like that, and basically trade the reputation of Tekken so that you can get some fucking views, okay, Blackheart? Now, either you get on the mic...
What was that, G6?
You know? Like, you get on the mic, okay? You stop running away from me because you know that I'm right. Either that, or you get on your stream and you do the $100
So, big boy, how you doing, baby?
Alright, so, yeah, Blackheart, that's all I have to say to you, okay? Alright, with what's it called? Now, so G6 had a question, though. What's going on, G6?
What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, Kevin.
Pretty good.
Blackheart, I
You
got
have
that
the sexiest, deepest voice ever. What the fuck? I always thought that was crazy. His voice is like, I don't know, like a musical instrument or something. Alright, go ahead.
Alright.
Over there.
Appreciate that. But, no, what's going on? All good. What's the topic of conversation? Is it just the new season altogether?
Yeah. And the people that's like shit on the game.
Oh yeah, like
You remember
Super
I
Akuma
told
and the
her-
Heat Speak podcast from last night. That
We
was
watched
so
the
funny,
Heat
man.
Speak with 4 people that currently still playing Tekken 8.
Yeah, it was. I don't want to skip to the end, but like, what's so funny is, like, Blackheart, like you're saying, is a part of the issue. Like, there's people who were saying, hey, you know, I can't stop playing the game because I'm actually making money from playing the game. Like, no disrespect, and it's not to pocket watch anybody, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, Tekken isn't Pokemon, right? Like, Street Fighter 6 has a league, you know, they have a tournament with, like, tons of money and everything of the sort. And, like, no disrespect, but, like, people like Super Akuma and Blackheart, they're not the top level of competition to make statements like, hey, I'm making a ton of money in the game, that's why I can't quit. Like, there's not life-changing money, no disrespect again, with what they're doing, for them to make that statement to be like, hey, you know, I can't say no and I can't, you know, not play the game anymore. So, them saying that just doesn't compute for a lot of sense for me, because unless the game is giving you life-changing money, you staying in a game that you say that you don't like and saying you have to turn it on just doesn't make sense.
100%. 100%. Exactly. Like, and you know, I didn't want to like make this about Blackheart and stuff like that, but he, you know, came into the channel and stuff like. But the thing is like, if you don't like the game, I don't see why you can't not play the game. Like, you know, I don't see why. Like, you gotta keep on creating content and screaming at the clouds, basically. But
no, it just doesn't make so Blackheart, like, and this isn't, again, not to make it about you, but it's just a point. If you're in a situation where you feel like you can't stop doing something no matter what you do, that's an addiction. So, like, that's unhealthy anyway. And, you know, Eris even talked about that on the Heat Speak, like, hey, that's an unhealthy relationship. If you feel like every time you get on the game, you're gonna be upset, but you're telling yourself, hey, you know what, maybe next day it'll be better, or this day will be better. It's like, you gotta learn how to separate your competitive need and enjoyment of a video game. So, like, if you enjoy the game, you can play it without its competitive need. But if you're losing in the game, you're not happy, and you're saying, hey, maybe next day it'll be better, you're not talking about the actual game itself. It's your competitive need to want to do better at something that you're probably not doing great at. And a lot of people don't know how to separate those two things.
Yeah.
And that's what, like, Spag was talking about himself. Like, he wants to get back on there, he wants to get back in there. Well, it's because he's mad that he just lost to something that he doesn't understand. And it's his competitive spirit that is bringing him back to the game. Not him saying, oh yeah, you know, the game is great, that's why I'm enjoying the game, that's why I want to come back. That's what's making it unhealthy. That's not the game's fault. That's his fault as a competitor.
Well, he's not necessarily a competitor either, Spag.
I think, yeah.
No, his competitive spirit is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like, his
yeah.
competitive spirit is what's driving that, rather than the enjoyment of the game, is what I'm saying.
Well, G-Sex, let me ask you, what do you think started, you know, what caused Tekken 8's downfall, you know?
I don't think it's a downfall. I just think it's people don't like new things, and I think about it like this: everybody's bread and butter was what they were used to in the previous, you know, Tekken games. This game implemented a game-changing mechanic, which is probably the biggest mechanic they ever added to the game and the franchise, I would say. And people don't understand it because they spent 20 years learning one style of the game, and the adaptation wasn't set for them in place with the history of the game. So this game adding something as big as Heat, they don't like the change because they don't understand it. So they're looking at it in a different light, in a narrowed vision, kind of like an old head. You know, an old head like, hey, you know, I want to go back to the way things were, and that's because you were used to doing that, you know, for 20 years straight, and you don't like what's new. But the people who are newer to the game, like, let's say maybe T7 version, or maybe even like whatever one was before that, they're like, hey, you know what? this isn't really that big of a deal. You got to adjust, but it's not that big of a problem. And I think they're kind of on that limelight of just new things not computing with them, so it becomes an even more of a bigger problem because it's not computing. That's pretty much it. I don't think there's really too much to it.
Like, what do you guys think? Yeah, like, there's players that just say it's obviously a bad game. Like, how could anybody think that it's not?
And that's crazy, Sophie. So, this is the reason why me and G6 always say we win every debate. They never can explain why or what. Like, and me and G6 got an answer for everything. And we even lead them, like how G6, like, he left Mike Hollow speechless. He know Mike Hollow didn't know none of the actual changes in season 3, the good in season 3. He didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like
Very true. He didn't know about the aerial tail spins.
Anna being nerfed, Oscar shit, because he said, remember G, he said, I'm getting tired of being in a combo for 15 seconds. And we said, hold on now. They got rid of that. Yo, raise your hand if you've been in a combo for 15 seconds. Nobody can raise their hand. You know what I'm saying? Because they fixed it. But they said
I think everybody became like a backseat dev, basically.
Yeah, backseating dev. That's crazy. That's crazy accurate.
Yeah.
That's crazy accurate. And
that's true.
Backseating the dev. Even
they
the
also
people
don't know
that
what they want.
Yeah, nobody trusts the dev team. 100%. They don't define what they want. They say character identity. And if I was fucking on the dev team, if they came to me with a stack of papers and they were like, hey Sophie, we need you to restore character expression, stop violating character identity, add more counterplay, neutral play, all of this bullshit, I would be like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think what they need to do is say, like, this is, like, people think it's like, people know exactly what they want, but everybody actually disagrees. What character identity is, what all of this, like, stuff is. And I think that, there's too many cooks in the kitchen. Everybody thinks they can do better than the devs.
Yeah, I think it's partially their fault, though, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to be more personable with a lot of the actual players themselves, when in reality, there's a reason why they're sitting where they are and we're sitting where we are. We are the consumers. We are meant to be the consumers. We're not developers. We didn't go to school for it. We're not going to sit here and try to tell you how to make a game. What we can do is we can point out things like bug fixes, but when we start trying to, get down to the nitty gritty of like what balance is, and we're trying to explain to them what balance is, we didn't make the game. We didn't make these scripts. They made that. They spent their years' hard-earned money to create the game themselves. So I think it would have been better for them to, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but like close the doors and not make it seem like it's, an open conversation when it comes to the adjustments of the game itself, because that makes it like a double-edged sword. They're going to try to be personable, but then since nobody can agree on what they want, like if I asked 10 people in the chat right now what they want to make adjustments for, they would say 10 different things. And that's kind of where the problem is, because no one's going to be able to agree on anything.
What do you guys think about the balance of the game?
It's getting there.
I think the game is getting better. Yeah, the game is getting better, just like, T7 had to take its time to get better over time, and probably the other Tekkens before that too. The game's not expected to be perfect. It's also a fighting game. Fighting games are meant to have things that are broken or have people who are better than others. That's going to always be a thing no matter what you do, because there's so many consumers that everybody's using their time toward different things to find out different things to give them an edge on the fight. We're playing a game that is 1v1 based. I want to be better than everyone because I'm only myself. I'm a team of me. So if the team of me is expected to beat everyone, you can expect me to learn something to try to give myself an edge. If I nerf something tomorrow, something else will be broken the next day.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Look, Brian and Anna got nerfed. what did we see at Tekken Showdown? 2 Hawans and 2 Jacks, right? And people already calling Jack top 3. So you gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like, and for balance, I see Neo X back in the chat. G, look who popped back up. And for somebody who played all of Tekken, this is this is definitely the most balanced Tekken it has ever been. It was characters that you could not pick on a character select screen. Do y'all hear me? It was more than 20 characters that you could not pick. Let me repeat myself. It was more than 20 characters that you better not pick, or they're gonna laugh at you in the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it wasn't balanced.
Just
but it
unviable.
was Go ahead, Sophie.
Yeah, so, okay, I mean, is this a decent argument? What do you guys think? Like, people always tell me it's unbalanced. And I say, you know, if we look at the largest data set that we have, which is, you know, stats on EWGFGD, and we look at millions of games, like, across the board in different character win rates, whether you're Anna or whether you're Steve or whatever, like, it's very close to 50%. And that's usually my argument. Is that, do you guys think that's valid or not really?
See, hey, so next time somebody asks you that question, tell them, do you watch multiple games? I actually did a video on this a long time ago. There was actually an Evo with every grand finals was literally a mirror match. It was a definite top tier of the game. You don't want to have this in this game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you want to play Street Fighter? Street Fighter. I'm pretty sure if you don't even play Street Fighter, you already know who the top tiers are, right? Terry, Mai, who else? Gal, and maybe one more person. Like, those people you see. Capcom Cup, Ed. You literally saw the same characters. They did a chart. It was literally only 5 to 6 characters being used of all of Capcom Cup. What we talking about? Yeah, so like, y'all don't want those type of games. So Tekken 8.
Shinblade and G6, are you guys interested in I actually made I'm working on some data. This is not finalized data, but I got the top 40 players. Like, I got all the tier 1 and tier 2 tournaments because people said at high level play it's all Anna, it's all like a certain character. And if you guys are interested, I could show you that data. It's not quite done yet, but this is what I have. You guys want to see that? Let me see if I can get it.
Yeah, you can show it, but like, we also watch competitive Tekken. Like, that can easily be debunked just based on what we watch. Like, we could tell you that if they're saying it's all Anna, we could say, hey, Falkenraum was played at TWT Finals as a counter to Asuka. And people wouldn't understand what that means, but you saw Rangchu doing that. You saw Ni choose Falkenraum as well against Asuka. And then we also saw Book go to King. We saw who was it? We saw switch to Lydia as well. Like, we saw Victor from Farzin. You know what I mean? And Farzin is a top 5 player in the world right now. And he's viable while using him. He's beaten Ni with him while Ni was using Broken Brian, which would prove to you that it's possible to win with a character that's not deemed as within a broken tier, right? So you could also say that we've had Breadman with Leroy. He got top 8 at TWT Finals with Leroy, and he literally made that character look broken on screen. The parries, the aggression, it looked like you couldn't counter him. It looked like he was always countering you. You had to stagger your offense, right? His chip damage, egregious. Sidestep 1+2, 1+2, back 1+2, 12 frame mid, only -10. And this is against the best of the best in the world. We saw Law as well. We saw one Anna, and the Anna that we saw was when Osan switched to Yana, and then he lost to a Law. So it's like...
And damn, G6 knows this shit.
Yes. That boy got some good-ass memory.
Yeah, I totally...
He can shut a lot of people down,
I totally agree, G6. I mean, G6. Like, what I found is 75% of the cast is viable at top level play. In the top 40, in the tier 1 and tier 2 tournaments, 75%, guys. That's a fucking balanced game, even at the highest level of play. I'm talking about EVO, Tekken World Tour, you know? I'm talking about Tiger Uppercut, all of these tier 1 and Tier 2 tournaments. Sorry, Tier 1/Tier 2 tournaments. And the characters that are represented are on the right side. It's actually Dragunov taking 9 of these spots, and Anna taking 8. And, all the players on the right side. So I think this is a pretty good representation of top level play in Tekken. And what you see is a character diversity. You don't see everybody playing like on other fighting games, 1 or 2, or maybe even 5 characters. You see 29 characters out of the 40 characters. And so people that are complaining about balance, I think it's a little bit far-fetched, because not only in the biggest data set is it looking like it's a 50% win rate, across the characters. Yeah, exactly. So,
Holy Oko Sophie.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to defend Tekken when everybody's just dogpiling it. And so you have to have this stat sort of ready.
Yeah. Once you realize everybody's kind of, saying different things and they're not actually saying the same thing, that's how you kind of know it's like blind dogpiling as well. Because when people want to explain what they find is an issue, they're explaining things that have always been an issue, just in a different way. Then they talk about, hey, this is now accessible too easily. Like, they'll talk about, like, hey, heat makes it accessible for you to get easy pressure and apply easy pressure. It's like, okay, well, would you rather that or a heavily defensive game? And then if you say, hey, well, neither, then you're saying, oh, so you want balance. What's the balance?
Yeah.
Everyone's balance is gonna be different in each other's eyes. You may want something, the other person may want something different. For example, you could like the way Tekken 7 was, other people could be like, hey, I hated it. So that it would never be a middle ground that's gonna be good enough for everybody. Someone's gonna always have an issue with something. And the reason why I think this is better is because it's forcing more interactions. At least forced interactions makes it seem like you're playing the game, though, instead of it being like it's horrible. Like, for example, like in T7, where I was new to that game and I was learning everything, labbing every character in the game, learning frames because I never played any other Tekken before. I'm getting steamrolled by people who have 15 to 20 years of experience because majority of the gameplay was waiting for me to make a mistake and I couldn't force any type of option on you. Like, I was just essentially hanging myself all of the time, and you were taking advantage of me because of your knowledge. Hey, like, I know that if you tech roll this way, you're gonna get up into this, and you wouldn't know that. Or, hey, I could just block all of this because you don't get anything from this. Or, hey, this doesn't mean anything, I can just keep backdashing all day. Like, in this game, it's forcing your hand, and it's forcing you to actually commit to a defensive option. Find out how good your defense actually is, rather than in the previous one, where your defense can essentially look like it's carried, because no one could ever forcibly put you in a situation where you actually have to think about what to defend against. Like, think about fuzzy blocking, right? When you're fuzzing certain strings in certain situations, in this game, that would definitely make a lot more sense for you to actually lab that. In the previous game, you can choose and think about different options where you have to fuzzy in certain situations, but the only problem with that, though, is that backdashing and getting away from situations was so easy for you to do. It's almost like your defense looked impeccable because how easy it was to get away from offensive pressure. Yeah, unless you were playing against like a 2D character.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that, I mean, if you look at the opposite end, like, you guys would be able to speak on this, like, better. Like, were there Tekken games where maybe defense or sidestepping was maybe too powerful, and then they had to tone it down?
That right there, I don't know if there was like previous ones where they had to tone down defensive options. I'm pretty sure they probably, applied the same formula across the board, and then they probably just added more things, but I don't think there was ever really a time frame to where there was like more offensive, optimization. The only probably offensive optimization that there was, correct me if I'm wrong, would probably be the rage system. So like the comeback system, where you were probably afraid of being hit because they told you that it'll do more damage in rage. And then you have T7 to where they provide you with a rage drive within that, to where it's like, hey, rage is a thing, you do more damage, but we're gonna give you a special move that can apply pressure in this specific instance.
So, whenever I was talking on my other stream, people had talked about sidestep being nerfed from Tekken 5, and that people were sidestepping all over the place, killing people. And then by the time Tekken 6 came out, that was nerfed heavily because people didn't like it.
That's probably true. I mean, I can't really speak too much on that because I didn't play those games, so it's probably true. It doesn't mean that stepping was taken away per se. I just think I don't think the issue was like the defensive mechanic. I just probably think what happened is that when people said they didn't like you being able to get around everything, they were probably talking about not being able to apply pressure to force situations, which is basically the game that we have now, forcing more interactions. Like, you're able to actually play more defense in this game because you're in so many more interactions compared to the other game, to where it's like your defense was quote-unquote really good because you were able to just hit a button to move around or get away from everything extremely easily without you really just thinking too much about something.
No, well, other tech, you had to know how to get up.
Yeah, go ahead, Shinblade.
The other tech, you had to know how to get up. You couldn't just, and now you get up easy. You get grabbed by King, you get up. Back in the day, you get grabbed by King, you just getting started. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't know how to get up after a grab, you're in another grab, or you're in a combo. Tekken 8 allows you to get up without worrying about none of that shit. And that's part of the reason why everybody quit Tekken back in the day, because they didn't know how to get up or play the game.
Yeah. So like lowering the barrier of entry was like probably got more people into the game, and now they're like complaining, I guess.
Yes, and that's a problem, because one thing that I kind of hate about that, and again, this is mainly the old heads who've been playing the game for years, and we respect you guys obviously so much, but it's like, you have to realize that this game would have only been you and the person from down the street. Like, the game is so hard for you to get into, and I'm speaking from my experience from like T7, where I didn't play any other Tekken besides T7. And even that game probably would seem like easier to the old heads. It's difficult for me because of everything that comes with the game. There's already so many moves. I gotta understand the stepping. I gotta understand when not to sidestep but to walk. I gotta know what I can block and what I should locate. Then I gotta learn my combos. Then I gotta learn my wall carry combos. Then I gotta learn the float combos. Then I have to know what a tornado or bound is. Then I gotta know, hey, if I do too many hits, it's gonna scale here, so you probably wanna do this. Like, all of this stuff that comes with this game, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's a difficult game to grasp. So, you are lessening the entry for players to get into the game, and that's how games die very fast. Now, I am definitely on the course of like, hey, if you make a game too easy per se, that's also not the best thing either. But the thing with Tekken is that it's a 3D game. It's going to be difficult no matter what, just based off of that alone. And there's still over 100, 200 moves per character. So it's still going to be difficult regardless, even with the frame data in the system. What they did was they just made it easier for the entry-level people to come into the game. We want the game to last for a while because we need more people to keep it alive. What happens when the old heads go away? They get families, they move on from the game. Somebody else has to come in and take, and pick up where they left off. And they should be happy that they got people like, you know, Light Scrap with Victor. They should be happy they got people like, you know, Gohan now. The Code Reds who are coming out of the cut and stuff like that. You should be excited about that because now they're picking up where you left off because the game is more accessible
Welcome to the new
to
players.
them.
Yeah, so and now we got old school players that's encouraging people that don't support Tekken and wait for Tekken 9. Like, what kind of advice is that? That's some crazy ass advice.
Let's play Russ, sort of thing. Like, Tekken sucks. There's no skill in any of the ranks. You know.
And they sit here and they watch these Tekken tournaments with excitement. I don't get these people, man. It's like we're in a
I think
fucking
it's
Twilight
really
Zone
sad.
or some shit.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, people dogpiling on the game, and I think it's very popular to do that. And I just think it, you know, especially in my situation, like, I don't know if, you know, everyone here knows, but, like, the thing is like, I hate seeing that, like, people spreading, like, misinformation and all of that sort of just dogpiling behavior. And, I think especially for something that, like, Tekken 8, in my opinion, is still extremely good game. Like, it's still really good. And, what do you guys think when people say, like, that, like G6 was saying, that Victor player, and people are just, like, dogpiling, saying, like, you suck. Like, I know Blackheart, I don't know if he's still here, but he was saying, like, yeah, thanks for, like, you just did a bunch of stances, like, big deal and stuff. I think people talking shit about the game will eventually make it not respectable to, you know, get really good at the game, and people will be demotivated. They don't want to play tournaments. Because, like, it cheapens the victory. For a player like that, they're just like, why even get good at the game? Everybody's just gonna shit on you, right? So, do you guys think that, like, for example, everybody always says that anybody can get any rank. What do you guys think about that?
It's not true though. I do think that just like any game, if you play the game a lot, then you're going to get better at the game. Here's one thing that I just want to state, especially for a lot of older people that play this game. Just because you've played the game for 20 years, that doesn't mean that if you're out of practice, you should be able to hop on the game and beat somebody who's been grinding the game consistently. And that's a problem with this game right now, is that since this game is forcing more interactions, if you've been playing this game for 15 to 20 years, but you haven't been grinding Tekken 8 like the next person who's probably newer to the game, but he's grinding the game, you're subject to lose or be in jeopardy of losing. And the reason why is because since they're grinding the game, they're grinding these situations more. The muscle memory within these situations is more consistent for them. So they're going to have a more experienced way of reacting in this situation than you, even though you have 20 years of experience of playing Tekken. Because this game has forced the most interactions in the Tekken series. So they're used to that. So we have them saying, hey, you know, anybody can get this. Well, these players took the time. They're watching the replays. And if they're not watching the replays, they're going back in the queue 20 to 50 more games, and they happen to fight the same person. Or they're fighting for their life because, again, it's first to two, tournament situation. So they're trying to get wins in, you know, irregular ways. And they're going through these situations multiple times. Just because you played the game for 20 years, you get in the rank queue, that doesn't mean that you're going to get to God 5 and God 6. Like, you know, Word is, he's a long-time player. He can't hop on the queue and instantly get God 5 and God 6 and things of that sort. He has to understand the game by playing the game more to get to that point. Think about, great example by the way. Anyone who knows Sidekid or Doro, they're Dragunov players. If you go and look at the amount of games that they have played, you would be like dumbfounded. They've played so many games. 10s to 15 to 20,000 games. They're grinding the game. They're playing like almost all day. So they're getting more familiar with situations, but they're not old heads. But they've eventually gotten to God 1s, God 2s, and God 3s. But that's because they're grinding and getting better at the game, being familiar in situations. That's any game in the world. You spend the time, you're going to see the results because you spend so much time on the game to get familiar and gain muscle memory from those situations. That's any game.
Exactly, and I think that you know, whenever you look at stats like on how many people are actually like God of Destruction, it's like that's the top 5%, you know? And so you guys might say that anybody can get God of Destruction, but 95% of you can't. Like, let's be honest. And so, you know, people struggle for those ranks, and I think talking shit about it and saying, like, cheapening the victory and overall just like dogpiling Tekken, I don't think it's good for anybody.
Sales is not gonna change though, because people gonna continue to dogpile because there's like I said, there's a fucking avenue for it. I showed G6 a guy that talks shit about it and play it, and he gets more views by talking shit about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's common.
I think it's yeah, I think it's actually tough for creators to talk positively about Tekken, because then they're on the unpopular opinion and everybody kind of just dogpiles them. Do you guys think that's true or not really?
Oh yeah, they're gonna be a chill then. They're gonna be a chill. They liking the game. They're not hating the game like all of us. That's weird. Yeah, you following the game that hate it?
I think,
like,
yeah.
Bro, go touch grass.
Yeah.
That's film, exactly.
Like, they're afraid to openly admit that they're actually enjoying something, which is why they're playing it, because the majority of the crowd is swaying one way, and majority of the people that, you know, are viewing them are probably on the other side of the fence of like, hey, I hate this game. So you think that they're only going to enjoy you talking bad about the game, but that makes you disingenuous. And if that's how you want to build your community, then that's your own fault. You're the problem. Toxic behavior. That means that
100%.
you don't have your own genuine thought to provide to your viewers. If you don't like the game, then you can genuinely tell your viewers, I don't like it.
Gee, that's scary. And so for like, when we're watching these guys, you can see on their face, they don't have their own opinion. Like, what's that stuff Super Cool was saying? He was saying that he felt connected going to these tournaments. No, what the hell does that even mean? Tekken 7 felt like a whole community. We felt connected. Motherfucker, no. What the fuck that mean? I watched you go to tournaments. You sit in the corner, on every corner by yourself. Like, they try to make up these narratives about Tekken 7, how, like, glory days. That shit was a fucking lie. Like, stop lying. We was there. People stopped playing Tekken 7 for Tekken 6 and Tag 2, just like this right here. There was and it get popular.
I actually didn't know that.
Hold on, real quick. Oh, you did it. Check it out. We was there. People stopped playing Tekken 7 and started doing the same shit for this game, but Tekken 7 wasn't popular. That was the thing. Tekken 7 wasn't popular like Tekken 8. So when Tekken 8 get the shit, it's popular. So it gets a buzz. Tekken 7 didn't get the buzz. You had Speed Kicks and Raccoon playing Tekken 6 campaign mode together, shit like this is better than Tekken 7. That shit happened. And people act like they forgot. I didn't forget. Now you got motherfuckers playing that, what's that shit called? Rush. Tekken 8, and they got hundreds of thousands of people.
Don't get me started on that.
Yes, and the devs see that shit. You know what I'm saying? So how the fuck you want them to do
they're hopping on that.
So how the fuck you want them to do what you want, but you over here clowning their shit on your platform? Like at the end of Heat Check, how the fuck do you shit on the game and you ask for your job back at the end of the stream? Maybe you should hire me back for commentator. Excuse me?
Damn.
How do you have a 3-hour stream and ask for your job back at the end of the stream by shitting on the fucking game? These people are lost their goddamn minds, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
like Shinblade came on Mike Hollow, and they were kind of interrupting him, but he was telling me to talk about the echo chambers, and I wanted to talk about it, but I didn't get a chance. What do you guys think about like people just being in their echo chamber?
I think the echo chamber just starts from. I gotta explain this. Here's a good way to explain it. So, let's say that you have a favorite YouTuber or celebrity or whatever the case may be, content creator that you enjoy. If you've been watching them for a while because you enjoy watching them, you just found a liking to them, it's fine, it is what it is. That doesn't matter. Let's say that they play Mario Party, right? And let's say with them playing Mario Party, you're enjoying the videos of watching your favorite creator laugh and joke and have fun on Mario Party, right? And then, so much so that it essentially convinces you to go and grab the game Mario Party. So now you're enjoying Mario Party too. But then, 24 hours later, you see your favorite YouTuber or content creator release a video that says, I hate Mario Party is dead, this game is awful. And now you're watching the video, and what's happening is that even though you were just having fun on that game less than 24 hours ago, since you have a liking to this content creator and you found the respect for them and you enjoy watching them so much, you're going to naturally have your mind skewed on your enjoyment of the game, and you're going to start thinking about whether or not you enjoy the game because your favorite creator said it. Even if you weren't naturally thinking that yourself, you're going to, because you're listening to their reason. They're already swaying you because you're listening to them talk about how bad this game is, and they were the reason why you probably even got the game in the first place. So now, the reasonings that they have in that video that you didn't have when you were alive and having fun is now reasons that you're applying in newer situations when that wasn't even your own thought. So you're echoing this from a video when you never really had this own thought yourself. You were just playing the game and enjoying it. You didn't even know half of these things as problems. You were just having fun. So they're kind of turning people into the same person instead of them having their own personal experience within a game. Like, how many people do you think actually had, you know, like this specific Steve bug with a drop combo, or this specific Alyssa bug where the chainsaw doesn't hit on the wall right here? Like, how many people you think are having that experience to the point that they're stopping and playing the game? Not many of them, probably not at all, because it doesn't happen to everyone. It just happened in that specific moment, on this specific stage, at this specific moment. This game comes with a ton of exceptions. This is not a normal fighting game. It's very, very unique. So you're going to find a lot of unique situations within this game. That's why it's so good and why a lot of people enjoy it in the first place, because of that reason. But some bad things can come with that, but it's not everyone's experience. It's just your unique experience. Don't make your unique experience a problem for everyone. Let people enjoy it and experience on their own, and then but explain their problems with their own experience. That's my only issue with that.
Hold on, G. Tell us something about the time we saw, I think it was Fifth Gear Sophie actually. He was reciting the fucking wrong quotes. Remember that shit? And then King J asked him, hey, are you gonna play season 2? And what he said?
Oh, he said, I'm not playing it because of King J.
Because of you. He's I'm not buying Tekken because of you. But he was reciting fucking wrong quote.
Yeah, he had a poster in the background.
Oh my god.
So just think about if King J was the influence. Mike, anybody. Imagine like a CDX the influence. And people with bigger platforms with these influences. To stop this game sucks.
Exactly.
It's more
like
people.
Maximilian. Like that.
Hey,
that is a.
I just did a video on
it.
it. I gotta edit it. Yo, with him saying something, we're down 2 million.
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Like Shinblade, yeah. If Maximilian is sitting on your game, like you have a big PR problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty unjustified and stuff like that. Like people come on my stream all the time and okay, here's what I think. I don't know what you guys think. I think that Tekken 8 at the start before season 2, like I talk about sales and participation being the biggest indicator for a product's success. Like to me it looked like people were not only playing Tekken 8, but they were buying it, like they loved it, you know? And then season 2 hit and everything went to shit. You know?
All because they.
And I know Shinblade, I think you have a bet with Mike Hollow, right? Like, go ahead.
Yeah, me and Jesus got a bet with Mike Hollow. But he might win all because of what's going on with the. I believe that's the reason why he keeps shit on the game, because he don't lose that bet. Like I said, he didn't know what season 3 had. Mike Hall did not read the season 3 patch and made a video about the shit.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
I mean, for Mike Hollow, at least I can say that at least he's not like playing the game, like he actually doesn't like the game. But he was on my stream and we were talking about whether Tekken is grounded or not. And like I get what he's saying, like, you know, like he was saying that it's moving away from grounded martial arts, like they're not doing like real martial arts. And
see, look, and whenever he says that, me and G counter. Did you say this in Tekken 7?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, like what we talking about?
I said the same thing to him.
He was playing Marta.
I said, why was Tekken 8 the line?
No. He was playing Marta, talking about grounded martial arts. He was playing Marta and explained to us that he had fun cheesing players that he normally wasn't able to beat, but was killing people with Marta. At what point do we start like talking about the system design of like martial arts and everything of the sort? I'm not sure if you see. Shinblade is playing against a robot with chainsaws who just shot her arm up. Like, Yoshi has a sword and a block nail suite. Like, Jack is a whole robot. Like, what are we talking about? Martial arts and the specifics of this and everything?
He said that Jack is grounded in martial arts.
What?
You talking about?
I'm not even joking around. He was on. He said it with a straight face. He was like, Jack, and we looked at Tekken 6 move list where Jack was flying around, knocking people into the air, and he was just like, that is just a haymaker right there, and I was just like,
just a haymaker.
Are we agreeing? Are we watching the same fucking stream? Like Jack was doing crazy ass shit, and I get what he was saying. He was saying overall it's moving away from that. But I was like, Mike, you cannot like disagree that there's plenty of characters that have this ridiculous bullshit. And even if I like agree with you, which I get what you're saying, like what I was telling him is like if people want to fly around and they want to shoot like bullets and stuff like that or be robots, why is that a bad thing? Like I don't see why you can't have some stuff like that. Like it's subjective taste. And you're telling people what to like. Like, you know, I don't tell people they can like pineapple pizza or not or whatever. But people are, yeah, they're just saying you cannot like Tekken 8 because it's bad. We need to do all this stuff, like, and I just think I'm getting a little sick of it, to be honest, because, like I cannot look past the hypocrisy. I just cannot. Like, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? But,
yeah. In Tekken Talk 2, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, wasn't there a character that was sitting on the floor and like blasting off of the floor with like rocket fuel or something? I never played that game, but I've seen it in the video.
Prototype,
what was the name of that character?
We had Prototype Jack in Tekken 3.
I know it's Dr. Vaskanovich.
There you go. There's a character sitting on the floor and blasting off of the floor, damaging you. There was a dinosaur in the game and a kangaroo. Like on top of that,
a fucking dinosaur.
There was basically like a devil replicated character in the game shooting lasers out of his head. There was an angel in the game who came down from Earth in a trailer to purify the devil. Like, we're talking about martial arts. At what point did you hear me talk about martial arts? Not only that, they have a bear in the game, rolling on the floor damaging you. Where's the martial arts?
When did that character get into the game? Was Kuma introduced like
Kuma been in
later on?
Tekken 1.
Hold on, there's an ogre. There's an ogre in the game, yo. There's an ogre in the game. Who has a snake horn arm. Like, Come on, man.
And what is wrong with that, right? Like, I think that's kind of cool that he has a stake for an arm. And okay, to you know, if Mike Hollow ever watches the stream, I know his like general point is like it started off very grounded and now it's like not as grounded. But still, like you know, I think that I think telling people like a certain flavor of Tekken is the right flavor of Tekken, I don't agree with that. Like saying that you can't have a defensive, I mean not offensive Tekken, or you can't have one where, you know, basically, you know, Law doesn't have a slide or something. I don't know, whatever the character identity. I mean, that would be a bit much, but people disagree on the identity all the time.
I'm confused by that though. To say this is the most offensive Tekken is false actually. Like Tag 2 was
really, which one was?
Offensive. And it was you couldn't do shit about stuff in Tag 2, yeah. So I don't understand like saying shit like that. Like it's crazy how old that game is, but when I say you could not get off the ground, just imagine you losing the whole fucking round by not getting off the ground.
Yeah, like I remember Super Kumi that he'd speak talking about like how he beat Q-Dons and he didn't feel fulfilled with beating Q-Dons in the tournament. And he was like, oh, this game made me not feel fulfilled because I feel like I just cheesed him for a win.
Way.
And it's like, hey, you have to understand. It's like, hey, you have to understand that stuff like this is going to be in the game if your opponent just was not playing well. If you feel like you're not a better player than him, that's fine. But everybody has their day. Every dog has their day. He clearly did not have his day and you had his and you beat him. To blame the game for you winning is actually insane. That's actually insane when in a game like Tekken Tag 2, there was touch of death combos. There was touch of death combos where you were being killed in one interaction. And we're complaining about this in this game, offensively, where you feel like, you know, oh yeah, I'm in pressure, what do I do here? You're getting interactions. In Tekken Tag 2, you're in quote-unquote neutral for a long time, backdashing and sidestepping, until you get launched by Armor King's Dark Upper, and now you're in a touch of death combo. Or you get electric, and now you're in a touch of death combo. Like, at what point do we realize that in this game, at least you're getting in more interactions? At least Heat doesn't throw you into a combo. Heat goes into an animation where they can start their pressure, which is another interaction. You're going into another interaction. If this was Tekken Tag 2, for you whiffing and me hitting a quote-unquote heat engager or punishing you, my punishment is launching you for a touch of death combo. And then you get up the wrong way and then you're dead. Or you stay on the ground, eat extra damage, then you get up, you're in one more interaction, hopefully you don't choose wrong and you're dead.
Yeah, because you stay on the ground and get hit and then try to get up and get floated again. That's why the game wasn't played, y'all. Tekken was not played because you could not get off the ground. You had to know so much.
So the interactions of Tekken 8 are not neutral. The interactions are entirely guess-based for the most part. I mean, is that not the same thing that you were doing in Tag 2? In Tag 2, you weren't guessing though for the actual interaction. You were guessing on when they were gonna press a button and then you would hopefully whiff punish and be prepared. That's about it. And then if you ate a while running move, you were in a guess for, you know, not your life per se, but the same thing with this game. If you eat a while running 3, you're not in a guess for your life. In Tag 2, you eat a while running 3. If you happen to get caught with a combo, you're mainly getting caught in a touch of death. The game will be over at that point. We're calling that more neutral than these that are more forced interactions. A back roll on the ground, you're dead. So you're forced to stay on the ground and eat more damage because you're afraid of giving up the incorrect way. So again, I just said you're eating more damage because you're afraid of getting off the ground the incorrect way. Because that means that I'm taking away an interaction from you. In this game, at least you can get up the correct way without a problem. so you can have more interactions within the game. Yeah, neutrals, that's great. Neutral skips are definitely a part of neutral. Every single fighting game has it. Every single one. There's not a single fighting game that doesn't have a move of some sort or something that helps you within neutral to beat your opponent. That's just a part of fighting games.
Yeah, tell them Julia been in Tekken for 30 years. Stop. Party Crasher been in the thing for 30 years.
Party Crasher.
So one of my people wanted to ask you how much did the system changes and additions like heat, backstep, sidestep, new attacks impact the overall gameplay of Tekken 8? What happened?
Wow,
this man just said that giving. Okay, so they made a meme about Kazi getting Demon Paul, making him the best character in the game. And he said this version of Kazi is so boring to play that Chokesei, Light, and Kaz all quit. Do you know how old they are? You know how long they've been playing Tekken? Let me help you out for a second. Anybody know when Tekken Tag 2 came out? Wasn't that about maybe close to 20 years ago? Or am I wrong about that?
It's going on 20.
Okay, so if those people... He said G6 Chokesei had a kid in T7 that still played. He has a kid. T7 came out over 10 years ago, did it not? Or just about?
Yeah.
You just explained to me that somebody had a kid. They have a kid. You talking about people not playing a game anymore. This kid was born at the end of Season 3. And he was still playing in Season 4. Okay, so you explained to me that he has a kid. If I have a kid, games are probably not my entire focus. Because I have a child.
Yeah.
If I can, then great. But if life happens, life happens. You saying he doesn't play because of what? Man, as a kid. He also played T8 Season 1. Okay, so now you're explaining to me that he played. So what you're saying is now... You're contradicting yourself. You're saying that they stopped playing, but now you're telling me that he is playing. Because you said he played Tekken 8 Season 1. He played and quit. Alright, you got it. Stay within the...
This KSRD guy's been talking to me on Twitter the whole... Yeah. Honestly, I want a Tekken 8 hater to get on here to kind of because to be honest, I just agree with G6 and Shinblade, Like KSRD, if one of you guys, assuming that you guys are okay with it, I want to pull someone up on here that actually, disagrees. Yeah, Moonsaw, you can definitely join.
I know.
Because, to tell you the truth, I mean, you guys are just making absolute sense to me. I have nothing to really, bounce off of because it's what they're saying to me is very accurate of what's going on with Tekken 8.
We always do this.
People...
We always do this. They don't got nothing to say when we do this.
Tekken 8 haters.
Really? Alright.
I just think, again, it's okay to have your own opinion. That is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's making your own opinion. No one is upset at y'all for having your own opinion. I think that's also a common misunderstanding. People think that just because we enjoy Tekken 8, that means that we hate people who don't like it. That's not what that means. If you don't like a game for your 100%. Own reason, then just don't like the game. That's fine. We're just saying, hey, you trying to basically force other people to think the same way that you do by saying, oh yeah, this game is awful, everybody shouldn't play it, and they should go under, and they should do this and do that, and it's you're doing too much now. You can simply not like the game and then move on about your day. If I don't like a game, I don't play it. That's just the way that I operate.
Exactly. I'm trying to get Moonsault in here, and for me
Moonsault too young,
if you guys dislike Tekken 8,
I need somebody that's with a history of at least Tekken Tag 2 on up. If you start in Tekken 7, you can't really argue because 7 wasn't a Tekken either.
Alright, hey, I can argue the other side because I want to see what you guys would say. Hold on, I'm gonna argue the other side. Alright, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna put...
Yeah, because Tekken 7 wasn't even
listen, Oh, Moonsault, let me get you in here. Actually, I'll let Moonsault do it since we have somebody who. I just didn't want it to be where I really disagree with what G6 and Shinblade are saying. But welcome in, Moonsault. What's going on?
Moonsault.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mr. Grand Theft Auto 6 trader.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna try, bro. I hope I'm hoping. Well, it's not really a GTA 6. I just want to be variety. Because I think complaining about Tekken is kind of like tiresome, and I don't really want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
I still like the game.
What the hell?
I got a call.
Fair enough, by the way.
I still like the game. Yeah, I mean, I like Tekken.
And you like Tekken 8? You like Tekken 8?
Tekken 8, the thing with Tekken 8, I just don't like the direction that they're going with how aggressive it is. Like some of the new moves that they added, I feel is really crazy, and it's just not really what I personally want to see out of the game. They cover so much range, and they are very fast, for my skill level, and they're just very difficult to deal with, and it doesn't really allow me to like move around or think with Tekken like I was in the past. And I was listening when you said that like you need someone who.
Did you always hate Tekken 8 since the beginning, by the way, or no?
Yeah, no.
Like season 1?
Kinda. I want to say hate. I just was I felt something was off. When I first tried to play Yoshimitsu, I felt like something was off, but I couldn't explain what it was. And it was just like weird. But as time went on, they streamlined him, they simplified him, they buffed him, they got rid of some of his weaknesses. And it was kind of like when I played season 1, it was like so easy to just destroy people. Everyone just kind of, they couldn't stop me. Like, and I feel like that's how the game is as a whole. But after season 1, when Yoshimitsu got nerfed, a lot of the characters got buffed. And now it feels like what I was doing this to people in season 1, we're all just doing that to each other. Like if someone gets hit first, it's a strong likelihood that they'll win. And it's just like kind of who can hit who with a combo to the wall, combo spike, mix up, resplat, and then you're dead at that point. But the
and
reason
you feel that's gone far from the Tekken that you like?
Yeah. The Tekken that I enjoyed was kind of like what was it, neutral footsies. I just like the standing.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm trying to. I don't know the specific term, so maybe you could give me.
I can.
But I just like when me and my opponent are kind of like standing face to face, and we're like kind of poking each other. We're kind of like maybe a kick from Brian Fury or something like that. And that's what I like. That's what I really like about Tekken, is like trying to go toe to toe with someone. And in Tekken 8, that's not really how it works. Like it's so aggressive to where you just get bomb rushed and you get landslided, But my real complaint, because I'm kind of beyond bouncing. Bouncing, I kind of don't really care. Like when I lose, it's not because of bouncing. Like I think bouncing for a lot of people is a scapegoat. I think that if you want to be good at this game, if you want to lap the matchup, you can. And I think that if you're good enough,
oh shit,
you could just steamroll your opponent. Like I do it all the time, bro. Like a lot of people are super predictable, they're super trash, and you could just destroy them. It's gonna be difficult against certain characters and whatnot. But
so you played the other. I mean, I know you played 7. You keep saying this landslide. I think we see, like what G said, we see more interactions in Tekken 8 than Tekken 7. I think you got landslided extremely hard in Tekken 7 more than this shit.
I disagree. I think
I used to kill I used to kill I used to fuck people up in like less than, we call them microwave matches. I used to fuck you up less than fucking 6 seconds if you know how to play the damn game.
Microwave matches.
Microwave matches. Can't even go get your damn hot pocket quick enough. I get done with it. So in this game, you got too many interactions because they saving you in this game. Tekken 7 didn't save you, especially the older Tekkens didn't.
What do you mean?
You got your ass, you got destroyed. So with this, the talk with the interaction in this game, I can't get with it because you got too many chances. Too many chances. And you don't gotta really know nothing. The only thing you gotta know is to get up, moonsault. Like the fact you guys don't understand what I'm saying because you ain't lived it. You could not get up in the other Tekkens, man. You couldn't get up. Imagine playing that shit, huh?
I don't think you could get up in this game.
What? No.
Oh wow! Oh my god!
Compared to older games.
I mean, but okay, look. I know, like in past games, because you guys are talking about like older Tekkens, where in older Tekkens.
Those are the games that the guys be talking about, though, Moonsault. Those are the games that they be talking about. Bring it back.
Exactly.
But I'm talking about Tekken 7. I think Tekken 7 was a good middle ground between like, you know, kind of making it easier, but then also allowing for the skill expression to be there.
Tekken 7, the game that had on the wall, jump over them, and they take roll back combo. Remember that?
Yeah, the hop over. But I mean, I thought that was pretty cool. Like, if
what
you
the
were,
what's going on right now? What's going on? What's going on?
Like,
what's going on?
Xiaoyu and it was like Xiaoyu and Lily, right? Where they could jump. Was it like a crossover?
No, everybody in the game could do that. Jump over tech was a thing in the game. The reason why it was is because basically Harada made it so if you were to hold back or, you know, like tech roll and get up, you essentially have like an invincibility frame, which didn't exist in even the previous game of Tekken 7. And then he also made it to where it realigns. So that way you're not getting caught off axis and things of the sort when, you know, getting up awkwardly, quote unquote. So they took that away. That's why at the beginning of, you know, I would say, cause what was that?
Clip it, please, somebody, clip it. Please, clip it, goddammit.
That change, right? I believe it was like toward like the later ends of it, if I'm not mistaken.
Season 4 of Tekken 7 when that showed up?
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, I could definitely be wrong, but it was a known change for, you know, that, you know, everybody had knew because it took away essentially like the jump over ticks and things of that sort.
Like I didn't like Tekken 7 Season 4. Like the game was falling apart at that time. Like the developers weren't listening. They were like doing the whole wide side step where you could just block, and they added the 5.0 wall stagger change. The game was falling apart at that time. So a lot of the stuff that existed in those versions of the games, I think is trash. And it's like, you know, earlier in Tekken 7's lifespan is where it was better. Tekken, the later you get, the more stuff you test. What?
What you just said? It was better when?
Like season 1, season 2, season 3, you start to see a lot of power creep, and you start to see like damage and counter hits go crazy. This is when tournament pacing slowed down. But I mean, all of that stuff, like, I don't know, like this game Tekken 8, like Shahid in season 3 is wild now. He is a crazy character. You guys think Shahid is like perfectly fine?
We have more than 1, 2, 3,
Hold on. Let me ask him. Let me ask him. What about Shaheen to you makes him broken or egregious in a way that he didn't already have?
Well, I dislike how he has that mid lunging move and then the slide, so it's kind of like that. And I know at you guys' level, you probably can react to it, and it's no big deal. But for the rest of the player base,
people can't react to the slide.
You said they can or can't?
They can't. Like that's not a real thing.
I don't think they can.
It's not a real thing.
Okay. But yeah, that's like a diabolical thing that he could just spam over and over and over. And
the slide?
And the mid, the combination of the two, the mix up. But then also he has like that big backswing plus frame. He has a lot of stuff that just chips you down. Like he has that low high move that's like just gives him pressure. He could just do whatever he wants, and you have to be really fast or really good to stop him. And it's ridiculous that he could just play so recklessly, and it's very difficult to stop him.
And that is exclusive
You know
to
he
Tekken
had
8?
this in. Yeah, I was gonna say, you know he had this stuff in T7, right? Like that playstyle that you're explaining that is like annoying to deal with, that is the same thing AK and Lohai was doing to people in T7.
Exactly.
That's actually how
Joe, how you doing, Joe?
I'm not gonna lie. 1 second. No, there, but nobody gives a flying fuck
Oh
up.
my god, the classic.
My good
That scared the fuck up. Holy crap.
Hey, I ain't gonna hold you. That shit kind of fucked me up, bro.
That was crazy.
Well, you need to.
Your mic is peaking. Your mic is peaking, Joe.
Give me a second. Let me put my sock back
Yeah.
on.
Joe, you need to calm down. You have myself.
Put the sock on him, man.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is it better? Is it better? Is
Yeah.
it
It's better. Yeah.
All right, what you need to talk about is what the fuck do you have to say to defend Namco with what Eris was saying that, oh, you guys should be ashamed of yourself. Anybody that talks negatively about the game gets fucking blackballed, sent to the fucking curb, and all this shit. What about that? What do you guys have to say about defending that shit? Because you guys are the biggest shillers of all time.
Wait, what?
No, I do think that if
What
you
did
talk
he
bad
say?
about a game,
It's a real law.
so he's saying that like the people who talk bad about the game, they essentially get blackballed, right? That's what you're
Yes.
saying, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with that, especially
Even
if you've
talking
been
bad
working.
about the game with like a negative, or what's it called? With like bad intentions.
Yeah, I'm be honest, like
Malice
Joe,
of
it's like we're being honest. There's nothing wrong with that. If you and I owned a company and we hired Moonsault, and Moonsault started talking bad about our company, and we're giving him money, and we wanted to make him partner, and we've been working with him in the past, and he's been talking about how he likes us and everything. Granted, there's nothing wrong with like constructive criticism, but abruptly talking bad about the company, and you're consistently doing it, not just the one time, but you're consistently doing it. If me and you own that company, he's talking bad about our company and posting it online.
What about?
Wouldn't you have an issue with it? Hold on, Musa, hold on. One second.
They're not, but they're talking bad about. They're not talking bad about Namco though. They're talking about the game. They're calling
the game
the
that
game.
they produced.
Yes,
the
but
game that, yes.
they're calling it. They're saying it in a classy. They're not saying it in like a me way where I'm calling everybody at Namco HQ a dumbass. They're saying it in like, oh, Law should get this change. Blah blah blah. They should get this change.
No, yeah, so I'm saying,
That's where they're in the blackball.
The developers asked for criticism.
It's a new game too.
And he said that give us your feedback and give us your criticism. And then that's what they did.
And it's a new game too. Of course they're gonna need people to say, yeah, you guys probably should have done this different. You should have done that different. It's a new fucking game.
They gave respectful criticism and they got shut out.
Yes.
Yeah, so if they're being blackballed and the only thing that they've ever said ever is like, hey, I think that you guys should probably make a change to this character, and then maybe to this specific mechanic right here might be a good idea to do this as well, then, and they got blackballed for that, that's a problem. But if throughout your history and your track record, you're going, what the F is this and what is that? Oh my God, this is not great and I don't know what's going on here. This seems like it's so overwhelming. This is too powerful. This is this and everything of the sort. That's pretty, consistent of you talking bad about something if that's your track record. But if that's the only thing that they said and they got blackballed, then that's a problem.
That's not what they said, G. Them motherfuckers had made several videos. Come on now. Stop.
I mean, we both know that, but I'm just saying, like, overall, again, I go back to my
You guys are
point.
saying that a certain amount of criticism is too much. That's not the developer.
No, but hold on, but Moonstar, you act like that. You act like they just criticize this game. No, the folks saying all types of shit. It's not no normal.
Like what? What were they saying that was as bad as like what I say? What were they saying?
I'm not gonna hold you.
Saying,
If I'm the leader of everyone saying like they trying to tell you folks to kill themselves and shit, hey, I'm held responsible for that shit. No. If I'm responsible,
Oh my God, crazy.
if I started off and you got these people telling these creators to go off themselves and stuff, I'm responsible for it. If I lead it, it's my fault. Do you agree?
No, we all were standing against that. I remember when people were doing that, and I was saying,
no,
you guys
listen,
in
y'all
the
can say
videos,
that shit if
I
you
was-
want, but I'm saying if you guys seen Kings and movies and
They were
shit,
not telling people
they're
to
not
quit
that
the
evil.
fucking game.
No,
They were
that's true. But hold on, wait. You guys seen movies and examples of this shit. When you got people in position, they say they don't like this person, but your minions are gonna come 10 times that shit. I don't like something, they gonna come tenfold.
Yeah.
So
can't
this
control
was
that
what's
shit.
happening.
That's true.
That's like how we're disagreeing right now, and that's like if one of your chatters come at me crazy. I
Exactly.
can't hold that against you.
No, you can't. But when it's too much,
Okay, then.
no. When it's too much though, because you're not trying to put the fire out.
Yeah, but they were putting. This is what Spag did. Is he had a platform and he allowed anybody on his platform, or not anybody, but he allowed like any players that were known to be on the platform, and they all magically, even though this game is so good, magically all had the same opinion and negative criticism.
Echo
about the
chamber,
game.
Joe.
That shit looks horrible, obviously, for the game. Because you have actual good players showing up, Kakoma, Korean, or Pakistanis, or whoever the fuck was on it, talking about, yeah, they should do this, they should do that. It wasn't like Spag, like, secretly in their ear telling them, yo, you have to talk shit about the game because fuck Namco, blah, blah, blah. No, he just had a platform. He put people on the platform that were known and respected players, and whoop-de-doo, magically, everyone had the same opinion about the
There's
game
a
of it
narrative
having
right now.
What?
Yeah.
Like what? What's the narrative?
Well, I mean, I just think that there's, yeah. I mean, I think that you know, the narrative of that, like, since season 2 is just that the game is like dog shit, and there's plenty of people that, like, the popular opinion is to just shit on the game, you know?
Yeah. Because I ain't gonna hold Joe Budden. Do you think, and I love Eris too, do you think Eris could comment on this game?
Well, yeah, Eris barely plays fucking Tekken 8. But the thing about Eris is that his problems with Tekken are basically just a continuation of problems that were already in the game, even in Tekken 7, that just got even worse.
Well,
So it
Yeah,
actually
he did
still-
talk about that. Yeah,
He was wrong
Like,
about
Eris
something,
just
though.
said,
Actually, is still fucking like relevant what he's saying. Even if he hasn't even played Tekken 8, their like motives and goals are still the same from the reason why he even quit the game to begin with.
No.
his-
The reason he
major
quit Soul
part
Calibur
was
because it was
about the fight against
Soul
his
Calibur
product.
became very different. Tekken, it did not do that. From 7 to 8, Soul Calibur 5 to 6 was a huge difference. I was being top players in Soul Calibur 6.
Yeah, but also, I don't even think his criticisms were even just about the gameplay. I think his also criticisms from because I obviously wasn't fucking around, but what people have told me is that his criticisms too were about how Namco treats the creators and all this shit, and that was all the way back then.
Yeah, that spew. He explained that on the Eat Speak. He was saying it kind of spewed from like the importance of like how big and or how small he's made like some of the creators feel, but I think that also stems, however, from like how they were essentially being taken care of, quote unquote, if you know what I'm saying. Like as far as like compensation goes for
Yeah, he didn't
some
get paid
people who were
shit.
involved as well. So I think there's also like, I don't want to say like bad blood, but like he was being very open and honest about it.
He was.
And I don't think that really played into like more gameplay, more as it was just like how things were being read. Because he even, you know, talked about how, you know,
pay him for like 10 fucking years, and then Harada had to like try to like offer him money out of his own wallet.
exactly.
That's what you're getting at, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like when he had explained like something like that, obviously initially he was like, yeah, you know, I would definitely have liked to have gotten, you know, compensated for things of this sort, but it didn't happen. And I feel like you're kind of doing this for majority of people who are in my similar position, and I don't think that that's okay. I feel like we should definitely be taken care of more because we're part of the community that's helping you grow. But I think that's why he kind of more, you know, pushed him away rather than it just being kind of like the game itself. I think the game, you know, obviously like sort of played into it, but I think that was a bigger part.
Yeah.
I think they're equal. This game is this game is trash, bro. It's just going too far in kind of like the wrong direction.
I think
it's just so stance oriented. It's just so 50-50 oriented. Like it's making everything. When I feel like the game is easier, that's when you know it's a problem. Because I'm not even like a technical, mechanical player. It's like I don't know how you guys can say that there's nothing wrong. And not only is there nothing wrong, but things are better now.
It is better.
Using you as a weight for your own opinion is not good because you got to use like the experiences itself. You know what I'm saying? Like saying, hey, if I'm saying
from 5 moons,
this is too easy, then you should just trust me. Like, hey, buddy, just trust me because I'm telling you that's not how that works.
You know what? I also don't. Go ahead.
On what basis? No, yeah, go ahead.
You know what I also think doesn't make any sense? We guys keep saying that somehow we keep just it's an echo chamber, blah blah blah. You know what wasn't a fucking echo chamber of hating the game? The beginning of fucking season 1. Everybody was loving this game at the beginning of season 1.
There's proof of the echo chamber,
Everything
Joe.
was amazing at the beginning of season 1. The trajectory of the game was amazing. Nobody was negative at all.
Exactly.
So that's what I don't understand. Where you guys are acting like there was like some incentive for everyone to just turn on the game. It's not like one guy.
There's not an incentive.
But I know, but you guys are acting like it's one guy that says
Yeah, go ahead.
that it's like a fucking snowball effect of one guy says something negative, and because they have an influence, all of a sudden people followed suit. I do not think that. I think that I think you guys are blaming the result instead of blaming the cause of the problem. You guys are blaming the result of the community complaining, where you're not blaming the cause of why the community all came to this fucking point. You guys aren't looking at the source fucking problem. You guys are just blaming the result. Because there's no we would all just be complaining for no reason.
Yeah.
The game was in a great spot.
Well, maybe.
Even though gameplay was kind of ass still, but like we still had hope.
Hint, hint. Hint, hint.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean,
Go,
one
goddamn.
explanation could be that inherently it's a bad game. You know what I'm saying? Like there is those problems and everybody experienced them. But the weird thing is like people kept playing the game. Like we can look at the data, we can look at people like they actually kept playing the game, but the Steam reviews went down. So you gotta ask yourself, why does that happen, right? Like Steam reviews are going down, but people are still buying and playing the game. And that's what leads me to believe it's like, yeah, well they were buying it. They're not buying it anymore because, it's my opinion that everybody dogpiles and cancels Tekken now. But
We don't know that for sure.
what's it called? Like I think that a couple of things happened, Joe. I think that Arslan Ash, people
Yes,
like Arslan Ash and me, they basically said that this game is trash and stuff like that. And then people started following suit. They're like, hey, like if me thinks so, then like, obviously I can follow the popular opinion and lots of domino effect and I think, I think FDX was a big one because he's very respected for his neutral opinion. And I think the season 2 video that he made was a little I wouldn't say doomer because he's got some pretty neutral takes. I mean, he's a pretty honest person, but I don't know. It really could be what you're saying, Joe. Like maybe the game just actually sucks, and everybody on this panel is kind of delusional, essentially.
Well, it's like, bro, Main Man Sweet and FDX, they were called chills. They were literally called chills in season 1, but the game got to a certain point where even that they couldn't even keep. Like they literally cracked because of the fucking game. You guys saying they cracked because of the community, but I don't think they would be cracking because of the community when they are at the top of the community. They can change the fucking community with their fingers because of how much influence they have. If the community is going one way about Tekken, Main Man Sweet and FDX could literally fucking do go tanks and put their fingers together and single-handedly like transform the entire narrative of the game. That's how much influence both of them have. So I disagree with that. I think literally the game just got to a point where in their fucking hearts, they couldn't find, in their fucking heart, they literally just did not have as much fun playing the game, and every single thing they talk about with guides and stuff and leading players to learn the game, they knew that the end goal of actually learning this game was kind of like not worth it to a player. So they didn't want to be like disingenuous making guides and stuff and being like, when you learn Tekken and you do this and you do that it's gonna end up you being like a good player or you're gonna feel good about learning this and doing drills. And they didn't think it, like they thought that they'd be disingenuous making a fucking guide for people to put thousands of hours in a game that was flawed. That's what it seems like to me. And that they would feel guilty even pushing a game that has all these problems and pretending like there isn't anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I also don't want to be that guy, but you gotta also understand that we're all new to Heat. we're all new to this style of Tekken that is being played right now. And it's hard to make a guide about something when you don't quite understand everything just yet because there's more niche situations. And the older versions of Tekken, they're getting information from people from 15 or 20 years ago on how things are being played and how these situations interact, based on them being similar for so many years.
Wait.
We now have a newer situation, right, in this game with a new mechanic that nobody's ever experienced before, ever. So when trying to make a guide about something early on, it's hard for you to do that anyway.
But they didn't have problems at the
it.
beginning of the game, though. They didn't have problems at the beginning of the game making guides. I don't think it has anything to do with that.
But my point is, them providing that content, though, and talking about, hey, you know, I think it's hard for me to do this because the game isn't great. It's because...
You think they don't know how to make guides for blue ranks anymore? That's what you're telling me? That they like don't know how to understand the game because it's changed so much magically in season 2 and 3? That's why they slowed down? Because they just don't understand how to make a guide for a green rank to get to blue rank?
No.
I know the answer.
No.
Players.
The answer for that, like, abruptly is because of the fact that there's not going to be much to get off of that when majority of the views, especially if you're a content creator, let's talk money for a second. If I know majority of your views is gonna come from you talking bad about the game, or posting like a clickbait on the game, and you're putting like a face with Harada's hand over his face, and now it says, hey, Tekken 8 is awful. That's where you're getting your money. You're getting your money off of that for sure. I'm not getting my money from dragging off guns.
I disagree though. I think with FDX and Main Man Sui, the reason also why them turning or changing their whole shit on the game is a big deal too, because they've been trying to give Tekken as many chances as possible to get to this point where they finally cracked. They were trying to hold out literally as long as they possibly could, because we've even seen interviews with FDX. Like, I don't know if you looked at that one interview he did, that he purposely said, or he said like word for word, that I purposely did not want to put any negative info out on the game or have I try to like make the amount of negative discussion about the game as small as possible, because I knew my influence of the game, if I started talking about this shit negatively, it would have a ripple effect on the community. And Main Man Sui didn't have to say that, but you could obviously tell by his actions he believes that too. But it literally just got to a cracking point.
Was that for season 3 or season 2?
For season 2. For season 2 with FDX. And
Kind
with
of
Main Man Sui,
bro.
you saw the shit. You saw the shit where he said, this is like the first time I've literally not enjoyed playing the game since like Tag 2. That I had to literally not play Tekken for more than like a month. I played Dota 2. And that I'm gonna be switching to Variety more now. That's why I don't think it has anything to do with the game changing. It's like, I mean, I guess it does have something to do with the game changing, because the game changed in a negative way. That's the only way, because there's no incentive. There's no incentive for Main Man Sui and FDX to do Doomer content. Yeah, go.
So yeah, my question with this is like, okay, the Steam reviews are down. You know, season 2, everybody shits on Tekken. And my question is, if you look at the numbers from season 2, the player base kept on playing Tekken though. So why do you think that is?
From season 1, season 2, the player base kept on playing Tekken. Why is that? You're saying, wait, repeat the question.
No, from season 2
to season 3.
So the Steam reviews went down. We all know the reputation of Tekken was in the gutter, right?
Yeah.
But like, let me pull up this graphic. If you look at season 2, people kept playing the game.
Yeah.
So if there's something inherently wrong with the game, Joe, why were they still playing it?
I know well, the thing is, there was still, like, surprisingly, there was still hope even after season 2 for certain people. There actually was still hope. That is why that season 3 is such a big deal, because there was actually still people out there with hope that it would change.
They
started saying back to base, go ahead.
Yeah, they apologized and said that
they apologized too.
Nakatsu said that he didn't oversee the patch notes, and that's why things were so crazy. And he said that now he's going to oversee every patch, and they're going to make sure defense is there. We're sorry, everyone. Give us a couple of whatever. We're not going to bounce during tournaments. So that's why people were still kind of slugging through it, is because the developers promised that they would change it. And that's what you guys don't highlight either. When you guys are defending Tekken 8, you guys don't even acknowledge how the developers were lying for like 2 years straight. You guys completely
lying about what though? This something you guys don't even answer. You don't even answer that question. What do they lie about? What do they lie about? Hold on, real quick. Another one. What did they lie about?
Why did they put out the apology? What did they apologize for?
No, we're asking you. What did they lie about?
No, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why did they apologize?
You're answering the question with a question. We're just asking you, what did they lie about? Because you're saying that they lied, so we're just asking you, based on their, their plan and direction, they wanted something to go. What did they lie about to you, Musa, that you're aware of with the game?
Well, they put all the Season 2 stuff in there, right? That's what generated the backlash. They apologized and they said that they would address it, right, in a future update. And they did not do that. Is that not a lie?
They didn't address the bug fixes?
No, the new moves, the stances, the wild install changes that no one asked for.
I got it.
Wasn't this stuff in the game in Season 1? You talking about installs and install changes? Like
they changed 1,500 things. Most of those were just wild bugs. The players did not like that, and they said, "Why did you do that?" Right? And then the developer said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't oversee the patch notes. I didn't know that they were doing that. We will address it in a future update." The future update is here, not addressed. Is that not a lie?
G6.
Yeah, what's going on?
Please, like I know you guys are trying to gotcha fucking Moonsault Slayer, but just as simply as how the fuck could they say back to basics when they made fucking Victor's offense even less basic with that new fucking charge move?
What does back to basics
What does that have to do with anything though,
to basics?
Nobody's defined what back
It's
to
either
basics
season.
is.
It's either fucking Tekken 7, Tekken 6, tagged. It's anything but Tekken 8. I can tell you that much. It's anything.
But Joe,
but Tekken 8.
isn't that an assumption? Hold on. How are you gonna tell them what they mean? They throwing words on the screen
G6,
all the time and all
so
of
you
this.
thought back to basics. You thought back to basics meant that we were just gonna double down on Season 2. Is that what you think?
It meant, no. I'm be honest with you. I'm be so bluntly honest. I'm be honest with you, Joe. I didn't think it meant anything. You know why? Because I didn't know what they were doing. And that's okay. It's okay to not know what they're doing. They can throw words on the screen all day, Joe, but we can't tell them what they mean. They could say, hey, Akuma's getting a death combo on the screen, but then he cannot have it.
That's your argument. That's your argument, G6, is that they could literally say the sky is fucking red.
Yeah, but
the sky is red even though the sky is blue.
Well, to be fair, yeah.
No, but my point, my point with that wasn't that. My point
Yeah,
in general
they didn't
was that.
advertise it properly. I kind of agree with Joe on that
Yeah,
one. They were honestly
even
saying,
after school, Sophie's agreeing. That was some scummy ass advertising.
It's going above your head for a second. What I'm saying is them saying that in the actual trailer itself, I don't have to assume what they mean because I don't have any idea based off of what they're specifically showing me in that trailer. That's it. What did they show us in the trailer? They showed Asuka's down 1+2, not getting the follow-up anymore.
Yeah.
That's one of the main things I saw. They then showed us the full crouch 2 from Anna. I'm having worse tracking on it. That's what they showed me. That's what I'm looking at. I'm so worried about the words. That's what they showed
yeah,
me.
but B6, why did they advertise it as back to basics? Why were they trying to be vague is what he's saying.
No, what I'm saying is that you're asking
They didn't advertise
why.
back to basics.
It's not my job to figure out the why. All I'm doing is watching the trailer. I'm looking at the down 1+2 nerf. I'm looking at the full crouch 2. My job there is not to look at the words and then try to assume exactly what they mean. I'm looking at the trailer like they've been doing in every other Tekken.
Yeah.
Every Tekken season they've been showing us a trailer. We'll sometimes see new moves, we might see something crazy or whatever the case may be. That is every single trailer that they provided us. My job isn't to sit there and try to dissect words.
Why would they put the words in the trailer if the words don't
Oh my
mean
god, so hold on, wait a second.
Lord.
My Marvel vs. Capcom 3 trailer. Stop. Hold on, wait, fuck that. Fuck that. Yeah. Fuck that. So wait, fuck that. if they tell me Mario Kart 3, y'all, you would now open the door to a new feature. And if I open that motherfucking door, if I don't see my new feature, nigga, I gonna get. What are y'all talking about? It's a fucking trailer. They can say whatever they fuck they want. It's nothing for years. Years. It's a trailer. It's a fucking trailer. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all hold these motherfuckers. No. They say like 5 things.
Telling me when Namco speaks, you're telling me when Namco speaks, you actually have zero fucking like faith in anything they're gonna say. That is basically just spitting into the mic. That is nothing. It's literally just zilch. What
this is crazy. This is crazy. Not having zero faith. It's just about what they show. What they show us would be a lot better than what they're telling us. The reason why is because it's a fighting game, Joe. It's a fighting game. What they could mean could be something completely different from us as competitors. They're game developers, Joe. We're not a game developer. We're consumers.
But back to basics, you know, come on, bro.
Jesus
take the
Christ!
mask. I know I'm wearing a mask, but you guys are wearing an even fucking bigger mask than me.
Yo,
take the mask off
yo,
for a second.
hold on.
No.
You would now become a millionaire. Hold on.
Shinblade,
You
take the mask off for a
you
second.
would now
Take the
become
mask
a
off for a
millionaire.
second. No.
You know how many
Take that shit
trailers
off.
told
Take
me
shit
that
off.
I'm
No,
gonna be good with fortune?
Shinblade, stop.
I need to believe a game trailer.
Stop. Shinblade, stop.
I need to believe a game trailer.
Just take the mask
I've
off
seen over
for a second.
1,000
Just take
game
the mask
trailers,
off for a second. When they said refined balance, back to basics, more conventional, more focused, more deliberate, you thought that could possibly mean giving Victor even more retarded ass fucking rush down and a new fucking charge move that's like +4 on block into mix.
Hold on,
That's
did you read the patch notes, Joe? Did you read the patch notes?
Yes.
You read all of them?
Can you no, answer my question. No, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this G6 gotcha, change the topic. No, answer my question. Did you think that any of the fucking words on the screen during the trailer meant that Victor would get that fucking dumbass homing fucking move that's +4 on block, skull fucking everybody in rank right now?
Yeah, but nobody could get that, to be fair. Like, I get what you're saying, Joe, but like, you know, on both sides, like Joe's saying they misadvertised. I agree with that, but they're saying like, what the fuck does back to basics really mean, right?
Yeah, but back to no. Even if we didn't know what the fuck back to basics meant, we knew that it did not fucking, or at least we thought that it was not gonna fucking mean doubling down on season 2.
Though. That's kind of the point, Joe. I think you're missing.
It could mean anything.
Bro, franchise is old as Tekken.
Yes.
You say back to basics. That when Tekken players think basics, they think all the way back.
Yes.
Who is basic?
Since
Joe Buddy and Moonsault. Y'all don't know what the fuck that is,
since
man.
1998. We thought back to basics meant just going back to the same shit.
Especially following an apology. They apologized. And they said back to basics.
Yes.
Yeah, but they're canceled. Like, what they want to do, they want to keep both sides. Is what happened. They want to keep the
No. They want to keep one side. They want to keep one side. They want to keep one fucking side.
Okay, that's not true.
They think they could get. They think the game could work with just one side.
The basics, Joe.
That's what they fucking did. That's what they did. That's what they fucking did.
Yeah, but they didn't say that. They said back to basics.
I know, and that's why people are pissed off. Because they fucking pretended like they were actually gonna appease like the side they've been fucking pissing in our mouths for the past however many fucking seasons.
The pros, whatever they're saying.
They for sure don't give a flying fuck. But no, they're not. They're advertising to the casuals. They for sure don't give a flying fuck about the pros. The same pros complaining about the game 24/7.
Why would they say back to basics?
Exactly. I don't understand that the thing about Tekken 8 and with the thing about what Eris was saying in the Heat Speak, that Namco does not know how to sell out. I don't understand what is happening at the meetings, but they have failed at selling out. That is my problem, to be honest. If this game was successful, I don't give a fuck how retarded the gameplay.
Both sides.
I don't give a fuck how retarded the game. Yeah, even Brawl Pro saying LMFAO, because even this guy fucking knows. I don't give a fuck how retarded the gameplay is. If the game was at least successful, at least I could sleep on a fucking pillow of like millions of dollars. Obviously, it wouldn't be millions of dollars, but at least I could sleep on a pillow of like a cool like 100K, because I'd be getting like 1 million viewers in my fucking stream. But no, the game is just dying and dying and getting less and less views and less players, and this shit is a horrible way to sell out. It literally just feels like if they catered to the pros, the game would be at the same spot it is now.
Cater to the pros.
Wait, Joe, aren't you on the game right now?
Yeah, I'm on the game right now. Yeah. And my pillow is really fucking small. My pillow is really fucking small right now. It's literally just, I might as well sleep on toilet paper. And I like how after everything I said, you find another way to divert from what I just said. So just forget everything I just said. Oh, you're on the game right now. You're on the game right now. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. You're on the game right now. Oh Lord.
I could answer the question if you want me to.
Go.
I tried doing it before, you didn't listen to me.
Go.
So you were saying earlier when Sophie had asked you, when she was like, hey, what do you think that could have meant? And you said yourself, I don't know what they meant. But then you told me earlier.
No.
Wait, let me land, Joe. You misspoke? Okay, so what do you mean to say?
Because what I thought back to basics meant, I don't know if they meant Tekken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Tag 2, Tekken 6, Tekken Revolution. I didn't know what game they were talking about. They could have even been talking about Tekken 7. But all I know is that what fucking came out was definitely not what I expected. I thought that they were, when they say back to basics, they do not mean back to Season 2 again. That is at least the one thing that I thought for sure that they did not mean. They could have meant any other thing that I didn't 100% have confidence in, but I just thought that they did not mean back to Season 2 again. That's what I thought that back to basics meant. At least what it didn't mean.
So you thought what it didn't meant, but you thought what it meant. That's what you're saying.
Well, I like obviously I assumed back to basics meant like, yeah, like more fucking like poking and stuff and like less heat shit. And like basically everything that happened with Season 2, the opposite of that. That's what I thought back to basics meant. Okay. Obviously, like that was kind of like a tall task to do. But at the very fucking least, that I assumed that shit was not what Season 2 was. Not Season 2 again. It's a very fucking least.
To be fair, Joe, hey look, that's perfectly fine because that was your interpretation.
Not just my the entire Tekken community except you three in this call. Somehow everybody in this call are the only people on the planet like a meteor fucking struck the planet, and somehow you guys were in a bunker the entire time with no radiation in your fucking skulls. Like I don't understand how the fuck you guys are the only 3 people in the whole fucking world. Like I look up at the sky, the fucking sky is red, there's fucking asteroids and shit, and you guys are acting like nothing is fucking happening, and that it's all somehow our fault when my skin is falling off from fucking radiation. My skin is falling off from radiation. What the fuck are you guys thinking is happening? It's my fault? It's my fault? I'm on the ground. My fucking arm is literally melting off. My arm is melting off. And you guys think it's my fault.
Okay. I love it. That's fine. I don't know what that meant. But check this out. So
it means that how the fuck are you guys like somehow you guys are the only 3 fucking geniuses here and we're all just retarded and we just like are like not reading the room, I guess. All of us in the community are not reading the room and we're just following suit what FDX says in Main Man Suite. We don't have our own opinions.
Nope.
That's fine.
Let me build a bridge here. Like listen, okay, Joe, like I agree that I believe that they misadvertised back to basics and stuff like that. You know, like I think that it's an advertising thing. But what they're saying is people's expectation, right? That it can mean whatever. Like if we're being completely like literal, like people expected like a lot, and you know I don't think that they can move far from the core philosophy of Tekken 8. They can't take out heat.
I understand that. I understand that. Those people. No, I understand what you're saying. There's actually people that thought somehow back to basics meant removing heat. I'm not that far gone to think they would do that. I'm not that retarded. Some people actually thought that they would remove heat. I was not one of those people. I know what you're talking about. I just thought that at least back to basics meant, even if it meant going in that direction of removing heat, at least like a 1% in that direction. At least like 1%. But it did not even go even 1% in that direction. It went 1% more in the fucking Season 2 direction.
I don't know what... Okay, my character got fucked. Anna absolutely got fucked. So there's a little bit more than 1% to me. Like a lot of these characters, they actually...
know people got nerfed? Joe Budden don't know about any nerfs, any patches on Season 3. Ain't that right?
How?
Hold on.
So I just saw Mogold.
What
win
happened with
STL
season 3 then,
with
Joe?
fucking not a single game of playing Claudio. I just looked at Mogold top 8 STL. He was playing Elisa, Dragunov, Fang. I didn't see a single Claudio, and I know he technically used Claudio in fucking the day 1, but he used him at the very fucking end. Very fucking end. Now in day 2, he's playing Dragunov. When's the last time you saw him play
but he said
Dragunov in
1%.
tournament G6?
Like, there was plenty of nerfs,
Tournament?
Joe.
He's used him in the
Do you
ATL
not think
tournament
that there's a lot of
a
nerfs?
month and a half ago.
Well, yeah, recently he's trying to use him, but even like before that, this guy never uses Dragunov in tournament.
No, I mean
over Claudio.
He's used them in the ATL tournaments. He's never took him like internationally, but he actually has a pretty good dragon. His Dragunov.
Well, I know. His Dragunov on Wavewank is insane.
Yeah, it's really good. It's
Yeah.
actually really, really good.
His Dragunov's actually one of his best characters.
Yeah, he's insane with that character. But he's used him in the ATL. He's actually beaten Knee in one of the ATL tournaments on his Brian with Dragunov.
But yeah, regardless, so he's not using Claudio is what I'm saying. But you guys are saying I don't know how the fuck they got nerfed, blah blah blah. So am I just dog shit at the game then? Am I just ass at the game?
No, we're not.
That I lost a Crispy Chloe and I'm using a buffed version of Claudio? Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening? I'm just sucking at the fucking game.
No, we're just asking if you knew about the nerfs,
Hey, no one
because
said
they
it
did
out
nerf
loud.
a lot of things in this patch. And for example, let's just say you wanted to make an assumption about like what they meant. They nerfed a lot of things in this patch, right? Imagine if they decided to go the opposing way and start buffing again. It's like, what would have made everybody happy necessarily? They had to touch every single thing that every single person wanted, which would have been impossible.
Well, I agree that I think with Claudio, I took a shot every single bad change in the patch. When I got to Claudio, I actually didn't drink once because I actually think what they did to Claudio was good. Even though 4-4-1 plus 2 seemed like it was dumb at first, the tracking on it is not as bad. Like it's definitely a neutered version of the Tekken 7 shit. So what they did with Claudio was fine, and what they did with Asuka seems fine too. It's just like this is what it kind of goes to is that because I heard them talk about this in the Heat Speak, and this kind of goes to the same point that if you think they just did nerfs across the board the same way they did with Claudio and Asuka on every character, this is what they had the same conversation on Heat Speak. Do you think that would be a better reaction than what it is now?
Oh no, absolutely. Actually, yes.
Or would all hell break loose? Would all hell break loose if they did?
I think that it would definitely be a better reaction.
Yeah.
But the only thing with that though was that they're also trying to not nerf certain things because they're not sure of the possible reaction they may get on certain things too. So it's like, right now it's a double-edged sword because right now they have like an open conversation about like patches, right, Joe? You're aware of that. Like how they like tell you to like report certain things and things that are issues or whatever the case may be. Right now with them having that open level of communication, they're getting a bunch of different people saying different things, especially if we talk about like specific characters. So like you said about Claudio, right?
Yeah.
You yourself could call something brain dead. Somebody else could say, hey, Claudio needs this. Like your view and Divine Exorcist's view could be completely different. Or Sonic, or anybody who plays that character remains them. So if they're consistently getting that, they have to have a little bit of a hesitation because they're like, okay, we've seen majority of people talk about this, so I think this is safe to nerf without getting too much of a backlash. It's a double-edged sword because then you also have like slower runouts of patches because they're so afraid to do things instead of just doing them and then waiting for the reaction. So they nerfed a lot of the big problems that we actually normally have. You know, Claudio problems. Paul had some of them that they touched on that. You had Brian as well, Asuka as well. Could have been more, but those were like the safe things that they know they could do for sure without getting like extremely bad PR. So getting everything would have been actually impossible because of all the different levels of feedback they're getting through that open line of communication. I think they should probably just close it off. I think that would have been better. But you're right. If they did, provide that treatment to everybody, probably a better reaction. But they had to have done it the right way, which doing it the right way as a developer, wouldn't that be like almost impossible to you, Joe?
That's the thing though, is that I'm not one of those people that think they don't actually, even though I said, do you guys just have dumbasses at HQ? I've kind of changed my opinion on that I actually think they know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Because they have people that will nerf certain characters and nerf certain mechanics in like a good way, like specifically with Claudio and Asuka and Anna. That it's like they know what they're doing sometimes, but then it's like they have like somebody else like at the same time doing just heinous retarded shit in the patch. Like they will do good changes, like they know what they're doing, and then in the same token they have someone else making just as many bad changes. So that's why I think it's like a plan. Like they have a deliberate plan on like there's like 2 layers to this. There's like the one layer where I honestly think that with fighting games they have to have like some sort of like problem with balance and stuff, so that like people like keep looking forward to patches, and it's like a never-ending cycle of just like musical chairs of this character is a problem, and they have to keep rotating and rotating every patch. And then there's also the other part of what's it called, that I actually think they could
You think
fucking
they made those changes for no reason?
Well, no, the reason is because they thought they were going to cater to casuals and successfully sell out with the game. That's what I think the bad changes that everyone complains about, I think that is done deliberately because they're trying to sell out with the game and cater to casuals. But the problem is that this shit is not selling out successfully. So that is why the complaints are loud as fuck, because it's not getting outweighed by the casuals that are enjoying the fucking dumbass changes. In Street Fighter 6, the casuals are outweighing the pros. The pros complain about Street Fighter 6 like how we complain about Tekken 8. But notice how that game has positive reviews and our game doesn't. Because they've sold out correctly. Tekken 8 does not. That's the whole problem with Tekken 8. All these gameplay stuffs, it affects pro players. We complain. We might not have as much fun playing the game, but at least it will soften the blow if the game was successful at selling out. But it's not. So that's why the complaints are loud as fuck, and that's why the game has like a red cloud over it, because like it's just not selling out correctly. They don't know at Namco how to sell out. They're trying to, but they can't.
Explain what that means.
Like they're trying to cater the game to make it like basically like Fortnite, and for casuals to pick up and play and have fun. And sure, there are like some aspects of the game where that is true. But it's not they haven't like fully figured out the formula for that for Tekken 8. They're trying to, but they haven't fully figured out the formula for it. And I don't think the formula is to just completely piss off the hardcore players to this extent, because I think that it starts creating more barriers to the game. Because I do agree that it's bad for the game publicly if everyone is just complaining. It's going to get people not wanting to play the game. That they have to find a way to sell out with the game so that the hardcore players aren't this pissed off, but the game is still brain dead enough for casuals to pick up and play. But they don't have the formula for that.
So how would you suggest they do it?
Well, I don't have the formula for that shit either. I just think that my solution is that currently the way the game is now, if they had just catered more to us, or the hardcore players, that I think we would have been at the same result, to be honest. The way the game is currently now, I think we would have been at the same result if they just kept making the game at least somewhat like difficult and kept like stuff like instant while running and shit like that, instead of making everything just way more brain dead and ruining legacy characters.
34,000 players at the start is because of all this aggressive stuff. Like a lot of people loved all this stuff. I watched Diaphone check out the heat system, and yeah, I mean you can say that's not true, but they did something correct with Tekken 8 at the start. You can't deny that.
No, it was Tekken 7. Everything that Tekken 8 got at launch was Tekken 7.
Oh yeah, everything is Tekken 7.
Well, I actually agree. No, I actually agree a little bit that the game definitely is better for casuals to pick up than Tekken 7, at least, for sure.
100%.
Probably any other
There you
Tekken.
go.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's better.
Yeah,
I agree
I was
with
there.
better.
I started
Tekken
in
has
T7.
more mechanics and stuff like that. It has.
I don't know how to add the beats to the call. I don't know how to add you to the call. I don't know how to add.
You think this game is
better
harder?
game, but it's not better competitively.
It is better competitive.
You gotta come to my Discord, Beats.
Do you think the game is better competitively?
100%.
I think it is for the fact that more people have an opportunity. I think this game brings more belief. I think more belief out of people gives people more confidence when it comes to competing, and that's what makes this game competitively better, in my opinion. Like,
that's
in
my angle on
T7,
it.
If you have more competitors in general, if there's a higher player base, then it's also more competitive. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine. But of course, like in T7, right? The gap was so big for, you know, the casual to competitive player, to where it was like, it was almost unheard of for somebody to get and achieve that level without having any type of like prior knowledge to any other Tekken game.
Prior
So like, yeah, or prior scene, for example, like competitive experience
and whatnot, who like got really good.
Wait, what'd you say?
Wasn't there pros and like players who showed up during the lifespan of Tekken 7 and climbed to that status?
I'm saying without any prior anything of any other game. So like when I say pro people, right, I mean like people who got started in the game.
Yeah, started in 7.
You didn't go
see them get to
anywhere
the
else.
top.
You didn't play, like you didn't play Tekken Tag 2. You weren't in the rank queue in Tekken Tag 2. You didn't play T6 and things of that sort. Like you only played T7, and then you got good at that. That was definitely unheard of. Like, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong, even
no, I agree with you. Even though I was at the end, nobody was out of the blue. Nobody was out of the blue.
Nobody was out of the blue. Even Justin Iglesias wasn't out of the blue. He played other Tekkens.
Yeah. I think also too that you guys don't like, I don't know if you don't understand or you never thought about it, that the reason why, because you guys were talking about new players replacing the old players that have left. That like there's old players that have children now that obviously aren't going to take the game seriously. But I don't think you also understand this and why the game is not competitively better, is that the amount of work and effort you have to put in to be a good player in Tekken 8 is so like pales in comparison to Tekken 7 and other games, so that when someone actually does get to the top,
do you know that
they don't have. How do I know that? Because like he just said, he just like literally agrees with what I'm saying. G6 is that in Tekken 7 there wasn't someone that just, it was their first Tekken game and then they could get to the top of competitive for the game. That was unheard of in Tekken 7. Now in Tekken 8, it's people's first Tekken games, and then they're the best with their character in the entire country. And my point is that because the grind is so. What?
Okay. No, yeah. So who was the person that got super good and this was their first Tekken? Like, name a couple of them.
In this game, a lot. Like Exo, Dapper, and Exo, Dapper. This guy, Light Scrap. Yeah, this guy named fucking.
Akuda?
Dapper or Exo, one of them played like for like 2 seconds in Tekken 7, or maybe it was no more.
Yeah, Exo's definitely new. He's super new.
But
this game, he's only played this game.
Yeah, but my point is that because the grind is like so, it pales in comparison, the amount of work you have to put in and time you have to put in, that there are new players that are playing the game that are at the top that are just leaving, that are not replacing the old players. And I think the old players are able to stay longer because the amount of work and stuff they put in to get to where they're at, that it's a lot harder for them to put it down because it means a lot more to them to be good at the game. But when it's so much easier to get good at this game, when you finally are at the top, like this fucking Fury X fuck, that was like the best Reina player, was in all the Illuminati speed kicks discords, getting coached, like being like his fucking Padawan. Like this guy's like, oh, the game's not fun anymore. I'm gonna go play Fortnite again. I'm gonna go play this again. Dapper, currently fucking sponsored. Bolt in his fucking name. I'm not really feeling. Oh, Joe Budden. I literally added him on Twitter. Oh, Joe Budden. Or I tell him, oh, Ayo Richie just ran all of our pockets in NA at the LCQ. Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? We suck against Leo. You're the best Leo in the country.
Can I
where are you?
here?
And then, well, I'm almost done. Like, where are you? And then he says, oh, there's no point in me playing Tekken 8 right now. The game is not fun or something. When he has a fucking sponsor in his name. Go ahead.
So, okay, so my question then, like, you're saying it's like obviously easier. How do you know that it's not just different?
How do I know that it's not this different, that it's not easier? Because literally just what I said, well, first off, me, and then two, I'll get to that point after that too, like what G6 said, it is unheard of for in any other Tekken game for just for a new player to just be the best with their character and just be better than everybody else in the entire country at the top. Now, I don't understand, part of it is that the way the character is played is different.
Like,
I understand
my
that.
argument is like Tekken 8. No, like Tekken 8 comes out and let's just say it's a new game. Like it doesn't mean that you know, that like in Tekken 7 I realized that you had these players that needed a really long time to get super good. And I guess for Tekken 8 you're saying it's easier to get to that point. and it's just easier because the skill floor and ceiling is lowered.
I feel like I know what your point is, that it's different. That it's different playing certain characters, which is true, does cater more to the newer player to be good at the game, like Eddie, for example. But it's also more than just like learning. It's also more than just that, though. I think. Like
no, it's a newer system. It's a different style of like the interactions are. There's more interactions here because it's heavily weighed for offense for sure. Well, not like heavily weighed, but like I guess you could say it
prioritizes the offensive player more than the defensive player.
Yeah, so in the other ones, right, you could say it was more defensive because of the fact that there was way less interactions that you were in. Like, you could be in like complete neutral, and then a magic 4 hits, and you're to the wall, and then guess for game at that point. You get up wrong, I have jump over tech. Depending on the character, I may have an unblockable setup. You know, depending on this, I may have a ground throw, you know, Marduk, stuff like that. It's like, in this game, at the very least, you have more interactions. So you have more of an opportunity to figure out, at the very least, of like what's going on, gain more muscle. It's hard to do that in something like T7 because of the fact that you are not in too many of those interactions to learn too much in that short amount of time. The one thing that you could say is that you had like death matches to definitely help you out with stuff like that we don't have anymore. So that could be like the upside to that. But if the other person that you're playing against, right, is, let's say like they're like light years ahead of you. I'm talking about 20 years of experience, 15 years of experience.
I feel like I've already heard this argument earlier in the stream, but you said that if somebody has a million experience but they're not grinding the game, that they're gonna get fucked by the guy that has no experience grinding the game because they have experienced the Tekken 8 interactions a million times more, and it's so different.
Yeah, it can be like in T7 and T8 far different, and like in this game, obviously, it's a little bit of a different game because you have a whole new mechanic. The other games didn't have this mechanic. It's a whole new system, another way of playing the game. It's so far different. The one thing that is the same is the fact that, you know, the way your character is designed is the same. Some of the moves, obviously, majority of the moves, if not all, are also the same.
Every character got simpler though. Running offense got insanely more streamlined and simpler, even for a character like Claudio.
Definitely. But like what I'm saying though is like, when it comes to like the pace of the game even, it's different from the other ones as well. So a lot of players are adapting to this new style of play. You know, the pacing, more interactions, you know, gaining more muscle memory with these experiences against certain characters, things of that sort. And then the labbing becomes a little bit more different because in other games, you didn't have to lab as much because you had this knowledge from older games that was helping you out with the current game. In this game, that helps you to a certain extent, to where, okay, I was never in this situation after heat, after, you know, +7, or specifically after, you know, this heat burst or heat dash, or if they did the heat burst right here and then did the spike here and did this in there, and you know what I mean? Like, that's different in this game. You have to lab these situations. You gotta be more familiar. You gotta put in time and play the game here. So it's gonna favor those people who are grinding this game more rather than the old knowledge. The old knowledge can get you to a certain point, but then you have to play the game, understand the game. What is this? What is that? This situation, because it wasn't in any other Tekken.
Yeah, but I also want to say this though, all the traits you consider for someone to be a good Tekken player. So you're telling me that time just outweighs spacing, timing, punishment, fucking like anything that you would consider like a trait for someone to be a good Tekken player. That all of that shit just gets outweighed by just time. Because that's what it seems like in Tekken 8.
No, not at all. So that stuff still applies in this game, right? Like if you're whiffing, and you know I'm doing like, you could say like an old.
But the thing is though, whiffing, like you also know whiffing is like way harder to do in this game because shit like that.
Yo, Mike, send me a message on Discord.
And like the whiff recovery is fucked in this game.
No, you can still whiff punish. No, I'm saying you can still whiff punish. There's nothing wrong with whiff punishing.
You can still whiff punish.
Same thing now.
No, hell no. The whiff recovery is way more fucked in this game, and they did that shit on purpose for sure.
Yeah, it's insane.
1000%.
What the hell wrong with y'all?
What the fuck the hell's wrong? Are you fucking kidding me?
Are you crazy? The whiff punishment.
The whiff punishment is the same as, bro, in Tekken 8. If Tekken 7, if you whiff something, it was like whiffing Steve's fucking his Firefox Fury, where you had so much time, you can make a fucking sandwich and then whiff punish somebody. In this game, hell fucking no.
What move is
in the chat.
What move is easier to whiff punish in Tekken 8 than in Tekken 7? Here we go.
I don't know which is true, to be honest.
Who is this?
What?
That's the beast. That's the beast.
This is the beast.
He wants to join in because he said you guys are being retarded.
I didn't say retarded. I said there's no way y'all are saying some of this. But it is definitely way worse. It is harder to whiff punish in Tekken 8 than it is in Tekken 7. It is possible, of course, but it is definitely harder to do in this game. But my thing, I'm confused, and I gotta make sure that we're all on the same page. So y'all think Tekken 8 is a better product than Tekken 7?
Oh my fucking God!
Season 3.
I do.
If y'all got
I just want to make sure we're on the same page with that. I just want to make sure that's an easy yes. Because I heard earlier I was driving
100%.
and some you said 100%.
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
And earlier, sorry, what'd you say?
I'm trying to see. Are you trying to say Tekken 7 was better?
I didn't say that. I don't think that season 3 is better than season 2. But y'all also said that Tekken 8 has so many players because of the aggression and everybody was hyped about. That is definitely unequivocally false. That is false. Tekken 7 was out for 9 years. People didn't go to Tekken 8 merely because it was aggression and an aggressive. It was a new game. And two, briefly touching on it, because I know y'all addressed some of this. I know y'all said, oh, PDX, some of these people were shilling.
We don't know why Tekken 8 necessarily. Like, we don't know why it did good. You can say it's because of Tekken 7 in the same way that, we could say that Tekken 8 is actually a good product.
It is not a good product.
Why?
Yeah, but you're just assuming that.
No, there's no assumption. I'm going to tell you why. Because anything involving Tekken 8, the issue that a lot of people have, I would say the majority, because obviously people don't agree, but I would say the majority that shows up to a tournament and actually puts time into this game would say their expectations have not been met.
Mike, send me a message
numerous
on Discord,
occasions,
please.
whether it was season 2 or whether it was season 3, right? And they were very much aware of that, and that's why they apologize.
But they liked the game in season 1.
So, okay, yeah, so I knew you were going to bring that up, and I love to bring that up. Once again, it was a new game. We went from a game that we played for 7 to 9 years, if you were in the arcades, to something new. Of course, if you were driving...
You're saying you know why season 1 succeeded. Whenever Shinblade and other people
no.
Okay, go ahead.
It got lucky. It was a product of circumstance.
Yo, Mike,
it was something new.
It got lucky.
People got to go to tournaments in person and check out the beta. It looks way better. New characters. Yes, it was circumstantial. It was a cool new product. And guess what?
So you think they didn't go to those betas and taste dog shit, basically?
I also think
they could have went there and be like, oh my god.
No, but I think an important part about Tekken 8 too is that it is kind of like an MMORPG where at the beginning it's really good, but once you have more than 1 hour of playing the game, the end game content and the middle game content is just pure ass. That's why I think Tekken 8 is when you're learning the game at first, it seems like it has all this depth and shit, and then you realize, oh no, you just spam these 3 moves in neutral, and that's actually how you optimize your character, and that's it. Then it starts becoming boring and shit to play.
No, listen, they say don't judge a book by its cover.
With Claudio, you might see that with a different lens. No offense.
I mean, I understand that. I understand. But there's still a lot of legacy players saying the same shit with harder characters.
Right, and they say don't judge a book by its cover. So guess what? We played T8. Whether some people got into the beta, a lot of characters weren't available in the beta. I had to play fucking Azucena. I'm not getting a correct and as fun gauge of how the game feels and how I want to play the game. Right? Real game came out. It takes time. You don't go look at a car and just buy a car immediately. For anybody who drives, whether they're in this call or in the chat, you go on the test drive and you go, this car for me or it's not. You don't just go buy a house and say, damn, this is what I want. No, you go look at it, you check it out, get an inspection. Same thing with Tekken 8. I don't think FDX is a shill for being optimistic about the game. I think optimism and shilling are mutually exclusive, right? You can do one or the other. And remember, Shinblade, you've been playing this game since the shit dropped in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
In the arcade for
That man
2
said the
years.
90s.
2 years.
That's old as fuck.
Bro, he been playing this shit since longer
Yeah,
than I've
so
been
that's why I
alive.
think, in my opinion, matters over somebody who started in Tekken 7.
Yes, sure. You can say that, but that doesn't mean that theirs isn't valid. You can say yours has a little more weight. Sure, I'll give you that.
It's hard.
You can't say our opinion is invalid.
It's hard. It's not invalid. It's not invalid. It's the fact if you started in 7, you already not playing a Tekken game.
Right.
So
let's start there. Let's start there.
Hold on, just quick question for
You gotta admit,
Shinblade.
Shinblade. Yeah.
Shinblade, so what if you play a game before Tekken 7 very casually? What if you're familiar, but you wasn't competing, you wasn't trying hard, you wasn't in rank? Is that sufficient for you to say you didn't start in T7? Are you talking about people competing and actually trying to like learn the game in Tekken 7? Because I feel like a lot of people can mash some buttons in T3, you know? I'm sorry, one more time?
No, I'm saying Tekken 7 in general was not considered a Tekken game.
Sure, and people will say the same of Tag 2, right? Like, you know,
No. Tag 2 was the highest point of any Tekken game.
Bro,
Tag
Tekken
2
Tag
is the
Tournament
Tekken
2
game.
almost killed the franchise.
I agree with him.
Yes,
It
yes.
was
Hold
the
on.
least sold Tekken ever, bro.
Wait. Now we're getting somewhere. The Tekken game, there was more Tekken than any other Tekken, almost killed the goddamn game. Franchise.
Bro, where Rage was off the fucking chart. Bro, come on now.
Tag 2 was the Tekken game.
Tag 2 is fucking
We love that damn game. We love Tag 2.
So
no one played that
Now look
shit.
at the game, Shinblade.
No one
now look at the game that's the complete opposite of Tag 2.
No
and
one
we're at the
played
same,
that shit.
We're at the same spot.
Stop.
We're at the
Hold on.
same spot.
Wait.
The game that caters to Tekken players is
Stop.
dead,
Stop
and the game that
interrupting,
caters
man.
to complete utter casuals is in the same spot. So what does that tell you?
about?
That there has to be a
I'm
middle
talking
ground. We have to meet at the middle, and that's why Tekken 7 succeeded.
Wait.
Because it was in the middle ground.
Wait. G6, you gave me some grace and let me go first, so I'll pass that back to you. My apologies.
No, you
Yeah, Tekken 7 was a middle ground.
Point based on
Damn.
what Sophie was saying, because she makes a good point when we're talking about why a game has certain numbers or its origination of success. You're saying, oh, it's because it's a new game. It's like the reason why you can't say that is because the same reason why you're saying Tag 2 died, right? And Tag 2 almost killed the franchise, right? Well, Tekken 7 was made after a game essentially that killed a franchise, and it was a new game. So
Right, and everybody was playing it.
Hold on, and anything is better than
Exactly.
So that's why we're saying that you can't gauge the success on that, because what if we were like, hey, the copies don't mean anything, that game doesn't mean anything because anything after Tag 2 was just the newer game, and it was better than the horrible game that came out before that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're saying you can't say that about T8, because we can use that same thing for T7 for its life.
Yeah, and that's fine. Do that. I don't care if you do that. Do that. That statement goes for every Tekken game before that. I'm cool with that. Tekken 7, despite Tag 2's success or lack thereof, had a bunch of players on day one when it came on console. Tekken 8 had a bunch of players day one when it came out, whatever the fuck it came out on, because it was a new game. If I bought you a brand new car, despite whether you went from a V8 to a V6 or a V6 to a V4, you gonna go, damn, this shit got all the bells and whistles. Then you start driving and you go, wait a minute, this shit ain't got the horsepower my last car did. You had criticisms after driving it. And just going back to y'all earlier point, oh, we can't determine what back to the basics means. Sure, all y'all are correct. We can't determine that based upon somebody else's preconceived notions or whatever the case may be. However, it was very, very, very much applied. Since day one, I was in Amsterdam when they showed the first demo of Tekken 8, when you had heat energy, where you had 2 heat energy cost a heat smash, or you can do 2 heat fucking dashes in one combo. Guess what? They go, hey, this is a little too much. They got rid of heat energy, right? And then they go straight to the system we know now. Remember, season 1, you could do 2 heat dashes in a combo. They said, damn, this is too much. They got rid of it. From these very small and incremental moves, it is very easy to determine from what they're implying that too much aggression is too much, right? And guess what? Season 1, I had fun season 1. I'm like, damn, wait a minute, some of this shit is kind of ass. Homing heat burst. Guess what? They got rid of it because that shit was too much. And guess what? By getting rid of all these things, heat energy, heat dashes, homing heat bursts, it made the game a little more defensive. The changes with power crushes made the game a little more defensive. Harada making the apology and saying, hey, we fired that balance team, brought the old balance team back. Sorry for... They issued an apology.
Hey,
you know how hard it is to get an apology from...
Do you like season 1? Just
brought
curious.
the old balance team back. Brought the old Tekken 7 balance team back.
And they fucking shit up too. I want to know
hey,
who the old balance team was.
They gave y'all ass the basic Tekken 7 update.
Nah.
They gave y'all the basic Tekken 7 update. They said these motherfuckers really love Tekken 7. Hold on.
So Sophie,
hey, let's bring the old Tekken update team back then.
No, they were
back to basics
with that. I don't know what they got going on
back
with that.
To
no, like I want. So this is what I'm curious of, because that's a good question or a good statement. Excuse me. So I want to know who this old balance team was, and who was in charge before that balance team. I want to know what games the old balance team worked on. Was they pre-season 1? Was they end of Tekken 7? Was they beginning of Tekken 7? Because we don't have any information to really determine who these people were before and who the new group was and what they worked on.
They don't want you to be able to point fingers and
of course, yeah, no shit.
Like
No shit.
based on
was the Bandai Namco had a website where they showed the new team that took over in season 3. It was I think it was Bandai Namco Malaysia who made all of the DLC for season 3 and 4, and they started to basically balance the game. And when they said that they replaced the development team, I think it was B&E Malaysia who took over after, because Harada got promoted, and that's when Nakatu became head of tech.
Interesting.
And at that same time, B&E Malaysia started making the characters and doing the balancing. And so when they say that they got rid of some mysterious team, it's probably B&E Malaysia that they got rid of, and they brought back people before B&E Malaysia.
We was heading towards the right direction.
Interesting, I didn't know that.
We had a Call of Duty.
Sophie, to answer your question, because you said, did I like season 1? You can like something and think there's things that are better, or you can like something and have criticism. And sometimes shit can be entertaining and still be bad. Kung Fu Hustle, horrible movie in the scope of what makes a good movie, plot, exposition, climax, all that. But that is a hilarious comedy movie that I enjoyed. No, I had fun with season 1. I did not like season 1. I had fun, but I did not like season 1.
Wait, what is the
difference? Did not have. I just explained this to you. You can enjoy something or find something entertaining and not like it. Is that sentiment lost upon you?
Hold on.
Have you?
So I think hold on. I think
this isn't rocket science.
I don't know. I think what you mean to say, and I think this might just be a little bit skewed for a second. I think from a casual perspective, you can enjoy something, but from a competitive perspective, you cannot like something. That's kind of how, like, I was breaking it down with, like, what Spag was saying and what Super Akuma was saying. Is that what you're saying? Like, from a casual perspective, you can find fun in the game and enjoying the game for what it is. But from a competitive perspective, you can see a lot of things that can be fixed that you may have constructive criticism for wanting to adjust.
I think that's pretty close to what I'm saying, yeah. So, like, I can have fun just playing the game, seeing what they added to League, checking out the mechanics and how different the game looks. But from a standpoint of how I have to play my character,
I'm saying
it's not
all of
fun.
that stuff together. Did you like season 1? I'm not talking about.
No, I didn't. No. Is that sufficient? No.
Okay, so then what did you have fun with?
I didn't. That's why I stopped fucking playing the game. I just told you. It was cool to see my character, what he looked like in the new game.
I thought you just said you had fun with season 1, but you don't like it, or you like it
from a
and you
casual
had fun.
perspective,
Like they were
he was
different.
able to enjoy it.
Yes, I have. Once again, Sophie, I'm gonna break this down slow and eloquently for you. I had fun looking at how.
Me. Come
I'm
on.
not patron. No, listen. You keep asking me the same. You keep asking me the same question, so I'm gonna make sure you're hearing me. I enjoyed seeing Lee in a new engine, with new moves, with new frame data. 1, I enjoyed seeing that. That was cool. 2, I enjoyed seeing new characters, Azucena, Victor, Reina, and how they interact with the game. I like
intros.
Right, yeah, the new intros, the shit where they clash in like it's Mortal Kombat. That was cool. that was all cool. That was very cool to see for the game. I didn't enjoy playing the game or how I had to play my character. That is not what I did not enjoy that. But it was cool seeing the new shit and what they added, but that wasn't for me. And can you pull Joe Budden back up? Sorry, I didn't mean to stop there, but does that make sense? That makes sense there.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you know, I think I'm not gonna nitpick basically at definitions because, you know, saying that you like something and you don't have fun, like you like some stuff and you don't like some stuff, so I get it. Let me bring in Joe. I'll actually bring in
It's
I'll
a
bring in
1v1.
Mike ATL as well.
Yeah, so
I might as
it's-
well.
It's a 1v1 type of a game, right? So there's gonna be a competitive, drive with the game. And since it's a 1v1 game, you're playing rank play. He's been playing the game for a long time. You can find issues with something or possibly things that you don't like because you're thinking from your competitive mindset. But from a casual perspective, you can appreciate the game for what it is. Like, hey, I like this design. I like the Tekken Lounge. I like this. I like the way this move looks and things of the sort. But just from the competitive perspective, he just had a different view on that. That's just what he means.
Right, and it's not fun.
Okay, so
for me, it's not
my
fun
thing
to
would
compete
be
either in this.
Yeah. So in my opinion, like I would say a lot of people did like that first part at least. Like, my whole thing is like the numbers with the sales and participation. Like, would you say that at that time, like Tekken 8 was doing better than Tekken 7? Would you say that it provided more value to the majority of people then? Like you're saying that 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 it's because of Tekken 7 or something else. Why can't Tekken 8 be just a good product until whatever happened in season 2? Like, could it be that Tekken 8 was actually like received quite well in season 1 and then it's just a good game?
So good question. So I didn't say it was because of Tekken 7. That was Moonsault Slayer. What I said is because it was a new game. And following G6's logic, you can say that about Tekken 7 coming from Tag 2, Tag 2 coming from Tekken 6. I can say, hey, new game, Tag 2, new game, Tekken 7, new game, Tekken 8. And you got to think how long it took for all those games to come out. Fucking Tekken 7 came out in the arcades in 2015. I was in high school. Now I've been out of college for 6-7 years almost. Those shits are old. They used to play Tekken Tag Tournament in the fucking bathroom damn near of major hotels. Like, this shit was a long time. Evo was a 10th of the size it was today. Like, those are very different times. The scene has gotten bigger. There's more money, not only in the FGC, but the gaming realm, period, right?
It's funny you mention the arcades, the beats, because you know what G6 always says? He says, oh, give Tekken 8 time. We didn't have an arcade era, but it's been 3 years now.
I mean, it's a little
it's
over
been 3 years.
Nah, then Tekken 8 came out on January 26th of 2024. It's been 2 years and a little over 2 months or
They
so.
did
So-
Tekken tournaments or what?
That's what I thought too, yeah.
Yeah, but if that wasn't, everyone didn't have access to that. And then two, some of those still had heat energy, double heat dash. So that wasn't the game that was released to the public. So I don't think we can say it's been 3 years. But I mean, if we want to go there, but that's something
as well, demos. They did a lot that.
Yeah, but once again, the betas, a beta's not a finished product, right? Like, that's not the product that goes out to the public, and not everyone had access to the beta. Because remember, you had to do this to go. I only played that shit whenever I was in Japan or whenever I was in, I think it was Amsterdam, where they showed the game. But Sophie, to your point, sure, maybe some people will think, oh, it was a good product, that's why people wanted to play it. I don't think that was the case. I think it was a new, fresh game. It was something different from 2015. It was the first time everyone got the game at the same time. Graphics looked cool. They did a good job of hyping it up. And everyone is at
was good.
defense.
The marketing was good.
Marketing was great, yeah.
Because of the players. Like, Sage Slam was literally one of the greatest things to happen ever to the Tekken community.
Guess what? They got no support from
ever done. I know, that's the best thing that's ever been done marketing-wise for the game.
And Bamco gave them nothing, and that's why Sage Jam didn't do it again. But you know who shows hella love to Sage Jam for doing that?
Point.
Capcom. This motherfucker's been... Who said that? Go ahead.
I can talk on that right quick, on that shit. I'm wondering why Broad Pro FDX not doing this stuff for, like, how Sage Jam do it for Street Fighter and stuff.
What, that they're not
that's a good question.
Yeah.
No, that's a good question.
Why aren't you just supporting the game you love, regardless?
Right. That's a good question. Because it yearns no reward. They don't get any
risk on
respect
that?
or any they don't get any respect, any praise, any time of day, and no support from Bandai Namco. So why one of my biggest things that I say to my students and people as I walk through life, go where you're wanted. Whether that's a job, whether that's a college, whether that's a relationship,
I believe you
a
sound like a
friendship.
teacher.
Go. I mean, that's a very minute, part-time thing. But go where you're wanted. You know what I'm saying? And Shinblade, if excuse me, if Bandai Namco not gonna show you love for doing all you've done for Tekken, but SNK is, you not gonna tell me you not gonna push a little bit more event support in SNK.
Even Main Man Sweet said that when he plays Dead by Daylight, that the Dead by Daylight devs have given him more shit than the Namco devs ever have done. Like the Dead by Daylight devs constantly give him like in-game credits and shit like that. Yeah, he's
even
on record.
And even some of the top commentators who are now blackballed for the most part, they weren't even in the group that got the first beta keys for the game. They had to, and not, I mean, we can talk on whether, they should get it before everybody else, whatever. But like, if anyone's gonna get it, it's gonna be the people who, hype up the game and got the most support for the game, period, right? But Sajam couldn't even get help from Harada or whomever else. That's a separate conversation, considering Harada's probably been relieved of his duties for over a year, because you don't just go, oh, I quit and disappear the next month. So, I mean, that's a different conversation. I know Moonsault and I already kind of discussed that, but I don't think Tekken 8 was well received because it was a good product, because we don't know what's a good product until we play that. And people like FDX and whomever gave the game X amount of time. Remember, that arcade period is 2 years. 2 years, and then it comes out to console. And it goes from Tekken 7 Fated Rebellion to Tekken 7, or whatever the fuck it was called. Shinblade, you could probably attest to that, or Mike can attest to that a little better than I can. But it's a completely different game. Whether it's Tekken 6 or whatever else, those are completely different games. I was hopeful, hey, 2 years. I had a fucking internal clock that said 2 years, hopefully this shit is way better. I got 150 hours in this game since its debut. I haven't played this shit since prior to fucking season 2, right after they nerfed Heat Burst, because I wasn't enjoying it.
I mean, couldn't it be that some people were like, holy crap, this might be the Tekken, because like I don't have to learn about green backdash, I don't have to go into the practice mode and lab all this shit,
Sure, but that is the most positive, optimistic, naivety outlook possible. Oh yeah, this is the one, G Willikers, I'm finally gonna be successful and beat Arslan Ash. This isn't sunshine and rainbows. Like, that's not how this, there was no, that's, sure, I'm sure there's 10 people in the universe who thought that. But the likelihood of, once again, the majority, over 50%.
I think there's a lot of people that thought the Tekken 8 might be the one they get into, because finally, they lowered the barrier of entry.
Sure, but those are the same people, Sophie, who play for 2 hours a month and then go play Elden Ring, or they go play fucking Deadlocked or fucking For Honor. Sure, those people are out there.
When you got into Tekken, you were not fucking super pro either. You were probably casual.
That has nothing to do.
You played with your friends and you just tried it out for a little bit too.
Yeah, that has nothing.
Everybody did.
You don't need to. Yes, you're equivocating two things that have no fucking relevance. You don't need to be a pro to get into a game. You have to be interested. You just said I wasn't a pro when I started the game. That has nothing to do with anything you just brought up. Your interest in the game.
I'm saying they lowered the barrier of entry, which is a great thing for the game, while trying to maintain the skill ceiling. You know what I'm saying?
That's what you're saying now. What you they didn't do that, but that's also not what you said. You said for some people they thought maybe this was the game for them because KBD was gone and you didn't have to lab as much.
Lowering the barrier of entry, yes.
Yes, that's not.
Yeah,
that's
the command
not
card, all that stuff.
Yes. For sure, but those people aren't the people that are at tournaments. They aren't paying $300 to go to Evo. They're not flying across the world to go to Evo Japan.
Yeah, but they're the people that are playing the game. Most people are not going to tournaments. They're just playing on Steam.
Sure, that's fine. But those people don't care or don't understand balance. They don't know the difference between an oboe and a fucking elbow. Those people don't matter in the scope.
What does it matter if they know about balance or not? They're playing the game.
Because when you're not being abused by your company.
Didn't Harada say that the reason Tekken 7 made so much money was because of tournaments and how that worked as advertisement? So in Tekken 8, when they're upsetting all the tournament players, they're going to lose all that advertisement, right?
Yeah, thank you.
That's a good point. I mean, look at Street Fighter V. They made money for Capcom Cup by selling outfits to casuals. Like, we're not about to act like, sure, tournament players are what, 15% of the population, but they're the ones who, how many copies did Tekken 7 sell? What, like 8 million or some shit? 12 million. A lot of motherfuckers who were in that sales bought Tekken 7 2 or 3 times. I got 3 copies of Tekken 7. I'm sure Joe Budden, Shinblade, G6 ain't in here no more. He probably got busy. I'm sure they got probably 2 copies each. Because you were playing on PlayStation, then you moved on to PC once it was out on Steam and more people was playing on Steam. It had better latency. A lot of those sales are people who are actually tournament players or who want to be better than the average casual. And casuals don't matter in the scope of balance because they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know the difference between a jailing string and a non-jailing string. So if I know you see the tweets and go, what the heck? Why are they putting T8 reports of that? Shit, if I'm being frank, you said they killed your character, Anna, which is not true. She got what she deserved and she didn't get enough. She still need nerfs. I'm
saying they nerfed it. I don't give a fuck whether they, because I'm not a crybaby, I'm gonna play
but you
whatever
said
character I want
you said
because I just think I can.
You said they killed your character. If someone is murdered, that's the end of their life. That's it. They can't come back to life. You didn't say, hey, they nerfed my character. They toned my character down. You said they killed my character.
So you literally think I meant to say that in the sense that my character is deleted from the game?
No,
like,
I'm
you
saying
literally
that.
think that that's what I meant by that.
I'm saying
that they nerfed my character.
But the adjective that you chose is a testament of the casual mindset. Oh my God, my character got a nerf that they needed. They killed my character. Now I got to go play somebody else. Luckily, I can play whoever I want in the game. That is literally what you just said. You said, I'm not a crybaby. I'll go play anybody else.
If you're going to be nitpicky about definitions, if we use kill, then it's literally like I think my character's dead, like gone from the game.
Sure,
so is that what you think that I meant?
You just said you could go play anybody else, right? Did you not just say that?
I can play whoever I want. Yeah, I don't mind that my character is nerfed either.
Right. If your character wasn't that bad, air quotes, you could keep playing Anna, right? If your character got what because across the board, all these motherfuckers need to be nerfed.
You're acting like a fucking dumb. I can play Anna. Yes, I'm not saying I can't play Anna. The fuck are you talking about?
I don't know who you talking to like that, first and foremost. I asked you a very simple, minute question.
No, you're acting like I'm an idiot.
No, you said
you
said your character was dead, and now you can go, luckily I can play whoever I want. That's why casuals, not saying you're a casual, but that logic is why casuals can't have an opinion on balance. Because you said, oh my God, Anna's dead. She got killed because she got one of the most egregious 10-frame counter hit into heat engager in the game. You're lucky that shit was in the game as long as it was. That was one of the most bullshit things in the game. Anna was a little war crime.
I don't give a fuck if they nerf Anna.
Yeah, but now you gotta go play somebody else. Oh my God, I can't play Anna all of a sudden.
No, I don't.
But this isn't, listen, you're focusing way too much on yourself.
I can play whoever I want.
Good. I'm proud of you. Congratulations. You're focusing way too much on you. You asked me, why do casuals and balance matter? And I'm telling you, because someone out there also has that sentiment, except now they think Anna's the worst character in the game for whatever reason. No, all these characters need to be nerfed. All of them, every single one. That's necessary, but people are so focused on.
Listen,
see, this is what I mean.
I think
that who don't need to be nerfed? No. Who don't need to be nerfed?
Hold on. Well, let me talk and explain my philosophy about buffs and nerfs. You know, I think when people get nerfs, in my opinion, like people want buffs that happen to their character. They actually like buffs, but they don't want to say it out loud. It just wants to happen to their character. When Namco, everybody says they want nerfing of everything, but I don't know if that's entirely true. I think when people get their nerfs, they don't feel great about it. And I think what happens is you have all these characters, let's say they're a skill rating of 10 or something, and then if you buff everybody +1, relatively they're still balanced, you know? They're all still balanced whether you nerf
that's a common
them or not and stuff like that.
No, because then everyone's a fucking gorilla.
Why is that not the case?
Because everyone becomes a heavyweight, and we're all supposed to. Everyone. So I'm sure you've seen. Maybe you don't watch boxing, wrestling. Everyone becomes a heavyweight. We're supposed to be in the middleweight class. Everyone is wrestling and fighting and boxing way above their weight class. This is not the weight class we're supposed to be in. That is not balanced.
This is your opinion on game design.
No.
You realize this is like just your opinion on game design, and it absolutely could be a different way.
No.
Why you can't
know
just say
that? Yes, and I'm about to. Yes, I can. Because if what you just said was correct, Harada, Nakatsu, and Michael Murray wouldn't have apologized. They wouldn't have had a season 2 emergency patch. They wouldn't have had that bullshit back to the basic thing. No. Then why did Anna get nerfed if it was to save face? Why did Brian get nerfed if it was to save face, huh? Why did they nerf Heat Burst?
Why did they not nerf them enough in your opinion? And that's, like, why didn't they? Well, like, they didn't change the game enough. They just decided to nerf those characters so everybody would shut the fuck up about the top tiers.
No, they answered your question in plenty of tweets for competitive integrity. Do I think that that's a valid excuse? No, but your reasoning is right there. They told you competitive integrity. Capcom has said the same thing. Over in Street Fighter, they're not very pleased as well. Sure, whatever the bitch's name is, she need more nerfs. Fucking JP, yeah, they all need more nerfs. Punk, plenty of people over there saying, hey, this didn't do enough. This didn't shake up the meta. Competitive integrity. But once again, because competition is where they're spending money, I can't even remember off the top of my head how many hundreds of thousands of dollars Lowhigh just won. That's where they spend the money. So of course they want to please their tournament audience because that's what they're spending marketing on. That's where they're renting venues at. I don't know if you go to tournaments offline, but them shits cost a lot of money. Renting these venues cost a lot of money. And if people don't go to them, this shit is gonna start becoming a net loss for them. And then that's where people's jobs get in jeopardy. That's where they gotta start making cuts. And then that's where there becomes issues with making more games. This isn't a sentiment that I'm alone in. Sure, I'm sure 30 to 40% disagree, and they're of the same sentiment as you. Oh, this is the game for me, aggression, woo. But that's not the majority. Sure, they exist, but over 50% of people don't agree with that. That's why Season 2 got review bomb. I've never left a Steam review in my life till Season 2.
I thought I would never review Tekken like this, and I've been playing since the first game, religiously.
Yeah, like, I'm not alone in this sentiment. Like, that's why we're having this discourse. This is why I was in the whip like, bro, get me in the call. Because this isn't an isolated thing. Moonsault's of similar sentiment. Joe's of similar sentiment. This is a majority thing. I
realize it's the popular opinion.
Well, no, it's also the whole thing about Tekken 8 with me is I realized like a lot of issues from Tekken 7 that weren't fixed carried over to Tekken 8 as well. And I realized there's been a lot of talk with, what's happening with the characters, but the core design, the camera positioning is really, something's really wrong with the camera positioning and the character positioning in tangent with each other. The menus sometimes slow, that there's a lot of things wrong with the core itself too that's being ignored for character design.
I agree, but they did rectify and change a lot of things from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8. However, they made some things worse. For example, low parry got super nerfed in this game, right? Low parry got nerfed, but now you got heat burst, so you can still extend your wall carry, right? Nearly everyone lost their counter hit, magic fours, right? There are less counter hit launchers in this game. Of course, there are still some. They counter hit in the heat engage instead, but there are far less counter hitting magic fours. Low parry got nerfed, but guess what? Now you block generic down 4 and it's launch punishable. So once again, they took 2 steps forward with certain things and 3 steps back. I think they did address some of it, but that's just my whole issue with Tekken 8 is these people aren't stupid. They see the TA reports, they see the discourse, they hear it from the people who push their game harder than everyone. Bro, Nee been playing this game for 70 years. And he got qualms with it. Osan, I know y'all saw his tweets just this week. Like, people got qualms with the game. And guess what? The Koreans and the Japanese players were playing it in the arcades for years before it came to the mainland. What the fuck was I'm off? Before it came to the mainland countries on console. Like, these people have this discourse. Like Sophie just said, this is a popular opinion. It's not a popular opinion because it's cool or because it's fun. No,
I think
it is,
so.
bro. Shinblade, I bought this game and I want to play the game.
I think,
But nigga,
yeah.
Like I'm not trying to shit on the game for no reason. I would have just not bought the product. I want to be able to play the game. I want to hop on Tekken and bust Joe Budden's ass if I got to. You know what I'm saying? But now it's to the point where, it's genuinely not enjoyable. You get what I'm saying? It's like, why play this when I could just go play something else and not be stressed out?
And what's that
not
something
be
else
gambling?
is? Please, hey, please enlighten me what the other game is. I want to know.
I play a lot. I play. See, so you know, I find enjoyment in playing single player games. I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I've been playing Hades. I've been and then too, I'm also cool. I go outside.
You just touch that grass, baby.
I'm outside clapping cheeks. You know what I'm saying? I'm going on dates. I have no qualms with not playing this shit. I told you I got 160 hours. Most of y'all got me at it. You can go check. Like I say, I'm not gonna play this shit. I'm not gonna play this shit.
All right. I'm in agreement with that. You know, I've did that with Tekken Tag 2. I did that with Season 1 of this game. So I'm very much a staunch believer in if you don't like the game, don't play it. And you shouldn't be, you shouldn't come up with excuses why you have to play it if you don't want to play it. I will say,
100%, yeah.
I always look at this game from probably a way different perspective than most anybody I hear talk about it. Look at this game as just, it is completely different in what they want you to focus on. And I don't think I think too many people are focused on trying to play Tekken from a nostalgic standpoint and not for what the game is. And I mean, that's on every level. That's people I talk to who are top players. That's people I talk to who are like not new, but they're Tekken 7 players. And I try to, if I have like students or people on my stream, if y'all come see, I try to explain to people like it's the game is. It doesn't feel like it because of what we've been playing for such a long time or what you may have known Tekken be. But this game is the first time Tekken has ever even kind of came close to balancing the offense and defense. But it's kind of like having privilege. What was that statement they always make? The statement they always make where they say, person who's been privileged, when they're treated like a normal person, it feels like oppression. Tekken is in a situation where if you've played older Tekkens, you kind of know that the skill set was really, it was about, it's a poll I put out the other day, right? And it was basically asking, like, what's more impressive to you? Somebody who uses tactical offense to break down stupendous defense, or somebody who uses stupendous defense to nullify strong offense? Now, or they could be two heads on the same coin, right? Two sides of the same coin. What I'm noticing is that Tekken has predominantly been a game where the defense is so cheap, so strong. Like even, I think, what's his name even made a point about this on the stream last night. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe I was watching the video. I've been watching so many damn videos. But somebody made a point to the fact that like Tekken, you can block by not pressing anything. You can block 2/3 of the attacks by not pressing anything, because it's just built into the structure of the game. You have a neutral guard that's going to block mids and highs. Don't press nothing. Let alone when Tekken 7 came along and it made the backdash safe, where you can't even be hit out the backdash no more. Like there's just a whole bunch of mechanical things that happen in the background on a fundamental system level that made all this defense extra strong all throughout the time Tekken has existed, at least from Tekken 3 forward, right? And a lot of players don't realize, like, the reason something like a Tekken 7 feels so good and something like Tekken 8 feels so restrictive is because in Tekken 7, like, that didn't even have the best movement, but the system was doing so much stuff for you that you probably weren't even recognizing it was doing for you. I know when I tell people about the stuff on cracking the code, like, they don't even know that some of this stuff exists. A lot of people don't know that you could beat most of these stance mix-ups. You can beat them with like one option and force your opponent to use moves that they do not want to use. And it's the same thing over and over again. It's not something very complicated.
About that damn bike.
But I don't think a lot of people think about how strong the defense is in Tekken as a game. You know, when Tekken Tag 2, you had movement that was so strong that the skill became being able to figure out how to hit somebody because it's so easy for them to get away from you. And now what they've done is they said, okay, listen, we've had a game where the skill set was, you as the person playing, you feel incredible because you're moving away from everybody's stuff. You sidestepping and it's sidestepping 90% of the moves. If you're backdashing and it's backdashing 90% of the good moves that they want to hit you with. Now that's going to make me feel great because I'm actually on the other side of the coin of what we're complaining about now, right? Whereas in this game, everybody complains that it's so hard to get away from everything. You got to be so precise. You got to be so exact. Oh, it feels like I'm just guessing all the time. But you really weren't even hardly guessing at all before, except for like, you know, getting behind frame traps and stuff. So privileged in the past that when you get to playing the game where you have to like actually play the game, actually think, actually make correct decisions, feels oppressive. And now whether you like that or not is a different thing, because you know some people might not like that junk. There's a reason I don't play Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
People think this shit is
a fun game. You know, it's a game I think is a great game. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is a great game. I don't play that junk. I don't like that kind of oppressiveness, right? But I understand that it's only able to be like that because of how the system is made. And, you know, Tekken 8, for all its flaws that it has, I think a lot of it, we as the community don't want to say aloud for whatever reason, but it's like we want the game to cater to our weaknesses and not the weaknesses of the other player. I don't think it's a real difference if they make the offense strong enough, stronger, so quote unquote weaker offensive players can now put up a fight. But when you're good at defense in Tekken 8, when you play somebody who's really good at defense in Tekken 8, you start to realize like, damn, this junk ain't as easy as I thought it was. Now, up until you play somebody who's really good at defense, you be like, man, this game is ass. It's steamrolling. I can just do whatever I want to do. But Moonsault can attest to this. He played against not Joe Fury. What's his damn name? Jack player.
Joe Crush.
Joe Crush. Yeah, he played against Joe Crush. Couldn't do nothing against him. Like, he got close. You know, he got close to almost beating him. But think about what you're saying there. I got close to almost beating a person. A game that's supposed to be so scrubby, everything's supposed to be. But when you play somebody who knows how to get out of everything, who actually understands the mix-ups, who actually understands
like every Tekken game might
supposed to be like, yeah, then it becomes like, oh, this junk is not as easy as I thought. But there's just not a whole bunch of people focusing on that. Rightfully so, because it's way easier to be offensive and just try to put your balls to the wall. But that's only gonna work up until you get to that person who understands like, hey, them junks got a whole bunch of holes and gaps in it. You do that junk if you want to, you just gonna get tore up.
Yep.
Right.
And that's
yep.
Oh, go ahead.
I love that you say that, because in a world of perfect, air quotes, balancing, respectfully, Moonsault not supposed to beat Joe Crush. That's what's supposed to happen. So we can't really say, oh, he got close to beating somebody. Like, I mean, I don't know if Moonsault, you know, really trying to be best in NA. I'm not trying to, you know, assume his skill, but Joe Crush should most of the time beat Moonsault, right? You know, this a LCQ winner. Once again, not
Yeah, but
underestimating
people are
or
acting like
downplaying.
that doesn't happen.
Upsets are way more prone and more likely in this game. That is definitely a fact. And I love that Mike brought all that up about, hey, this is how it was in this game, in this game, in this game. It was so defensive in Tag 2. And that's why when they say back to the basics, or sorry for inconvenience with balance, or we brought in the old balance team, it is super easy to feel, hey, they're implying this is going to be more defensive because this is how it used to be. And
they're not applying it.
Otherwise,
they're not applying it.
I know, of course, but you know what I'm saying? There's things, you know, there's hypotheses, right? And you got presumption. This isn't an assumption. This is a presumption based off what they've put in front of us in the past and what they've, oh, we're so sorry. Oh, we hired them and fired them. Presumptuously, this is going to be more defensive. Hey, this game is too aggressive. Once again, get rid of heat energy, get rid of double heat dash combos, get rid of how plus heat burst is on hit and on block, and it's not home anymore. They have made the game a little more defensive. But once again, some of that is 2 steps forward, 5 steps back. For example, they made it so out of stance, you can do rage art, right? That took away a lot of defensive counterplay for playing around stances. So if I go into Hitman as Lee on down 3, you know, minus on hit, and I think that they're gonna mash, I can rage art, right? Zafina going into Scarecrow, Mantis, or I can't think of the other one, Tarantula. Guess what? She can rage art now, and that, yes, it helped offensively, but that made it harder trying to play defensively and going, hey, oh, she or he is in stance. This is what I got to do, right? You know what I'm saying? And the biggest issue with T8 is everything that we valued in previous games. Like, it was okay for a character to have a weakness in Tekken 7. Bob, for a long time, didn't have a certain frame launcher. Zafina didn't have a 15 frame standing launcher.
You're saying that they don't have weaknesses? Like, this is like a rant, essentially.
Can you read literally every single go look at PDX's video on how many times it mentioned blank could do blank and it was able to be outmaneuvered or outplayed.
Like, seriously, are you saying that characters don't have weaknesses?
I don't got no problem
with you. Dumb questions as if I don't know what I'm talking about.
But when it comes to like Tekken stuff, I don't understand why.
They have gotten rid of
I don't got finished. Jones, that one come from.
Coming at me sideways.
It's like being a wrestler for 20 years. And the time John Cena came in during his first little years,
there's no
everyone wanted to listen to him.
But they have
kind of feel like
rid
that.
of a number. No, that's
but he promised to be great.
I can't control how you perceive things.
But I think right now it's
because in that patch notes of season 2, which had over 1,000.
Then he started off playing with like a non-Tekken character, man.
That's fine. Just take it. If you can't take the heat, stay out the kitchen. I'm cool with that. But they have
this is where for law is
1,000+ changes.
I think that's crazy.
Okay, got it.
And the vast majority, when outlining a character, said blank could or could not do blank, so we changed this to allow them to do blank. They have gotten rid of a tremendous amount of weaknesses, or they've made them less of a weakness. You are out of your mind if you don't agree with that.
The characters have weaknesses.
They have less weaknesses or no weaknesses.
They have weaknesses.
I'm not crazy, man.
Very few.
Okay, so you don't believe that they have weaknesses? Whatever, like, do you believe the game is balanced?
No, it is not balanced. That's the whole issue.
Why is it not balanced? Like, how is it not balanced if it's 50% win rate across the board?
Statistics, there's always outliers for statistics.
Like, there's
always outliers
of the characters that are used at top level tournaments. Like, can you explain that?
Why am I getting
I just told you, statistics have outliers. That literally, they're...
Wait, hold on, Mike.
It has been scientific.
They were dancing on your grave. You and G6, Shinblade, Sophie, they were all dancing on your grave. They were like, oh, we got Mike. He didn't read the patch notes, but he's complaining about the game, but we got Mike.
Mike, don't listen to him completely.
The grave, like,
yeah, that's what they were
saying. We did say, hold on, we did say that. But don't, hey, we didn't say it in that type of voice, Mike. He said it, he said like a goddamn villain.
Because they weren't listening to what I said. I pointed out what they were talking about and they glazed over it, but because they didn't use the terminology they wanted, they just kept talking. I went back and watched the stream, so
What
no
was
one
the
got
terminology?
me. They were asking me about what changes were made to combos out of heat, and I was saying to them that I used Jin as an example of his demon farm. His combo, the combo length has been shortened, and I said that's a good thing, but it was glazed over. So I was like, okay, whatever, it's fine.
Okay, so I might have to disagree with Mike. Like, I think that if we go back into it, like, yeah, okay, maybe. You know, I'm not gonna. But I think what he had said was he wasn't aware of any overall system changes. I'd have to go back. I'm not completely confident, so. But
I said that I didn't. I said that on the stream. I'd read the patch notes, but we did the stream a couple of days after, and I can't point to every single thing. So if it's like a gotcha on that, that's fine. It doesn't change the fact that the community is furious at the game. Like, everyone can sit here and say whatever they want. People are fucking pissed at this game, and like, I'm not gonna shit on somebody for liking Tekken 8. That's completely fine. A lot of the time, my videos I'm reflecting the sentiments of the community and my own. So if I don't know that something is now 13 frames instead of 14, that's not a gotcha. No one's winning there.
No, you better stop that. It do matter.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that do kind of matter, Mike. That matters because that's like me saying, don't really matter that it feels oppressive, but they changed it where you can sidestep out the situation. And if you just don't know that one frame change allows you to sidestep out the situation and provide you with a whole new...
That's not what I said, Mike.
I'm just saying in general, if you're saying something... I'm saying if you're saying you don't know something changed one frame, I'm saying in a game like Tekken, that could make a whole lot of difference.
Yeah, I know.
There might be a difference between a defensive option being available and not being available.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with you. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is that if I miss a change, it doesn't change the fact that I don't like the game. Like, I've never said, like, if you lot argue a lot from like a skill issue thing, which I think is a bit of a reductive argument a lot of the time. I'm not arguing that though. I'm arguing that this game is Tekken's supposed to be fun first and foremost. Tekken 8 is not fun to me. And I think a lot of the sentiments that people share about the game is that it doesn't feel good to play. Not that there's not counterplay, not that there's not weaknesses, not that, like, obviously I know Mike is way better at the game than me.
But that's what Beats is saying.
Beats what? Who? What's saying who?
He said there's no weaknesses for some characters.
They've patched a lot of weaknesses out. Right. I can't point to every single one, but they have done that. I mean, it says in the patch notes that we did this, we covered the character here. There was that discourse around Horang's new low that he got from Bayek. Like, that's a thing that's happening in Tekken 8.
Like, literally, this is patch notes. This is the beginning of season 2. Just real quick, I found this for Asuka. Verbatim, in season 1, Asuka had a wide array of defensive options suited for counterplay. However, she lacked sufficient tools to actively apply offensive pressure against offensive opponents. Now, blank, making it easier to catch opponents, moving sideways. A new move, tracking against leftward movement.
Yeah, but she got nerfed overall worse. Like, does anybody disagree that Asuka...
But she's still a heavyweight in the middleweight weight class. It wasn't enough. Same thing with Anna.
She's still a very basic, like, Shoto Ryu-like character. She's still basic as fuck.
Well, let me ask you something. When y'all hear they patch out a character's weaknesses, like, what does that mean to you? Because that means something completely different to me than what it feels like it means to y'all. So when you hear, like, they cover the character's weakness, explain to me what goes through your head.
For Yoshimitsu, are you asking me?
He had whoever wants to take the answer.
For Yoshimitsu, he had bad while standing.
Beats.
And they changed his 14 frame punish to a 13 frame, so he could punish 13 frame lows, and that's like them making his while standing punishment stronger. So that's them patching out his weakness. That's what they did.
Oh, okay, so
here in Tekken 8 they did.
Okay, so if you're saying like they patched out his weakness, what was his weakness? He had a while standing 14 frame launcher. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he
had a while standing only 15.
Didn't have a 13, like a solid 13 frame punish. So you had to do like while standing 4 against a lot of stuff, and people could abuse like 13 frame attacks on him because he didn't have a proper punish. But when they changed his 14 frame to a 13 frame, now he could jack you up and wall splat you. Like if you do a low on him, he could wall splat you with his 13 frame. He couldn't do that while standing for it. So that's a huge buff.
Okay, now would you say that that is a? I mean, I don't know if that's patch and weakness. That's just a buff to a character. I don't know if that's
and buff usually, but buffs usually cover weaknesses. That is
not necessarily
a weakness. Yes,
not necessarily. I'm gonna tell you like a buff that doesn't. Okay, like King got down for 3.
Maybe not.
Well, I'm just saying, like King. Well, I'll give you an example, right? They gave King an extra weakness to something that's already his weakness. It's just like stepping him to his left, right? But they buffed a move that hits that step to discourage you from always stepping him that way. That's not, I mean, the move already did that, but they made it where it's definitely going to stop you from going that way, right?
Right. That's
now,
covering the weakness that he
Some
has.
people will argue that that's
What is wrong
covering
with
his weakness. And I'm saying to you, like, when I hear covering their weakness, whether I agree with the change or not, normally what it means is it allows you to not abuse something that is almost an unfair weakness. Like, okay, a good example is Kazuya. If Kazuya is almost sorry because you can use the same defensive option, all of his moves, and he only got 1 move that'll hit you, or like 2 moves that'll hit you. And if they were to take away them 2 moves and just make it where he didn't have that, you would literally always just use the same option of defense and he would not be a useful character. So they have to do something to patch a hole in weaknesses in order for the characters to be viable. Now, I don't agree when they do something like make a character have raised coverage, like a character having a move that, like what Kazuya used to have, that homing move that was, I think it was a mid homing move that hit both directions and made you have to deal with all of his BS, right? That covered too much, which is why they probably took it out, because they realized like, oh, okay, this went from having a weakness to like having no damn weakness.
Right.
I don't agree when they do that.
Right, and now we're really getting into nuance. So it sounds like you're in unison here, but the difference is scale. You're saying making something, go from maybe a little bit of tangible of use to being completely unusable, or vice versa, right? But those are still the same thing. I'll give you an example. Lee, Hitman, you sidestep right duck, right? You gonna beat the vast majority of his options. Guess what? They gave him 4-2-1 out of Hitman, which tracks that way if you sidestep right duck. They just removed one of his weaknesses. Now the counterplay, and that's not fun for me as the Lee player, because I enjoyed the mind game of trying to see, hey, are they gonna sidestep right duck? Do I delay Hitman 2? Like what do I do from there? Now I just can forward 2-1 all day if I know that that's the counterplay that they're gonna try to actively employ. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal because it's like, 36 damage or something. Maybe they can get wall splat if they're close enough to the wall, but that is still getting rid of a weakness. Zafina in Tekken 7 didn't have a 15 frame standing launcher. If they gave that to her, now I can abuse minus 15 moves, whatever they could be, on Zafina because she's not gonna launch them. Those are unequivocally getting rid of weaknesses. They don't need to be super grand in scale. It's just characters need to have weaknesses. We don't want to be Storm in Marvel vs. Capcom. Characters need to have weaknesses.
I guess.
Yes,
well, I don't think.
Yes, exactly.
I don't
so
think
real quick. So Tekken 7, or maybe even Tag 2 and Tekken 6. Y'all can talk a little bit more to that. Previously, in my experience, there was like an archetype you wanted to play. RTSD, for those who know, more defensive-based characters and counter-hit characters. If you were playing against somebody who wouldn't stop fucking mashing, you could play Law, you could play Steve, you could play Lee, right? And you would counter-hit their ass all day. If you wanted to play RTSD and you wanted to run in with Fang and down back 3 and down forward 1 and 1-2 all day, that was something you can do. Wall carry, if you wanted someone that specialized in wall carry, you had Nina, you had Drag, you had Lee. And those weren't easy with butterfly loops, with back 1 loops. Then they changed Lars up to made his wall carry easier. But now in Tekken 8, everybody can counter hit to a degree. Everybody can rush that shit down, Asuka included. Everyone has wall carry. Why Bears got wall carry? And that's the thing.
You're talking about butterfly loops that supposedly real
I
life.
don't think all the supposedly are the same.
Supposedly Realize said that the reason why Shinblade likes Tekken 8 is because since they made Nina easier, he could finally use her because his Nina was ass cheeks intact.
No, that's actually my excuse too. Like I like that I can actually play Nina. No bullshit. That's cool, but I hate that they robbed some of because I'm an old player, so I hate that they changed the running 3. That's just a nostalgia thing. I miss that being the running
real quick. Hold on, real quick.
Leg launch.
I got you. Yo, but he said Shinblade?
Yeah, he said
Shinblade.
I sent the Evo champion home with Nina and Steve.
You did the what and what?
I sent the Evo champion home with Nina and Steve.
Send Evo champion home and
I made him catch a early plane flight.
Damn. Who's the Evo champion in tag 2?
Is that true?
Yeah.
Evo champ,
double
I need you to vouch.
I beat him at MLG. I beat Joy Perry with Nina at a fucking one damn tournament. What are we talking about? I'm playing with Nina for Tekken 6.
As far as what you was asking me, is
that true?
I think that I don't think you're incorrect about like the changes that have happened to the game that homogenize the game. Right. But I think that people don't think about what made it easy for them. They only think about what makes it easy for the next people. Like me, when I came in, I hated the idea. I still don't like the idea of a combo.
It don't matter if I need it with gimmicky. I beat people with it.
You cut out for a second.
Like a bound, like tail spin, like tail flip. Like I come from when you want
Tekken 3 shit.
You can manage, like the hits you can manage to do, and then you end your combo. And that's it. Right. If it don't take them to the wall, because that also served a purpose where a lot of people didn't have a whole bunch of wall carry. People did have to choose if you're gonna go for combo damage or wall carry. Right? It was a natural aspect of the game, right? But I also understand that the I remember if you play Tekken 5, you try to go do regular combos. Them shit's as hard as hell.
Yeah, what the fuck you talking about? Like,
you want more people to play the game. You can't make the game be extremely hard to do regular.
I barely played Nina and Tekken 8. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
They should make it. Is there a line?
I took people's heads off in the other Tekken.
There is a limit to it. Like, it should not be a point where you can't mess
You
up.
look at on play Nina in this game.
Like, to give you an example,
I made
like
Gino cry with this
the reason a
girl
lot of people was having an issue with that junk is because you can't mess up the auto combo. The junk do everything.
What the hell real I talking about?
Draw straight into you. It do the supers. Do whatever you want it to do. It never mess up. It auto correct. It turn around. Like if Tekken get to the point like that, it's like, yeah, this is way too easy. Like I'm doing the Noctis and I ain't missing no matter what I do. You know, like 2-2-2-2-2. Like that jump was ridiculous thing.
But it's damn near getting there, bro. They changed the shit.
No, he doesn't.
Hold on.
Did you not see what he? Well, you probably don't know. Yoshimitsu's down to 2. It fully turns around the other way. You don't have.
Oh yeah, down to 2. Yeah. I get what you're saying, but that also is not going to be. That's not going to be your. Oh well, maybe I should also bring in like with Marvel Tokan. That jump was also taking a whole bunch of damage and you're not doing no effort. Like you can do easy ass combos, but they know
damage needs to be afforded. Yeah.
They're not going to be taking nothing. Now, I do agree that you can push the envelope too far. I don't think that this Tekken is at a point where it pushed the envelope too far because most of the stuff that I hear people complain about, like it already existed in the game that they think is better. It's just what I talked about earlier about how they switch where the skill set is most important. That's the biggest change to me.
Mike, you don't think they lowered the skill ceiling? They just changed what? They just changed it. No.
I'm saying they definitely lowered certain things like running moves, like easing buffering and stuff like that. Like they've done things that are mechanically easier. But I do believe that the reason they did that is because they wanted to change the focus of where your skill is. Like before, like look, I'll put it the same way. If Jinx took and made running moves just as easy, put them in Tekken 7, you would have the same kind of issues you're having now. Just a lot of people weren't doing instant running moves, so you never really stuck behind a whole bunch of frame disadvantage unless you playing Dragunov, right? Everybody understands how Dragunov plays. Like he jab and then he do a running 2, or he do down 2 if you try to sidestep him, and he do 1-2-1 if you try to press on him. Like you just got the game now has made it easier for other people to do that. But you could have been doing that with a whole bunch of other characters. Just nobody really wasn't doing it because for whatever reason, people just didn't want to practice that. But with doing something like that, you now put a focus on making better defensive decisions, because in the past, when it was too hard for people to do these running moves or these high frame vanish moves that would reach you, you never really had to worry about being stuck behind frame advantage. So I just back up and then you either run into my counter hits, which is me just smashing a button that's gonna give me a high damage combo. You're gonna do an attack and lose your turn because you didn't hit me. And I'm gonna mix you up. And then if you do hit me, it's probably gonna be a low that makes you lose your turn, which means I'm gonna take your turn over. That's traditionally what you've been seeing in a lot of Tekkens. All they did with this is say, okay, listen, we want you to actually make more decisions that mean something on defense. Because before, you will hear people will be like, hey, folks was complaining they couldn't hit nobody. But that's because it was just way too easy to not be hit. Now, if that's what we've always been used to seeing, obviously I understand where people are coming from when they say, hey man, this junk is too newbie, it's too for people to mix you up, it's too oppressive. I get it, because you've been playing a game where it really was just too easy to avoid everything. But you'll never look at it that way because that's the game you've been playing. Like nobody ever goes back and look at it and say, hey man, you know, this junk actually was too easy to defeat. Like when I was really good in Tekken 5, I went and played Tekken 5 DR not too long ago. And I was like, damn, these strings are not even mix-up. Like this junk is not even, no wonder I could just literally stand in place and beat people. DJ Core quit because I stood in place and he tried to do down forward 3 with them Ganryu and I low parried it. And if he tried to do any other mids, I just stood there and blocked. Because the game was not, really wasn't designed to be competitive. It was designed to be fun and it had competitive players. So then it just was like, okay, well, we don't want the game to be.
So do you think that's what Tekken 8 is?
Yes,
yeah, it's designed to be fun.
Tekken 8 is designed to attract new players to be easier to play. And by making it easier to play, it draws a different level of skill needed to be good at the game.
No. Is Tekken 8 designed to be fun and not for competitive play? Answer that. Because you're trying to find a way to answer, like, not answer.
No, I think it is designed to have competitive play. That's why you get patches that are trying to cover weakness. Because at competitive levels, like when people complain about Law, until I guess this new patch, when people complain about Law, I always told them like, well, when I play Law, he don't seem like he that bad because he ain't got a whole bunch of coverage. He gonna have to either do this nunchuck, which is unsafe.
Law needed the new buffs. Law needed them.
I'm not saying he needed them. I understand why them giving it to him is because they want it to be competitive. That is why they want that to be.
Buffs to be competitive.
Look, you don't need buffs. Like I understand that you could also just change your timing and fix that problem. But if they
let me ask you something after you're done.
Yeah, you know,
also too, you kind of said, you basically said Tekken 5 is more competitive viable than Tekken 8. Correct?
No, I'm saying Tekken 5 is less competitively viable.
Yeah. Tekken 5 DR, right? Like not even the original Tekken 5 DR.
Yeah, DR is less competitively viable.
Than Tekken.
That is not my favorite game, but design-wise, Like they just didn't think about as much stuff. Like a lot of strings weren't mix-ups. So you know how you can like Fuzzy Duck, Yoshimitsu back 2-2 and back 2-1? Like almost all the strings were like that. So you really couldn't even hardly
be mix-ups though, you know? Like,
but one thing is, say you couldn't even mix folks up at all. And then on top of that, I could sidestep everything. There was no homing moves. So you literally could only, you either had to run all, when I say run all the way up or do down 4 in a game that if I low parry, I get a full combo, not a float, I get to hop kick you. Like that ain't competitively viable, especially
didn't
in
we
a
have to nerf the
situation where
sidestep? Like we were talking about that earlier.
you have to also think about back then, you didn't have access to information that you have now. If you had all the access of information back then that you have now, who knows what people would have been discovering back then that would have broke the hell out of the game. Right? That's what I'm saying.
Addressing these comments at all?
I am. He's asking me, do I think that T5 is more or less viably competitive? I think T5
Talking
is
about
less.
these comments with the dish and shit.
Yeah, the way he was talking about Tekken 8. Did you guys talk about it already?
No. No one's.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, y'all talking about something else. Okay.
I'll shorten that. Well, real quick, my question for you before I forget.
Go ahead.
So what do you think of the sentiment of nerfs across the board or buffs across the board? I know this is common FGC discourse. I know this ain't your first rodeo. I'm of the sentiment of, hey, tone everybody down. Let's be in the weight class. Sophie thinks, hey, buff everybody up. You know, so we're all on level ground.
I did not say buff everybody up necessarily.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, yeah, go ahead. But I'm just saying that buffs are, they give positive feelings, you know. And then I know, like nerfs basically, like I don't know if you've ever seen that Core A gaming video where it's like if you buff a lot of people, as long as they remain like balanced, then I think that it's still okay. That's my philosophy.
But that's for a balanced game. If the game is already balanced and you're buffing, then sure, you might either make it stay balanced because you buff everyone proportionately, or you buff someone too much and now the balance is skewed in a certain direction. But that's for a balanced game. If the game isn't balanced to begin with, like Tekken 8, and you buff more, then you're making it more unbalanced. You are getting rid of more weaknesses. Whereas nerfs, because you gotta think of it as a bar, right? Balance is in the direct middle.
You're just assuming it's not balanced, like.
No, it is. There's no way you go. Tekken 8 is a overall balanced game. They have constantly gotten rid of weaknesses.
I believe
we both
it
can
is.
read the patch notes. I mean, you also don't.
And Shinblade also believes it's pretty balanced too. Okay,
Shinblade
sure, but
is
Shinblade
trolling.
does, right?
Shinblade is trolling.
Like plenty of players like might disagree with you.
Shinblade,
Like Shinblade, do you think the Tekken 8 is balanced?
Would you say
he
this
doesn't
is
fucking believe me, he might believe you.
Do you think genuinely that overall, looking at the entire cast, game mechanics, that this game is balanced, overtuned, or undertuned?
Not using the wrong word for it. I think this is definitely the most balanced Tekken we ever played.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah, it's the most balanced.
I think balance is a problem with Tekken 8. I don't think that is a problem with Tekken 8.
Yeah,
bro.
Sophie, see, you look at that as some kind of gotcha moment. Being the most balanced doesn't mean it's balanced.
Listen.
If Tekken 7 came
No
out,
fighting game is balanced.
Thank you. No fighting game is balanced.
It doesn't make it a game if it's balanced.
Yeah, no
These
fighting
balance
game
to
is
be
balanced.
you want to fucking blow your brains out when you play them. That's great balance right there. Great video game.
If Tekken 7 came out and it was
Wait,
60% balance, listen, if Tekken 7 came out and it was 60% balance, Tekken 5 was 50% balance, and Tekken 8 is 66% balance, according to Shinblade's logic, that's the most balanced, but it's still not overall balanced.
Season 2 is the most balanced version of the game.
It is up
Was
to
at the worst.
45% to 55% win rate across the board. And it's
Okay,
top level
but
players have it
you
up
keep
to
acting like balance is a good thing. You
73%.
keep acting like balance is a good thing, but how it's balanced is what matters. Season 2
Right.
was the most balanced version of the game because every character got juiced the fuck up with the most broken, retarded shit of all time. That doesn't make it that doesn't mean it's good though.
Okay, what is it
why do you keep on
Mine is that
saying?
it gets closer, like everybody has equal amounts of opportunity to win. That's my definition of balance.
You're equivocating two different things. Like if we literally got into tuning things and lifting and like if you really want to talk balance and you stood up and you balance and you got on one foot and you're tilting towards the left and you're about to fall, guess what you do? You lean right to balance it out. That's literally balance. Not this, if Newton takes E equals MC squared and Shinblade has this. No, that's not statistics. Statistics.
I'm not talking about that.
Regardless,
I'm talking about like when people talk about balance in general in fighting games, they're talking about they're talking about whether character A has the same opportunity to win as character B.
No, they're not. Because because once again you have to factor in a few things. How often is this character played versus that character, right? So you can't statistics, you can't use too much statistics. Statistics aren't a definitive gauge.
All right, what is balance?
I just gave you an analogy of what balance is, and you don't want to take that. You thought Shinblade saying Tekken 8 was the most balanced was some kind of gotcha, but if you're at 68% in comparison to 60, you're still fucking failing.
Yeah, you gave me the balancing on a ball. Like you gave me the balancing ball definition, and I want you to apply that to fighting gear.
That's like
what is balance in Tekken 2?
My thing is,
it's like if every character could kill with a jab.
What's y'all problem, man?
It would be balanced. Everyone could kill with the same jab.
That's what I want to know.
Rock, paper, scissors. So technically, it's balanced because we're all doing the same shit.
Right. Yeah. We all have. Yeah.
No.
Rock, paper,
No.
scissors.
No.
There's three options.
There's not it.
With this
33, 33, 34.
With the same pieces, broken ass pieces. Everyone has a queen. Everyone has 5 million queens now.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Well, to answer your question, I think that the game.
That's a game design thing.
Could.
Like whether you think 5 million queens or not. Go ahead. Yeah.
I can say that. I think I made this quote to. This super chat to Moonsault a while back. We almost always assume that equally nerfing every character is going to equate to the same game, just balance lower. But sometimes the thing that makes a character overpowered, the only thing that makes the character viable. Like, let's say if you looked at a Kuma in Street Fighter, right?
Yeah. Damn.
He's crazy. Some of his vortexes are outrageous. They're kind of slick, gimmicky, right? But if you were to be like, okay, look, we're gonna make this jump more balanced. We're gonna tone this jump down, and you make his mix-ups weaker, you almost make him not a viable character because he also don't got no damn health.
Right.
Now you could say, well, we're gonna balance stuff down and buff other things.
Right.
Well, that's kind of what they do. And when they do that, people jump out the window and say, why did you buff this? Like, we just want nerfs. And I think that in some situations, people are correct. Maybe you don't need to buff this character whatsoever. They have enough. And once again, I say King is a great example of this because they nerfed something that people were complaining about. They still left it his identity, still has the down forward to usage, but they made the down forward to not track as much because a lot of people are getting tracked in situations where they shouldn't be getting tracked. They should be able to step it. And then they buff something that is not overly powerful, but it is a buff. So I think when you balance characters in that regard, like, okay, yeah, we need to maybe something that's a little too useful, a little too strong. Let's take that back a little bit. So it doesn't have to be so abusable so the character can use other things. And we may buff something in the compensation. But what I see a lot of the times is when they do things like that, people complain about the compensation buffs because they're imagining that if you just nerf this character, the character will be fixed. They're not thinking about when you nerf things about characters, that it creates gaps in the game of that character. Not intended gaps.
So you gotta
like there are some gaps that are intended. Like Kazuya is intended to be weak to his right hand side. To sidestep left, he's intended to be weak that way. That's why he has very little tools that cover that option, or risky tools that cover that option, right? But if you start doing stuff like taking away, like you start making, I don't know, fucking down forward 2 launch punishable because it's a counter hit 14 frame move. It's like, well, then
are we still talking about balance? Because honestly, fuck the balance. What about Ulsan and fucking Knee both like saying the craziest shit of all time and basically trashing how a competitive game that's more competitive than fucking Tekken 5, according to you, that they're sitting here saying that Knee is saying that this is basically like a fucking dish where they're putting like mushrooms and peanuts and fucking stuff out of trash. And fixes
talk about the comedy of the game.
Is too fucking gone, and then Ulsan, the guy that won $5 million fucking dollars, $1,000 million fucking dollars, talking about how it doesn't feel good to win this game. And I don't wish that the game was like Tekken 7. I just wish the game was actually fun to fucking beat good players in. How about that?
What made him say that, though?
Okay, for somebody like me is a defensive player. Of course he wants it to be.
Ulsan, you don't fucking say that when Ulsan, you know how fucking aggressive he played in Tekken 7.
But also, that's been the Tekken formula for who knows how long. That's what got me into Tekken fucking in 1960. Maybe that's not what got Shinblade into Tekken in 1970, but like people knew this was a defensive game back then. And so if you wanted to play Tekken, your ass was gonna play defense. And if you didn't want to play defense, you was gonna get toe up. And that's why when you come to Tekken 8, all of a sudden back to basics, get rid of weakness, get rid of weakness. We cover this thing to the left side. Here's a counter hit launcher. The most it's to the point right now.
I don't know. People still get blown up by bad defense though.
Of course, that's gonna happen. Some people don't lab. You know, if you go look at averages,
a lot of people don't lab.
Right. If you go look at statistics, the average player, because you said these people are just as significant and they are, the average player don't lab. Isn't the average rank literally like green rank or orange rank? Excuse me. Like the average rank don't lab. They don't know the difference between a launch punishable move and a safe move. Like once again, these with the ability to have hashtag T8 report. Have the ability to complain. Oh my God, I got hit by that Huarang. Go into the flappy kicks, and now I'm pissed off because I'm not. It's like that shit is not the same.
That's the fucking problem.
I'm thinking that y'all are conflating 2 different things because there's the difference between a game being well designed and you liking a game. Those are 2 different things. Like you might not like the game.
100%. Yeah, and I'm cool with that.
They don't like the game.
Everybody that's good doesn't like the game, so that means somehow that the game is still somehow well designed, even though they understand Tekken to the fucking core more than anybody else.
Right.
But they are unison. The game is not fucking good.
They are also not losing. They're also not losing to like orange rank players. Like that's where I think the disingenuous nature of the conversation.
Ulsan lost to Joe Budden.
Ulsan lost to Joe Budden. Ulsan lost in the tournament too.
What does that mean?
Ulsan Joe Budden in the tournament, by the way.
Once again,
what does that mean?
What does that mean? Do you not know me as a Tekken player? Have I ever gone top 8 at a fucking major? No.
What does that listen, I've seen Anakin lose to somebody.
Randoms in this game. He almost lost to me every time.
I've seen Anakin lose to somebody in Tekken 7 are local. Like, and you don't know. This is what I'm saying.
Almost lost to me.
Wait, why are you guys arguing whether or not this game allows for lower skilled level players?
Yeah.
Well, it's just he's trying to somehow find a way to like move around the fucking point of what Nee and Ulsan said by saying
who cares what the fuck they said though? They're not no damn pioneers, man.
The developers said that this game allows for lower level players to be high ranking players. The developers, that's what
nobody is discrediting that.
Y'all are giving the point that y'all are the echo chamber. Who gives a fuck what Nee or Ulsan said? What does that fucking mean?
Good question.
What does that fucking mean? I don't understand. Like, you guys are. What does that mean?
Good question. No, yeah, I'm gonna tell you what it means.
But you're sitting here crying about Arslan.
No, what does that mean?
What does
that mean?
One of those like game show games. You're sitting here crying about him taking a picture on a rock and playing that game.
Yo, that was Joker. You talking about Joker?
Or Joker, yeah. And Joker and Arslan too, when he went to play Wipeout or one of those game show games instead of playing Tekken.
Obstacle
Oh, you
course.
thought it,
The obstacle course.
no, I'm saying like Knee and Ulsan trying to fit in.
Fit in?
Talking about from Tekken 7. He said, not like Tekken 7. What do he mean by, I don't want to, not like Tekken 7? The game before that was Tag 2. So what the fuck is he saying?
He's saying that when you beat a top player in Tekken 7, it feels way fucking better than in Tekken 8 because this shit just feels lucky. He even said lucky twice. He said it feels like when I won, it's luck. That's what he feels like. Even
I don't know why.
But he did say he did say not like Tekken 7, right?
Well, he said the thing I miss the most about Tekken or the thing that I wanted to change the most about Tekken 8 and comparing to Tekken 7 is not the gameplay, is just the feeling of beating a top player in Tekken 7 like Arslan and Knee. That's what he was comparing. That's what he was saying is the word or like the biggest difference between 7 and 8 that he wishes was not.
How is that quantifiable though? How could you quantify that?
Well, you could just put the. I mean, you can't quantify it, but you could just like put the pieces together. That obviously that basically means that the competitive integrity of this game is for sure fucking worse than Tekken 7 because it doesn't feel as rewarding to win. It doesn't feel like you earned the win against a higher level player.
Okay, I can tell you why. I can tell you probably why that is like that based off of what I told you earlier. Like they changed the focus of what your skill needs to be on. When the skill was the game automatically has strong defense. So when I beat Knee, it's got all of the
because you beat Knee by playing offense more than playing defense more, is what you're saying. That is why he thinks that there's more luck involved.
He thinks there's more luck involved because defense has to be more exact as opposed to in the past where my offense had to be more exact.
But that's not true. That's not true though.
It is true because the system of the game, is different when it comes to offense. When it comes to offense versus the defense.
You've seen how much easier it is to run offense in Tekken 8 compared to how harder it was to run defense in Tekken 7. Defense wasn't insanely hard, but compared to Tekken 8's offense, that should be fucking easier to run.
I disagree because once you get to the higher levels of defense, you realize how much the game is doing for you. Like a lot of mix-ups that you're eating, you don't even have to. Even in Tekken 7, it started in Tekken 7, where there's a lot of mix-ups
for you in Tekken 8.
No, it's still the defense is still strong in Tekken 8 as well.
You know what I think the biggest thing is too is
it's not strong in Tekken 8.
The offense.
Situations when perspective. That's why I think defense is so strong in this game because you can just sit on fucking muscle armor and forward to the entire fucking match.
No, I play all characters the same. I play all characters the same.
I know I already said this shit to you, but you're not experiencing what most of us are feeling playing the game.
I play the game the same way with all characters.
That's not, in theory, that should be true, but in practical quantification, it is not true because of things like chip damage. You can lose your whole fucking bar to chip damage, and you are not rewarded for playing defense. There should be no video game.
Why do y'all think defense is only blocking something? That's kind of the defense is making the correct decision. Not blocking.
Blocking is 100% defense. Blocking
is
sure.
Saying it's not the only option.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but you should not be punished for blocking. You know, it's like that. That's not how. If you are blocking everything properly, you should not be punished for that. In this game, you are punished for blocking. You are punished for trying to move around.
Blocking the wrong thing.
No, you're punished for blocking incorrectly.
You're punished for blocking the wrong thing.
No, bro, you are punished for blocking, period. You are punished more. No. You're punished more for block. Dude, stop that. Anna has a fucking bazooka where she shoots you with a purple thing and you take more chip damage. Yes, you are. You are punished more.
You don't get punished just for blocking.
This is where my theory on the game is way different than everybody else's. Like if I had to block, let's say if it's Brian Fury, right? This is pretty simple. If I stood there long enough to let Brian do back one, get frame advantage, make me eat a mix up, I did not choose the correct, proper defensive technique. The proper technique for that was either to interrupt with an attack or armor or sidestep out the way. Those were the.
You said exactly like you got every answer. Sure, though you can say that, but you shouldn't be punished for doing nothing and thinking. That's the issue with this game. Mike, you said it earlier. You mentioned oppressive.
There's always been like that in Tekken Talk.
This
if
is
you make the right
aggressive
decision,
game.
what I'm saying is you get rewarded. I'm not.
Dude, that's
you know,
Michael Murray
you're
saying,
saying
hey,
someone
why would
blocks. Yeah. Go ahead.
Michael Murray
Go
said,
ahead.
why sidestep when you can block and launch? That's that same exact logic. Hey,
That's
they
not the
did
same
something.
logic.
I know.
No,
that's
it's
why I
not.
said it. No, yes,
That's
it
not the
definitely
same
is. No, that is definitely the same
because
logic.
the defensive technique is to sidestep. It's not simply to duck. That's taking away I gave you several options you could have did to stop him from doing back one. If you stand there,
What about homing moves in the stance? Moves in the stance.
Tekken 5 ain't have homing. This game has
a homing move into
and now,
okay, I done went through this before with people. See, I do this on my stream, so this is why I have a different perspective than what y'all do.
I know you.
There's not many. There's not
muscle armor. You have fucking muscle armor.
You are looking at it for King. I'm talking about Tekken.
He doesn't even need muscle armor.
But King's the #1 offender, though.
I'm not talking about playing with King. I'm talking about something you do with every character. You can do with any character.
But he is
people do all the time.
Right, I agree.
Don't matter.
I know your track record, but once again, he's the #1 offender of this. He's the #1 offender on why that shit is bad. Oh, I don't gotta block. Actually, I can just muscle armor out of everything into fucking whatever heat engager. Now I can go.
I'm not gonna argue about like King's strengths and weaknesses because I know that there are things you're saying that I could tell you. You could jab King and throw him, and he can't do nothing. But trying to use muscle armor, like you could cheat him out of using muscle armor.
Sure,
but I'm not trying to go down that. I'm not trying to go down that path because what I'm talking about is just the fundamental aspects of why people say the defense is not strong or like something like blocking and getting chipped. You did the wrong defensive technique. It's just like me saying, did I do the right thing if I stood there and let Kazuya do 10 electrics in front of me and I just blocked all of them? Did I do the right thing? No.
Yes, you're sitting and thinking about it. You're thinking, hey, what is he gonna do next? Do I duck the next one? What's the counterplay?
Okay, if I block it one time,
the wrong decision.
if I block it one time,
no, it's not. That's the point. It shouldn't be the wrong option.
Hold on, this is what I'm saying to you. If I block it one time,
shouldn't there be an answer for somebody that
he's at plus range, right? Now, if he does it again, I can have an opportunity to duck it or step it. But maybe I can just duck it, depending on the range, right? But okay, if the answer to it is duck, then the answer is not block, because blocking it again puts me back in the same stupid situation. So just blocking is not always the correct defensive answer. The same thing is applied.
It is an answer. It is an answer that is foolproof. It is a foolproof answer. Your statement is yes, it is. If I'm blocking, yes. What do you mean it shouldn't be? Chip damage just because you want to mash and get chip damage all day. No, this is how Tekken has been since before we were both alive. This has nothing to do with my ideas. No,
there should be an answer to blocking. Like if someone stand guards.
No, just because you want to be turbo all day doesn't mean it's the right answer, and that's why
I don't want to be turbo all day. What I'm saying is there's counterplay to every single one of your options. You're saying that Tekken counters
every
you.
Option. No, every option. No,
You're saying that Tekken punishes you for
Tekken 8 punishes you for doing nothing and using your brain. Yes, it does. You should be able to sit there and think. So Mike, to answer your question, okay, sure, don't fucking go -5, -5, and a -5. I go, okay, I blocked this first electric. I'm gonna duck. I just got hit by down 4 or 2. Now I'm still minus, and the game continues. Tekken is an organic machine that you continue playing. Of course, someone does a power crush. Technically, on paper, you can do a low and it'll beat it out. Technically, you can grab them, but this shit has so much mental stack, fidelity, graphic effects that it's not as simple as, oh, let's try to move. You got strings
realigning. You're saying that you should not be punished for blocking.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. There's no realm where in a
Am I
game
hearing
like
this right?
Tekken. Yes, you should not be punished for blocking like Tekken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, tag 1, and tag 2.
In Tekken
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you got punished for blocking in the set. I don't know if we're talking
you
about
did.
You did not take
definition of
chip
blocking.
damage. No, you did not take
You didn't take chip damage, but you would die for being inactive.
Sure, but you didn't take chip damage. And so when Ulsan and Nee say it's not rewarding to win and beat somebody sometimes, because y'all have seen it. Their bar will be 70% chip.
Like, understand, like, did we even get to the point where you guys find a way to like basically say what they said means nothing? Because I still haven't heard that.
Yo, I know you. I know, like, Joe Boy, you young, but this shit.
You're arguing about somebody's preference in a game, which I tell y'all constantly, I'm not going to argue about.
Does not play like me though. Ulsan plays very aggressively. Did you not watch how he played in 7?
What I'm saying, his preference in the game is that he likes it where you have all the defensive advantages and I beat your defense.
I actually disagree because his preference in the game is exactly how Tekken 8 is designed because he's won EWC
I'm not saying how he plays it. What I'm saying is his complaint leads to this. The logical conclusion of his complaint is I don't like this version of winning because I liked it better and you had all of the defensive prowess and strength on your side, and I still managed to beat you out. In this game, it equals the playing field to a point where.
Wait, you think it's equal offense and defense?
Yes, because you.
Hold
on. When you do the correct defensive techniques, not just defensive techniques, kill people in this game, and a lot of the time. And a lot of the times don't have to think nearly as hard as you think you have to think. Like there are situations where people go into the stance, the only mix-up is their slowest attack and another slow attack. That's the only real mix.
Give me a second. I got a perfect, Mike ATL, I got a perfect clip for you to watch. Where's the light scrap clip? Where's the light scrap clip?
Mike, you're saying, like once again, in theory, every action has a equal and opposite reaction, right? You do this and I can do this as counterplay. But you can't do that in this game where there's string realignment, where you got hella homing moves and things of the like. Like it is not equal offense and defense.
I hear people say that, and then I play
You
people.
know that's not true. That's literally not true. There's not always a way out. Because if there was, we wouldn't see these top players have all this chip damage. And Mulgo did all that all season to eat a bunch of chip damage and lose from one fucking grab.
Listen, if it was purely a casino game, they wouldn't be winning consistently. Like you wouldn't have pro players.
That is not true.
Like
No. They enter the most. They play the most.
It's absolutely true.
No, that's not. Once again, you keep trying to use average and statistics. There are outliers to statistics. This has been proven in math and in science. There are outliers.
I'm talking about averages. What are you talking about?
Yes, average. You said the best people win consistently.
You know,
you said the best people win consistently.
Volatility.
Right? Yes, there is.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, there's
on
definitely
average,
volatility.
Yes.
There is definitely volatility.
Arslan Ash will usually beat, a blue rank. Like that's how it is because it's not just gambling.
Dude, we're not talking like why are you talking about a blue rank? Who gives a fuck about Arslan fighting a blue rank? Duh, he should. We're talking about him playing EXO, him playing Dapper. Somebody whose first game is Tekken 8. They ain't never played no game before this in a competitive manner, and now they're either on the brink of losing or straight up losing. Look at Dapper. I don't remember what tournament it was, but he beat hella European players.
Yeah,
been playing this game.
Okay, how much do you think is how much of your victory is based on skill versus luck in Tekken 8? Give me percentages.
It doesn't matter because I'm not a mathematician and don't have the data in front of me.
Just answer the question.
No, I don't have an answer for you. You're not gonna.
Listen, it's not a gotcha. I'm just asking.
No, I don't have an answer for you. I don't speak on shit I don't know.
I'm just curious.
Nee haven't said it yet, so I don't got an answer.
Okay.
So hold on. If Ulsan and Nee tweet tomorrow, yo, we was wrong. We love Tekken 8. I want to meet Joe Budden with his mask off. I can smell it.
Oh shit! They're
Yo,
not
so,
solid.
are we gonna actually listen to that? I'm confused.
Why do you actually think
No, I got a mind of my own.
If they wake up tomorrow and say Tekken 8 is actually good, we figured it out. What are y'all gonna say?
I'ma still not play the game because
they have figured everything out. They have figured out everything about Tekken 8. Ulsan has won EWC twice. He has figured out everything there is to figure out about Tekken.
They're just good ass players, man. They're just good ass players, bro. They play each other, all of them make money together.
In Pakistan. That's why you can't just say
they're not designers.
Yo,
so you can't just say that's why I can't just say the game's fine. Look, me and Ulsan and Arslan Ash are winning. No, they are mastering a flawed game because they have the greatest fucking practice situations or environments.
And they have to. They literally have to.
You're giving them too much credit, though.
They have to too. Yeah, they have to.
This is a part of
You're
their
giving them too
well-being.
much credit, though. Like, they're just good players, bro. They're not scientists.
Yes, sure.
Exactly,
yeah, sure. But they, once again, like, Shinblade, you got a job outside of Tekken. I got a job outside of Tekken. A lot of people on this call might not have a job outside of Tekken. That is their job. Lohai and I were talking at the restaurant. I said, bro, how the fuck do you play this game for 8 hours every day when you aren't having that much fun with it? He said, I feel bad when I'm not playing this game because I am being employed and paid to do it. Bro, this is their well-being. I know all of us might have had a job in the past that we didn't like and we weren't that fond of. And guess what? We got our ass up and we still went to work. It's the same shit.
So Shinblade, you think me and Ulsan are just good players? They don't really understand the game that well?
They're regular players. Like, we actually met them.
Me is just a regular player.
No, they're not as though you're thinking they're like super smart or some shit. No, they're regular good players. Trust me when I say this, though.
Exactly.
We met these folks plenty of times. Look around them. They're just regular players, man.
So
really,
yes,
really
in theory, they bleed just like we bleed.
Is Michael Jordan just a regular basketball player?
That's what I was about to say.
It doesn't mean he can design basketball.
Yeah, hold on, wait.
Wait.
Yo, guess what, Joe? Guess what? Yes, he is, because he can't form a good team. He don't know how to form a good team. He has sorry team after sorry team after sorry team. Yeah, regular good ass basketball player. He's a GOAT.
But one thing I can say with 1000% certainty: Michael Jordan know more about balancing Tekken than After School Sophie. He know that more than Joe Budden. He know that more than the Beats.
Okay, all right.
It's you know more than me? What the fuck you mean? Okay, all right. You know more than me?
Wait, what? You said Michael Jordan. Okay. I mean, listen, like, you know,
no, you know more than me. Because you said okay.
Like,
you guys know more. You After School Sophie, you guys know more.
We're talking about Murray. We're talking.
No, we're not talking about Michael Murray. No. We're not talking about Michael Murray.
We're talking about them designing Tekken.
Yes, but we're not talking about Michael Murray. If anyone can have extremely valid criticisms, on something, it's going to be people who are either the people who have spent the most time with it, right? Because they know the systems, whether it's a sport, whether it's a fucking hobby, or the people who have played it at the highest level. I'm not saying
I agree with you with that.
Right,
well,
and I'm not saying me and Ulsan, every single criticism that they have is accurate or not accurate. I'm not. They don't pay my bills. I don't give a fuck about what they really talking about. But when someone who has more knowledge than me has been doing something more than me and at a higher level, I'm gonna listen. That's the issue with the last 10 years. Motherfuckers come from being chronically online. People who didn't graduate high school know more than doctors. People who don't know how to lab know more than professional players. And that's the issue. I'm not saying do everything Need says. Don't do everything that Arslan says. But if they all are noticing
that's what you're doing, though.
No, I'm not. Nobody said that. You can scrub this all the way back. I have never said that or alluded to it. I said and implied maybe we should listen to what they're saying.
Do you believe that you can do a better job than the devs, though?
Right now, yeah. Right now, yes.
Hell no.
Okay, so you are saying, like, I'm not making a perception. You literally believe that you're a better dev than the best. Yeah, and I think that you're extremely naive, honestly. Like, you don't realize how difficult it is. And
I think me and
that's coming from the person who loves this game.
I think me and Osan would be very good at balancing a game that they would like. That does not mean that they would make a good version of Tekken 8 in the philosophy of the way they want Tekken 8 to be made.
And I agree. That's the disconnect.
Yeah,
that's where I think that we have a lot of differences, because a lot of people who are against Tekken 8's philosophy, they don't want to create a Tekken 8 that they would like. They want to create a game that is not Tekken 8 whatsoever. That is Tekken. That they
and that y'all would not like.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
No, what you mean you don't agree with that? They're going to create a game where you don't stand a chance in.
Sophie, why you keep piggybacking on any good idea that's muttered by anybody else? Where your ideas at? That's starting to get me tight.
They're going to create a game that you don't stand a chance in.
It's not on piggybacking. He literally said what I said. Like, he's saying that they might not design it. Like, they're going to make a different game. You just don't fucking listen to me. Like, he said pretty much the same thing.
See, you said pretty much. You went from exact same to come on, like, make up your mind. But you can't keep piggybacking like these are just some gotcha ideas. Like,
no, Mike, no. Just because like he's saying a similar thing to what I'm saying. Like he's saying that they can make a different game that they may like that game and stuff like that. You know, but you guys are trying to basically say that your preference is the correct thing. I've been saying that the whole time.
That's not true.
How could it be preference if it's like across the board, every fucking pro? Every pro. They all have the same preference of playing Tekken, every pro? At this point, this is
because
Tekken.
most of those pros have been playing the same type of Tekken.
Shinblade is literally right there.
This is Tekken.
Shinblade got a whole other job. Shinblade ain't going no Evo Japan and all these
preference isn't playing Tekken. The preference isn't playing Tekken.
He's very high level, you know.
Shinblade got a whole other job and family. Shinblade is not trying to get to TWT top 20 and go to World Tour finals. He's right here. He can attest to that. But I think we all know that's not the case. Where he'd be at more shit, grinding every single day, streaming all day.
You guys are making it like obvious. You're saying it's like obvious that Tekken 8's not a good game, and that none of the pros these like all sweeping statements. It's not true.
Yep.
Like
Sophie,
not all of them,
not true.
obviously.
Once again, I'm not gonna be that extreme as Joe, but the vast majority. Once again, earlier you said it's a popular sentiment. Over 50% of the people who go to tournaments don't enjoy this. They're giving Lars and all these characters, Lee, they're giving characters all this shit that they don't need. That's just making the game redundant and homogenized. Like you said earlier, or when you kind of was following along with my point, characters had different identities. Hey, you want to counter hit? Hey, you want to rush that shit down? Hey, you want to play more defensive? You were rewarded for doing it that way, and you couldn't just go pick whoever. If you wanted wall carry, hey, some characters had garbage wall carry, and some characters had godlike wall carry. You had to think about shit before you did it. But once again, I understand Nee and Osan, they want a game that's more defensive because that's what they grew up playing. But once again, if I take a class on U.S. history, focusing on California and Arizona, and the next semester start, and we talking about New Mexico, I'm gonna go, wait a minute. This ain't the class that I was taking last semester. And I'm gonna say, hey, I know New Mexico is close enough, but we gotta get back to the history of California and Arizona. That's where Tekken 8 has strayed away. Whether, I don't think to the degree, because I get what Mike's trying to say.
No, you're telling them what to teach in the class.
No, I'm not. Did you not hear the name of the class? The name of the class is U.S. History, focusing on California and Arizona.
Basics.
No, don't switch up. No, that's not what I told you. In that class, and we stray out of it because once again,
you're saying everybody knows what's in the class, and that's not true. They're not like Tekken 8 is a new game, and
so why did they apologize? Why did they apologize? Answer that question for me.
If I'm gonna be honest with you,
Mike, hold up, Mike. Sophie, why did they apologize?
I already answered.
I wasn't on the call. Why did they apologize?
They're doing it to save face.
I'm afraid of the real
So you thought it was disingenuous?
Yeah, they're doing it to save face.
Okay, so they had to save face. They just did an emergency patch. So why did they fire the team and bring on a different team if it was to save face? Why are people's salaries and well-being
They
on
believe
this
in
if
their
it was
design.
save face?
They believe in their design philosophy, and that's why they're sticking with it. That's the core fundamentals of Tekken 8.
What? They fired the team because they believe in their core fundamentals. That made no sense.
Yeah.
they fired someone because they believed
what are
in
you talking
something.
about?
That makes no sense. I said, why
Yeah,
did they fire
they
one
said
team
that-
and bring
yeah,
back the other team?
They said that they fired the team and whatever. and
No, I'm
stuff
asking
like
you.
that,
I'm
but
asking
they still
you.
did stick to their core fundamentals. I don't see how that's an incorrect statement. I don't see how you can't understand that.
Because I'm asking you, after school Sophie, because you said one thing was to save face.
I'm done
Oh,
with
they
it.
apologized to save face. If
They're
you're
both
trying to
the same
save face,
Yeah, the team, all that
so
sort of
they're
stuff.
firing people.
They did. Because they're, even though they fired the team, that could have been to save face because they're still doing season 2.5.
Right, but that's not my point.
Exactly.
So
like, how
you
do you not
think,
understand that?
because that's so naive to go, oh, they're trying to save face, but they're firing
Why is it
teams
so
and
naive?
apologizing. Because if you were
Yeah,
saving
it's
face,
just
you would have
the
stuck
same
with the
face.
message. So what if when they do this next patch?
That's your assumption. No,
I'm
that's
asking
your
you a
assumption.
question. No, I'm asking you a question.
Beach, you're actually wrong on this part. This is like the
Alright,
only
what's the
thing you get
question?
wrong, and you're actually wrong on this part.
There's no being
He's
wrong.
just plain wrong. He's been wrong about plenty of things.
No. He's only. This is the only time he's been wrong.
No, don't do that. Just because
Go
you
ahead.
can mash your
he's
ass
been
off in this
wrong
game,
about plenty of
no.
stuff.
Just because this game is turbo and good for you, as someone who stays home and
Turbo
plays
what?
the game,
I have good defense. I don't know what you're talking about.
good one.
And I can
good
probably
one.
beat you too.
Yeah, because you stay on this game every day, all day, and don't go outside. I got a life outside
No,
the
I
game.
don't. I barely
I travel the
play.
world.
No, I got a life
how many
outside the
games?
game,
How
too.
many?
Don't
How
make
many games?
assumptions.
How many hours you got on Steam? Tell me right now. How many hours you got on Steam?
It doesn't.
No, yeah, it does
What does
matter.
it matter?
How many hours you got on
It's
Steam?
like 2K.
Stay on subject, y'all. Stay on subject.
2,000.
What is yours? Mine's like 2K.
Mine's is 164. We're not the same. We are not the same. Don't even ever compare
Okay, what
me to
does it
you.
matter?
Worrying about
What is your point?
Because you don't get off the
You are
game.
making assumptions that I'm not a defensive.
No,
off
you
the game fan. haven't played since
you like
August.
statistics.
You're
You
just
like
making
statistics, right?
assumptions about-
No, you love statistics. The more likely you are to play a game,
Okay, Joe, how
the
long
more
have
you
how
should
many
win.
hours do you have? You know?
Yeah, I have a million hours.
Like,
I've
other people
literally.
have way
I've
more.
literally-
This isn't a red herring, baby. Don't deflect. This is between you and me. You are the one.
Okay,
Oh, I could
whatever.
beat you.
It
Oh,
doesn't
my
mean I don't
defense.
have defense. Do I have defense? Do I have defense? Do I have defense?
No,
Do I have defense?
no,
What's my defense?
no, you
Do I
don't.
have defense?
No, you
What's my
don't. That's why
defense?
you like this. That's why you like
Preface,
this game.
You don't know me. You
That's
don't
why you
know me.
you
okay?
stream.
You
I can
don't
go watch
know-
any VOD.
You don't know what my
I don't
my
need to
defense
know
is,
you.
okay?
I don't need to know you.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
record
you're making
publicly.
assumptions like you
Any
always
no, that's called
You-
a
you are
presumption.
making
I know you don't
assumptions,
know the
and that-
difference. I know you don't know the difference, just
Okay,
like you
whatever.
didn't know the significance of
Yeah.
a few things we've already had debates about.
Okay.
Let's stop.
You don't know the
let's stop
difference.
these,
We can
Okay,
go
go
watch.
ahead. Yeah,
Keep
bring
it
it up.
ticking,
Go
man.
ahead.
Keep
Bring
it
it up. Bring it up.
We can go watch
Yeah,
any
go
of your
ahead.
VODs. This is a presumption. This has backing to it. We can go watch it. You like this game because it caters
are
to
you
you.
saying? Get
There's
these
nothing
points.
wrong with that. You like this game because it caters to you.
Listen, I was good in Tekken 7 too. I beat pros in Tekken 7 too.
No, nobody ever heard of you be no pro in any manner that mattered
Hey,
offline. I don't care.
hold
about
on.
anything.
Hold on. I gotta stop. 80% of y'all wasn't heard of in Tekken 7 because Tekken 7 kept people in their place. So let's stop right there.
Hey, Shinblade
Yo,
for the most part
Tekken
agreed.
7 was
I
for
don't
only
play
the
this
top
for money.
dogs. Only the
I don't
top
play this for
dogs.
Stop
money.
making assumptions about me, okay?
He
You
literally
don't-
just
you
said
don't know
nobody knows
what
you
I-
either. The fuck
No,
are
no,
you
no,
talking
no,
about?
no. That's not what I'm saying. I said a lot of people. No, no, no. I said no. No.
He
No,
said
no. I
most
said a
y'all
lot
weren't
of
known 'cause
people
Tekken 7
wasn't
kept
heard of in
people in their
Tekken
place.
7.
I'm talking to you.
Yes, and you're one of them motherfuckers that wasn't heard of. Nobody heard no after school.
No, Sophie was fucking shit up in 7.
Bro, nobody care about no online tournament. Ego.
Yo,
I know.
what
I
you
know.
gotta
Shinblade
get
is
Sophie,
you
man?
basically admitted Tekken 7 was a solid game because you're saying
Exactly,
it kept people in
yeah.
their place.
Nigga, fuck what after school Sophie talking about. Shinblade said Tekken 7 kept people in their place.
The beats. Shinblade's mask already slipped off because he said the reason I like Tekken 8 is because I get to play other Steve players that are as good as me now, and that in
No,
Tekken 7 I was the
nigga,
only good Steve player.
What I
That's what he
said, I said we get to enjoy more players.
Tekken
We
8
get to enjoy way more players. This motherfucker's gonna try to say this like this.
That's why you smiling,
And
Shinblade. I
Tekken
can hear you
7
smiling through your.
Tekken 7 was even in time. I'm trying to see what do y'all remember. You guys cannot be remembering Tekken 7 because people was not on that shit, man. We was there.
Selling
People was not on that shit like that, man. So listen, what do y'all want?
Worse than Tekken 8.
What do y'all want? Hold on, what? Because y'all hate Tekken 8 but you play all day. You didn't play Tekken 7 because I was there.
I don't play all day.
What do you want?
Shinblade.
Like,
Shinblade.
I want.
Listen,
to get
I'm a
rid of
Dale.
this
I'm a
board.
Dale.
Like,
Hold on, real quick.
Shinblade, if every
Hold
Tekken
on,
player,
wait.
Shinblade, if every Tekken player could be like Eris right now, and we stream RE1, and we can get 1,000 viewers, you know this game would have 0 fucking players, right?
Dude,
And all of
no.
us would be
Okay,
on-
no,
on-
stop
on-
there right there.
Shinblade.
No, stop playing the game to give you views. Stop.
All of
Why
us
is
would
Tekken
get
8 giving you views though? The game sucks. Why does Tekken 8 give
Because
you
people,
views?
I'll answer your question.
Why does the sucky
Schadenfreude.
game give you views?
Because
Schadenfreude. People want to see people suffer and laugh at them.
Oh
and
hell no!
them.
Y'all keep giving these goddamn. Y'all keep trying to validate this shit. Stop.
No,
They watch
I don't play the
Tekken 8
game.
because it's a good game to watch. What other
No,
fighting
it's
game is good to
not.
watch? Fatal
No,
Fury,
no, it is
Virtua
not.
Fighter, Soul Calibur, Street Fighter.
Wait, you like the movie Saw? You like the movie Saw?
What's up, John? What's up?
You like the movie Saw where they're torturing you and shit? You like that
What's up,
movie?
What's up, John?
Shinblade, do you like that movie where you have the fucking nails on your head and then the Saw is like driving his fucking bicycle and he's like ha 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 and then the nails keep getting closer and closer to your fucking brain?
Hey, y'all leave stuff along with this. Hey, keep it taking though, y'all. No personal attacks no more, please.
Shinblade, so you asked. So your question was, what would I change if you were a dev? Is that what you were gonna ask?
Yes, like if I was a
Okay.
dev.
You want me to tell you right now?
I got
Mr.
you and Joe
Shinblade-
Budden in my face and ShinFolk in here. What do y'all want?
All right. First things first. String realignment. There should be no reason that you duck or sidestep the first hit of a move and the second or third hit hits you. String realignment gotta go. First thing. You with me right here?
Okay,
All right, cool.
I'm with you, but my friend, we've been struggling with this since Tekken 6. We're gonna try to make it
that's
fine
cool.
for you.
Sure,
hey,
cool.
we're gonna try to do it for you though. We've been getting hit from the back since Tekken 6, but I'm gonna try to make it good for you. What else, my friend? What else?
All right, cool. So that's first things first. 2, the new shit they added in this game, where if you're on the side of someone and you launch them, it automatically tilts their body, so it's easier to convert the combo. That shit gotta go. Awareness for where you and your opponent are positioned and rewarding you with a different combo should have stayed in the game. Are you with me still? Does
I'm
that
with
make
you on
sense?
that. And
Cool.
hold on, wait. We finally cooking because I want that too. I don't want people to be shifting their body in the air because they launching from the side, but my body is turning towards them for the complete combo. Okay, we cooking.
Right. That's
Keep
better
going.
for the player getting launched, and that feels more fun and rewarding for the player launching. Okay. 3rd, we need to get rid of the new running change in 2 ways. Not just the triple tap shit or whatever, the change is more minutely, but the shit where I don't know if y'all notice that much because it's kind of hard to notice sometimes, but when you do a combo and you run at their body for like a forward 2-1 or something like that, the run pushes them forward another inch or 2. That shit gotta go away. That little piece of wall carry is vital. That gotta go. You still with me? That makes sense?
Yeah, I understand.
That makes sense so far.
Perfect. Another thing. Excuse me. Another thing. I'm of similar sentiment with Mike. When you do heat bursts, so this is gonna be 2 parts. When you heat burst, because I think you need to be able to think about your decisions more. You don't just go, oh, I'm a heat burst, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and let it do. When you heat burst, instead of it going to 75%, it goes to 50%. That's the first thing. So when you do a combo, you gotta think, hey, do I wanna use heat burst right now? Or am I gonna try to save this for a heat engage because I got chip damage? Okay, so that's the first thing. Is instead of 75% heat, you got 50% heat. You can't just spam these new heat moves they keep giving because they're not gonna get rid of heat. So we just gotta tone it down a little more. So you get 50% of your heat. And then when you get to the wall, because you know how you can do a combo and then you rebound them on the wall, I think it needs to be similar to that of T7. You get your 1 bound, you carry them to the wall, and you get your combo. You don't carry them to the wall and then you do leaf 4-4-1. They get re-splat on the wall, and now you get a whole new wall combo.
Pull up the guy with A in his name really quick.
Shinblade, you still with me on that one? Does that make sense at least?
Hold on, the fact that you actually got some.
With A in his name.
Wait, the fact that you actually got some stuff is the first for me. So I'm actually impressed.
Yeah, thank you. I don't, because it's not about me, bro. I want the game to be enjoyable for everybody who's on this shit every day. because my friends are in the community. I want to watch. I want to be able to enjoy it. I'm gonna show up to the big events regardless. I'm going to Evo Japan as a spectator. I'm here to kick it. I'm here to talk shit to Joe Budden and whomever else, right?
Okay, awesome.
So,
can we go across
another
seas? Not
thing.
saying taking a sucks, man.
I'm there for the food and the hose.
You can't go there playing for 14 hours. Man,
nah, bro, I'm in Japan for 2 weeks. I'm gonna be lit. So
Wait, somebody move the guy with the A in his name up, please.
This ain't my shit, so I don't know if I can do that. So another thing, Shinblade, the shit with where their back turned, right? You're gonna do a combo on their back. You're gonna blow their back out, no pause. I think it is too inconsistent with how much damage people in the certain cast get. And they remove some of the moves that certain characters had to where it's not equal opportunity when you do a combo on their back. I think if, let's just say for example, because I can't think of it, because Steve got the mink uppercut shit and he does his whole combo. If he's doing 100 with that combo, I think anyone else should be doing 90 to 100 with that. And I know that that's not consistent right now. And I know some shit whiffs like Lee's Acid Storm instead of having down 4-3-2-3 like in Tekken 7. So I just want that more consistent across the board where we all get similar damage.
Wait a minute.
Sophie, are you there? Are you there? Hello.
I don't know why that would make sense if you also don't want characters to have the same kind of
his name in the VC, please. Please.
One sec, Mike.
I can't. Hold on, I couldn't hear you.
The guy with the A in his name in the requesting string.
He left already. Avery left already, Joe. So, Mike, you were saying you don't understand. What was that?
I said I don't know why you would want to homogenize back combos if you don't want to homogenize front combo.
I didn't say anything about front combos. That was the shit on the side tilting.
No. I'm saying when you were saying earlier about like everybody having like wall, parry, and damage.
Right.
Like, so why would you want it to be homogenized from the back?
It's not. You can't say it like that. It's not about the homogenizing. It's everybody. Some people are getting maybe not literally. So like, don't take this literally. Some people are getting a 60 damage combo because of alignments and the moves that they could use on the back. Because some of those moves are heat engagers now and other things. Whereas some people are getting 100 damage. I don't give a fuck if it's within 20. But I think everyone should be able to get a combo. Right now, it's, this shit ain't aligned properly. So it's less about the damage. It's just, hey, this whiffs with blank or this move don't hit properly. So I just want people to be able to do the back combo. I'm not saying, hey, give everybody the Brian, knee to the back, knee to the back, knee to the back. And I'm about to get to that for the next point. Does that make sense?
Okay. I think where my disconnect is, it just with like the connections of what I know you had a disagreement about earlier and then the changes you would make, I don't know that you would be able to get to the back of a character and have everybody do anywhere near relatively the same damage when you're not realigning the characters again, when you are hitting them with different types of moves. Like I would just think that some characters just don't have good back stuff. Like
and
like King is a character who doesn't have good back stuff. He always been like that. You don't make him any worse.
I'm cool with that. But let's say right now, because I agree, there's going to be technical limitations with this. Obviously, I'm not a game dev. I'm giving on paper what I think, as Shinblade requested, would be good additions across the board. This ain't going to help the beast. This is going to help everybody across the board make the game, in my opinion, and from what I've gathered for others, quantitative and qualitative analysis, better, right? And so if, let's say right now, 50% of the cast gets a solid combo from the back, and some of it is just like a move whiffing at a proximity or something like that. If we got that to 60, I'm cool with that. If we got that to 65, I'm cool with that. But from what I've seen and noticed, right now it is a little inconsistent. I think that's a little bit with the hitboxes and the strings and such. So does that make more sense?
Yeah. I just was, I was just questioning the logic because it seemed like
I get that. Yeah, no, I get that because like you said, some characters just don't got a good back combo.
I'm curious. Yeah. I'm curious, doesn't it make everybody a little unique if they have, if they don't realign everybody and they all have different unique back combos?
Yeah, I already said to get rid of that. That was like the second point. This is specifically let's say someone does fucking 1-1-2 and you walk all the way to their back and you do a combo on their ass, on their back. I'm not saying realign them, turn them around or anything like that. I'm just saying some characters don't get a combo and some characters get combos, but they're inconsistent because of hitbox and hurtbox issues. I just want to raise that a little bit so it's a little more consistent.
All right, I get you.
Cool.
Okay.
Shinblade, you still there?
Yep.
That would have fell asleep.
Another thing I would like, and because I know some people will say, hey, you can't revert shit. That's not true. You know, they made lead while standing 2-3 -14, then they made it back to -13. So they can definitely revert stuff. I think a good healthy thing would be the ability to rage art out of stance being removed. Because once again, that's some kind of counterplay that you had in the past. Hey, I know they can't rage art in stance. Lee is one of the people who should be a proponent of that, but once again, that's something that's not healthy for the game overall. And going back to y'all's point earlier about defense being more than standing there, if I go, hey, they're in stance, they can't do rage art, I can be more aggressive. I think we need to get rid of that so we can have more counterplay of characters in stance. Y'all following?
Yeah.
I'm following, but I
think that's more for combos, but
like,
I think that was instituted for combos, but I mean, I'm cool with it not being there. I just think that's why that was in there. I think it's in there for combo purposes, not for defensive purposes.
I mean, in some instances, I mean, it's maybe for more offensive purposes. Yeah, but like, I think
like
that
Ling's up forward 3-1 into rage art. Okay, go ahead.
And then to like Scarecrow, like Zafina can't block in that. So now she has something where, okay, fuck, now the usual counterplay I don't have, and I got to think of something else because that's covering a weakness that stance had. And so I'm a big proponent of if something was a weakness or a character had a weakness, they should keep that as closely as possible. I know there's limitations within the system, but I think we should get as close to keeping that as possible. So does that still make sense though?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really arguing against it. I was just saying I think that's why it was in the game.
That's fair. Now I'm just making sure, you know, like, oh wait, I don't agree. You know, I know if Shinblade's gonna say something. I saw his thing changing colors, but that's another big thing.
I ain't gonna hold you. So, hey, all this you got, I feel you.
I thought a lot about this. Some of it gets a little nuanced and more character specific, and I'm not trying to make it feel like, oh, people are attacking characters, but there's like some shit with like King and Jaguar step and Jaguar sprint that, like, for example, he had that new combo or wall combo that got added, I think, at the end of season 1, beginning of season 2. And you can do it, you charge it, and then it goes back in a sprint. I don't think he should be able to do shit like that. I think that has too good of Oki into the situation. So I don't know how I would change that. And it's not just focusing on King, but situations like that, which are much more rewarding for the aggressor, I think should just be toned down a little bit. I'm not saying take it away from him, and once again, don't know how to change that. And King is the prime example I could think of, but I think things like that do more detriment than positively to the game. So I will remove something like that. So that's another big one. I'm trying to think.
It seems like overall, like, you're really not liking the offensive Tekken. Is there a specific, like, situation that you just really, like, dislike in Tekken in particular? Like, that you think is over-tuned or overbalanced?
Good question. So that could be a good point. Because, like, the offense, like, I don't care about being amazing at this game. I love this game. I want to play this game. I'm trying to get into law school and do other shit, so I don't have time to delve into the game like I want to. So the game being more aggressive is better for me. It is more fun for me. However, it is not as enjoyable for me to play, and it's not as enjoyable for me to watch. I really dislike the emphasis on plus frames in this game. For example, they gave Lee forward 2. That shit is like +4 on block if you do misstep, I'm pretty sure. And then, what's the other shit? They made Silvertail plus on hit. So once again, like I alluded to earlier, a key identity of Lee, Law, Steve was counter hitting people. And now when I do Silvertail, instead of me going, hey, is Shinblade gonna mash or is Shinblade gonna respect me being -1? Now I just go, hey, I'm +5. For the most part, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I don't enjoy that. So the reliance and overemphasis on plus frames, maybe that's a system thing they want to keep, But instead of shit being +5 and fucking +6 and making things that were originally minus plus, maybe make that shit +2 or 0 or keep it minus. I don't really enjoy that because it changes how you have to play the character. I don't want to play Lee with spamming down 4-3+4 and down 1+2 in heat in the 4-4-2. I don't like that. And I think that makes this really that casino game that everyone's always referencing. Because if I'm always +5, I know Shinblade got finite options. And I don't think that's as fun as the person playing and doing that action, nor is it as fun for the person who has to guess. Same thing with Steve in that dumbass string where he can do the mid into the heat engager, or he can do the high guard break. That shit is not fun to think about in any way, shape, or form. When you guess right, you guess right. But when you guess wrong, you fucking die. You know, and not just isolating those two characters, but in general. But that plus frame shit, I think, needs to dwindle or disappear.
You know, I think I understand where you're coming from. This is where I start to deviate from other people, because being -4 and being -5 is not that bad to me because of how the system is designed. Like, I think I may have I show people this all the time when I pull them to the side, but like there's a lot of stuff that it only is bad if you think about like binary defense. But there's a lot of junk that cheats mix up and forces like an opponent who is positive put themselves in counter hit situations in order to be able to continue their offense. And it's relatively safe for the defender. But that's kind of like the more nuanced portion of the system that I guess when I talk to people about the game, I'm thinking about that. Because I know that's what high-level players are using to cheat each other. And I know that you can't balance a game all the way for high level, and you can't balance the game for the people who are, I won't call them casual, I call them like uninformed, right?
Right, fair.
And I think that a lot of Tekken 8 is people are uninformed about what true options they have. And then, when it comes to like the pro players, they're more so complaining about like the type of game they like to play more often than like this stuff don't work. Because when top players have issues, like I think Finch showed me something one time where the issue was with Anna, she could do down back 2 or something, one of them damn mid moves. And the junk hits you on the ground, you tech roll, it's like +28. Like that's something that is like almost, when they come with that kind of stuff, like, oh, it's time to TA report this. And that is a true issue. Like this is too stupid because it don't even give you no option. But when it comes to like this way you might do something that used to be negative that might be positive, you might not have know that you still are very limited in what you can do as the offender and what risks you have to do in order to make this a mix-up. And so I guess I can see why the game is designed like that, but if people don't have that information, then I do understand why they think it's too oppressive. Because they're thinking to themselves like, oh man, I get +5 and I can just do what the hell I want to do. But a person who knows how the system works is going to say, no, you could try to do what you want to do. You really only got one option here.
Right.
And if you don't do that option, I'm going to kill you.
I will say, I get it, like plus, like on paper and in theory, once again, like being +5 isn't that much, but this isn't, tag 2 or predecessor. So with sidestep significantly weaker, that might be, and now these strong ass, fast ass homing moves, and some of them are counter hit launchers, that relying on the ability, I can just move or I can do this. Oh, you all good? But I think
Metafy is more popular than Tekken. No, it's not.
That motherfucker is smoking dick. That's hilarious. But so I wish that, I like what you're saying, Mike, because I wish that was the case. That's more of what I'm trying to lean towards. Where hey, you +5, so what? I'm not saying you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want, but you +5, so what? I approve of that, and I think that should be more of what we're able to do. So
I'm saying to you that is the case. It's not a desire. I'm saying that it is the case. It's just not. Yes, it is the case. It's just not what you think it should be. Like, you might think it might be a lateral movement that you should be able to access that would cut off their options. And in fact, it might not be lateral movement. It might be linear movement that cuts off their options. But you have to know the situations to know, like, oh, these things I thought were mix-ups are not even a mix-up, because the way the system works, it blocked for me. Like, it make it where I get to kill mix-ups and force them to do something they don't want to do, which then puts them in a situation where they could get counter hit on their plus frame. But you got to know that that's how the system works. I don't think a lot of people know that that's how the system works.
Right. I think you're overestimating the system a little bit, but I'll give you that one. I still would like that to be easier to implement in general, because like I said, with a weaker backdash in this game, you know, this side step's better than Tekken 7. And then 2 other characters got better. Lily's sidestep better than this person. The girl's got a smaller hurt box. You know, it's not as equal opportunity, if you will, as I think it should be. I think for the most, I get, oh, this character's gimmick is movement. Cool, you know, like Zafina going into all these creatures and shit. Like, if she got to have the best movement, I'm cool with that. Because once again, character identity. I choose this character because this character has the best movement, and this is what they can do, versus, oh, everybody can move like that, you know. But I think that's a good point. Before I forget, because I just remembered, Shinblade, one thing I think got to go is heat regeneration. I will say, at first, it was cool.
Get it out the game.
I thought it was cool for Lee, because at least you had to do the just frame. And most of those moves are only punishes. So it was very situational. But now Lars got it, Lily got it. Law will literally do a combo, do heat burst, and then end up with 100% heat, which he didn't start with. Heat regeneration, take it away from Lee. I don't care. That gotta go. I think once again, that'll be something that's very healthy overall for the game.
Yes, take away from Law.
Mike, what do you think about heat regeneration and Sophie?
I think that heat regeneration should not be. I think it should only be locked behind. I don't know if I don't like how it works with Law, but if I'm gonna be consistent, at least he has to hit you with the move. I don't like with Lily and
Lars,
because they're not actually having to be successful with anything other than a movement to get something back. Or like Wings, you can just walk to the side and then she get her jump back.
Right.
Understand that there is a degree of risk in doing so there is a mix up there, but not being successful. Like, even with King, he gets it, but only if he grab you. Like, he has to successfully grab you. Now, you might could balance it out by he may lose heat for attempting to grab.
Right.
You know, like, you could probably balance some of that stuff out. I don't know how you would balance out the Law thing. Like, you just have to make them jumps not be viable combo moves, I guess.
Take it away, yeah.
You know, because I think I like the idea of being able to regain it, because not everybody's heat is equal. You know, like, the heat that Armor King has is not the same heat that Ling has, or that, you know, fucking Kazuya has. Like, people who got ridiculous heats, their heat is not the same as maybe somebody who got some sorry ass heat.
Right.
So I don't I think that they could rework it. I don't think you necessarily have to take it out. Maybe be more creative. Do something with Yoshi where he gets ability to gain heat back instead of getting his health back, since they took that since they made it where he can only get gray health back. Like, just make it where I think you could just rework it and better implement.
Right.
But I mean, if they took it out, I wouldn't be sad.
Yeah, I like the idea, but like it is very powerful with Law and stuff like that, so I agree.
Cool. Last thing, I think I just remembered something, I forgot it, but one thing that I think once again would be super healthy for the game with the direction it's going. I don't particularly care about this. Once again, I'm really trying to be equitable and across the board. I think Tekken has an issue with, recycling moves and shit like that, where sometimes, and I thought about it because Leo's on the screen, Leo has this move, I think it's a 2-hit string, and let's just say it's -11, all right? And then this isn't true, but let's say Azucena has a string that looks damn near exactly the same, but it's -14. I think if their whole thing is, hey, we catering to the new players, I think both of those moves, because they're literally the exact same move on a different character, should either both be -11 or both be -14. Because if this is the direction they
scary
want to go,
game.
they're trying to urge
What'd
you
you
players
get?
to get in the game and not lab, I think that would be a good quality of life change that, yeah, you don't got
Don't know about that Q-tip in your ear, though.
enough moves that look that similar to where it's like, oh, you ain't even got a lab no more. Like,
Make your eyes roll back to the back of your goddamn head,
Their goal
nigga.
is to not have you lab. I think their goal is to make it where you can
Can I
get
watch
into
the-
playing the game on a base level, get deeper into the game than you would in past games, like with less effort. I don't think they want it to be where, everything is just super. Then they would just put hell hoops on everything.
Yeah, but I mean, I also don't agree because look at wall carry across the board. Look at them getting rid of back 2 loops with Lee. Now you just do back 2, 4, 3 forward, right? And then
Congrats, Jason.
Into the action faster. They want it to be easier for you to be into the action of the game.
Yeah.
Right, and
But
if you
they
aren't,
still want you to study the game when it comes to things like punishment.
yeah, and you still are studying. You go, hey, that move Brian did, low key looks the same as that move Lee did. I wonder if they're the same, minus the same amount. You go, oh shit. Let's say if there's 20 moves in the game and they all have variants from -10 up to -20. I think that's kind of bad game design, especially
What
if you're
scale game we
recycling
playing?
moves. And sometimes this move in this game.
I mean,
equals the
ultimately,
game.
yes. But it's tough
Right.
to make new animations for everything, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I kind of checked out.
I'm cool with that. I mean, we.
It was a good conversation.
That also plays into depending on what that character does.
But it's time.
Maybe a great example. I play King, so I'm gonna just talk about King. King probably got the only high armor move that's unsafe. But I understand why it's unsafe because he can't run around doing a high armor move, just throwing his junk out, and you can't punish him for it because it would make him too strong. Because then you would just have to stand there way too often, or you'd have to hard duck way too often, and it's gonna make his gameplay too good, right? So he has to be punishable. But if I see another character with a high kick that look the same, I don't presume that it should also be punishable because the way it affects their gameplay is not the same as the way his would affect his gameplay.
Right. So to be more specific, I'm only talking about moves that are already minus. And usually, from what I've seen, these moves, I think FDX Loki did a video about this on the game, I think beginning of season 2. But I'm talking about moves that aren't super unique moves, they're not heat engagers. They're usually not in a combo, that kind of thing. But let's say, for example, King's 4-2-1 and Lee's 4-2-1, even though it's mid-high, let's say they were both, King's was -11, Lee's was -13 on block. There's no reason there should be variance in that. They both wall splat, they're both the same speed, and that's what is the point of them being different?
Because that's what I'm saying. The character itself, what does Lee have to accompany his 4-2-1 versus what King would have to accompany his 4-2-1?
Sure. I get that.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, my bad. Sorry, I misheard you. My bad.
Oh, I was just saying that I think the reason it's like that is because, just that's kind of more into character design than, like I said, I don't really think that their goal is to make it easier for you to be good at the game. I think their goal is to make it easier for you to play the game functionally, and feel like you're playing the game. People who are worried about punishment are people who are taking the game serious enough to go look at the difference between frames and figure that out. Person who just want to jump on and do combos, they want to do the easiest flashy combo that they could do. They might not even do the best combo. They just want to do one that looks flashy, and they want to make it easy for them to do that. Like I don't think they're two things are in the same camp.
I get what you mean, but because once again, it's not like there's many moves. I really think it's like less than 15 like that are both punishable and not unique. But in the scopes, once again, specificity, right? Let's say in this instance, these moves are only used as a punish, right? So I think 4-2-1 is a bad example, but it's just the only move I could think that Lee and King had. But there's that one fucking Leo move, and they do like a diving kick into the air, and somebody else has it, but they're both minus, but there's like variants of like 1 frame. And it's like, bro, those could easily be both be minus 12. So I'm gonna say in the scope of a move that isn't very kit specific, because you got generic down 4, you got generic while standing 4. So a move that isn't too dependent upon character identity, if it's the exact same as another move as someone in the cast, I think they should be the same. I think that will only be better for the game overall. There's already thousands of moves in the game, and I highly doubt that changing the variance of frame data by 2 to 3 frames would really hurt the game.
I think a better version of what you're saying would be to revert low high strings not jailing.
I also
like
that is also
make more
I
sense.
agree with that. Yeah,
that makes more sense to me than particularly like making moves that look the same all be, because you got to think about like you remember what's her damn name? What's her damn name? Lucky Chloe. Her hot kick was launch punishable.
Right. Yeah.
Like, but it had to be that way because of the way that the character was designed.
Right. She also
now, I don't think that every hot kick is supposed to be.
Right, you're right. Yeah, she did geese damage with no meter. So yeah, that shit had to be launch punishable. I completely get that, and that's why I was like, for some that isn't like it or like very much character specific. That's a good point, because that's something I also agree with. I think any string. This will be my last point. I appreciate y'all and me chatting and having some discourse. I think any move that was reverted from non-jailing to jailing in Tekken 8 should be reverted. For example, Hwarang down 4-4. I know it's minus, but if you spent X amount of time playing this game like you have, now that's gonna fucked up your muscle memory. That's literally how John Ding lost to fucking Riv. They changed the frame data of that string. He did the wrong punish that he's known for 70 years, and he lost. Shit like that really, I don't think should be happening. But yeah, that's my last kind of thing.
I think that for the most part, I just think for the consistency of the game, because there are some stuff that, like, you get hit by, you can still duck the second part, and then there's stuff like can-cans that now the move really don't make no sense.
Yeah, that gotta go.
Which
that move gotta go.
Like now it don't really make sense, because the thing that was the obvious weakness of it was you could, if they try to whore it out, you could duck the second part.
Right. And
now it's not even unsafe. At least with Hwarang, it's unsafe. Like, why is this junk is not even unsafe? Yeah, like I literally just got to be downstairs.
Yep, I agree. All that shit got to go. Like I said, Hwarang, it's minus at least, but it should be minus. You know what I'm saying? But that shit need to go back to being duckable. Same thing with can-cans. Also, it needs to be low parryable. That I don't know why you can't low parry that anymore. Like they need to.
Well, that's just a system thing because it's off the ground. Ooh, and you can't parry stuff off the ground in TA.
Yeah, that's true. See, and like I said, I understand there's system limitations for some of this shit, but I've thought a lot about a lot of this. Like I said, I really want the game to be better for everybody. I know you can't please everybody, but there's just little shit that's like I think a little egregious, and I mentioned most of it. So,
I think with all of them, this is the only issue I would have is I think you could make all of them adjustments, and the same people complaining, they're still gonna be complaining. Like that's how crazy I've seen a lot of these people get about this game. It's like, if it's not everything that particular person wants, or basically if it's like not reverting it back to Tekken 7, like it seems like these people just aren't satisfied with anything. Like the way people are reacting to the new patch, don't get me wrong, I'm a little disappointed with the new patch. But I'm just disappointed because I feel like it don't feel like a new season. But You know, Namco, they are to blame for a lot of their faults because they don't really explain things very well. They don't articulate very well.
Right.
And they do stupid stuff that shoots them in the foot. No, if you show everybody the big change before you drop the patch, that when they get the patch, they're no longer going to care about the big change. Like, you know how many people gloss, they treat that, like, even though, you know, there was still some glitchy junk going on with them rage drives or whatever you call them, heat smashes.
Yeah.
Like, you know how people act like, oh, that was just a small change. Like, no, y'all motherfuckers been begging for this. And then they gave it to you, and now you just act like it's not even a big change. Like, it's a major change. Most people aren't even going to hit you with the second part of a damn heat smash. Like, that is rarely going to even happen. Because a lot of them heat smashes is duckable if you mess around and do, or sidesteppable if you mess around and miss the first part. So people aren't just going to whore out doing the first part in hopes that the second part wall splash you. But they will do that heat smash and wall splash you, and they changed this. But Namco kind of dropping the ball on like releasing information, and the community already sour on the game for whatever their reasons are. You know, some of them legit, some of them I think just chasing the tail of their favorite content creator. But you know, I do think that, you know, I hate to say, like, people need to think about the things from the development standpoint. Like, I will say, what I'm most concerned about the game is, like, I did hear Era said this last night. Like, I don't know if these people have what it takes to be a live service model. Right? They are offering live service model, but they're not performing like live service model. And to me, that sounds like you don't have the team to do that, which means you probably don't have the money to maintain that team, which means, are we going to be able to ever get a Tekken 9? Like, what's really going on over there at Namco? We complaining about patches and wait till Tekken 9 come out. Are we even in a position to get a Tekken 9? Those are a lot more of my concerns when it comes to Tekken 8 and what's going on with it. But I mean, to be fair, that's Namco's fault. Like, you either provide what you think the customer base wants, or, you know, you figure out how to trick the customer base into giving you good, you know, good reviews, or make your game seem attractive while still not giving them what they want. They trying to do that, but I think people in already season 2 really fucked them up, in my opinion.
I agree.
You know, whether or not they did what they wanted to do or didn't do or they fucked up or didn't fuck up, I think that really put a stain on like people's acceptance of what their capabilities are. So now people are expecting way more out of them because of, I guess, their perception of like how badly you fucked the game up. Now you need to do 2 times more to get back in my good graces. But in actuality, that ain't possible, really. Well, I ain't gonna say it's not possible. It doesn't seem to be possible because they're not even doing things in other areas beyond balance that would bring, you know, goodwill to them, right? Like I was saying about the character packs. Like,
yeah.
What kind of live service model drops like new outfits once every 3 months? So like,
right.
So you got 60 characters. There ain't no reason why you don't already have 120 outfits. Right. Just 2 outfits per character. But
that's true.
If you can't do that, then, you know, is it because your team can't afford to do it? Is it because Namco is going belly up and they ain't got no money to allocate towards y'all? Is it because y'all not making enough money? Is it because the money you make goes to other portions of Namco? Like, I don't know what's going on over there, but that doesn't build the most courage. I mean, not courage, but that doesn't build the most appeal to me as to like confidence is what I should say. It doesn't build the most confidence to me.
Yeah.
Their ability to like even be able to give people what they think they want, right? Or even be able to provide something in the future. Like, we might be on Soul Calibur 6 and don't even know it. And we'll think that it's just because they made season 2, it was bad, and it deserved a crash. It could be like they taking this money and dipping that junk and allocating it to the other funds, because they still trying to pay for that fake ass Genshin Impact game. Like, who knows what's going on? But I do think y'all, I do like that y'all have some good points. I think a lot of this is perspectives are very different about what people want. And, you know, like a player like myself, a player like Shinblade, we have very different reasons why we enjoy this game that might be completely in opposition to the things that other people dislike about the game, right? And, you know, it's awkward to hear me say that I like this game, because I am a very defensive player. My best games I've been super defensive in, but I look at this junk as something like a new challenge to me. It's like, oh, okay, so now I get to have real defense, and I have to make like real decisions. To me, that's exciting, right? Because I've been playing Tekken the same way for like 5-6 iterations. I've been doing the exact same thing, playing with King the exact same way, doing the same exact setup, same frame trap, like just doing all this. So now
that's interesting. And you're enjoying Tekken 8 actually?
Yeah, I enjoy Tekken 8 because it's like I'm learning stuff that I couldn't learn in Tekken 7. In Tekken 7, all I could do is teach people, because the system is doing the same. Well, it actually was even more cheap in Tekken 7 than it was in prior Tekkens, but kind of like, you know, the system is just like you know, not as strong version of what it's always been, right? But you still got movement. Folks still can't hardly hit you if you know what you're doing. Been like that since damn Tekken 3 almost. To get a new Tekken.
So, Mike, what do you think was the failure of Tekken 8? Like, what was the downfall
Of Tekken 8? Not explaining the game well. I always say this every time I talk about Tekken 8. I think the developers have a very bad time articulating game that they were developing. And because they have horrible articulation, what they're developing, people's expectations are not being met.
Exactly.
That's
because
the whole
exactly.
Yep.
Totally agree.
They don't know how to say, like, if you got me on here to explain to people how I visualize what they're trying to create based off of my experience, I think I get a whole lot more people on board if I'm able to tell them and show them what I'm talking about, right? As opposed to like me telling them like, and I've even done this on some of these streams. When I explain to people, I say, hey, Tekken is still Tekken. I know what I mean by that, right?
Right.
But if you don't know what I mean by that, then you hear this motherfucker thinks Tekken 8 and Tekken 7 is the same game.
Exactly, yeah.
And I'm not saying
There's
that
a big
they're the same game,
miscommunication.
right? But I later had to understand, like, okay, I started doing my cracking the codes. It's like, oh, you know what? When I say it's the same thing, I mean these 3 pillars that make Tekken, they're the same. The reward system around these 3 pillars has changed, but the way you play the actual game is the same. Here's how you implement the reward systems of this particular game around these pillars, right? But Tekken, their team doesn't do that. They just tell you like, oh yeah, we're just giving you this experience, a defensive patch. And yeah, it is a defensive patch, but you're not explaining to them like where they're supposed to be implementing this defense. You're just telling them it's a defensive patch, and then all they see is a whole bunch of offense.
It might be like lost in translation sort of thing?
It's not lost in translation. Well, I mean, maybe lost in translation, but I think they're just not, they've never had to do it to this level. Now you gotta remember, like, when have you ever heard, or Tekken 7, you ain't even heard from Namco people. And I done met Michael Murray, I done met Harada a whole bunch of times before Tekken 7, because they came to final round. It was in Atlanta. First time I remember them coming to the US with a cabinet of, what game is it? Tekken Tag 2, I believe. Maybe that's what it was with Final Round. Final Round used to be like the combo breaker before combo breaker. And y'all ain't familiar with it. Y'all might not be that old, because y'all know I'm an old ass dude. But anyway, I'm saying all that to say, like, they were in the community, but like Twitter wasn't around. Like, you didn't have to hear all this junk. Like, and when they gave you a game, if it was ass cheeks, if you like the game enough, you work around the ass cheeks. And if they see that as bad enough on Tekken Zaibatsu, they'll come out with a new rendition. Like when they came out with Tekken 4, imagine Tekken 4 came out in this day and age. That game is actually bad.
Yeah,
like Tekken 8 is, yeah, like Tekken 8 is unfavorable gameplay. Tekken 4 is a bad game. That's what I mean when I say a game is poorly designed. Like, it's not even doing what they want it to do.
Yeah.
Like, that's a completely different situation, right? So you know, I just kind of think,
so how is the balance in Tekken 4?
Horrible.
Jin was
it's horrible on like all kinds of levels.
The best character.
It's horrible because they got junk in the game. I don't even know if they meant to put it in there. It's like wall infinites galore that's just from stupid situations that some people can easily create. Like it's just it was a great idea, very poorly.
Yeah, I mean, so you've dealt with things that are extremely unbalanced, which it might be why you're so, forgiving of Tekken 8. Like, newer players, they might think that this is terribly unbalanced then.
I understand why, because especially if they come from Tekken 7.
Right.
I mean, some of these people come from earlier Tekkens, and they like that the defense has been easy. They will never think of it as like the defense been easy. I love autopilot in my defense, getting around a whole bunch of junk. But, I try to be realistic with myself. I look back and I be like, man, no wonder I played Tekken 7. I was like, man, folks can't even hit me in this junk. Like, I can't believe
Damn.
I can't believe that I was playing this game with any kind of effort. I didn't even need to have all the damn effort. And I get to throw back one out and don't have to commit to the two, and I get a combo. Like, this shit is really kind of cheap. Throw Magic 4 out and get a combo. Like, this is actually a cheap ass game.
Wait, forgive me, I don't know your background and stuff. Were you a top level player in Tekken 7?
In Tekken 7, I did pretty well for myself. I got a few victories over Joey Fury. I've been a top player
Oh my god.
for a while.
Okay.
Because I used to train with Anakin and Poke Chop. So like these are people I've been playing with for years, and at one point in time I was better than they were. So it don't really go nowhere. It's like riding a bike. Now that boy Anakin got ridiculous over that time, but even then, we can have fights, and me and Chop, we played all the time. Go on my YouTube channel, you'll see me whooping his ass. But
I remember you guys talking shit on Tekken 7 actually.
Yeah, Tekken 7.
It definitely had its faults. Yeah, it was counter hit. Like I said earlier, Tekken 8 got rid of like some of the things that were really bad. Tekken 7, everything was a counter hit launcher. Magic 4s, King back 1, like everything was a fucking counter hit launcher. Then you had people shooting fireballs, 10 frame launchers. If you had meter, 10 frame launchers off a dick jab. Like that game was
Kunimitsu backdash.
Yeah, Kunimitsu could backdash for 30 million years, and you could choose the stage if you lost. So people who played Kuni, like Arslan, literally just went to fucking Infinite Azure 1 or 2 and backdashed all day. I'm pretty sure either the EVO Finals or TWT Finals was a fucking Kuni mirror, and it was literally the lamest shit ever. Like, Tekken 7 wasn't a godlike game. It had its flaws for sure, but once again, there's levels to this. Like Shinblade said earlier, this is probably the most balanced Tekken at release, but also because it had to be, that with Tekken 4, that shit came out in 2001. That's a 25-year-old game. Whatever came out at release, that was what you got. They couldn't do an emergency patch. They couldn't fix this and go back to the basics. That was what you got. At least with Tekken 7 and some Tag 2, you kind of had a super long alpha and beta session with people in Japan and Korea playing it in the arcades, because arcades were so big back then. Internet wasn't as big, so people really had to go outside to play. They had to put their quarters up on the fucking cab and wait their turn. And if you lost, you got off, you put your coins in, and if you won, you stayed on. Like, that was just how it went. So Tekken 7 had its flaws, but by now, I think, like, if we took Tekken 7 2 years out, a little over 2 years out, I think where Tekken 7 was better, not only from a game standpoint, very briefly, because I'm pretty sure Geese had come out by now, but I think morale behind the game and how people were excited, I think was much higher. So, I mean, pros and cons. I mean, that's anything, you know, like, everything has benefits and everything has, you know, constraints. But I gotta go make dinner, y'all. Appreciate the convo. Sophie, thanks for letting me in the Discord to join the conversation. Mike, always good to see you. I know it's been a minute.
I hope you didn't
Shinblade,
find it too, you know. Yeah,
of course,
go ahead.
appreciate you. No, I just want to say appreciate you letting me in the Discord. Ego, good to see you. But I'll catch y'all when I see you.
I appreciate it.
Have a great dinner, okay?
Shoot. You know, I do think that the discourse around Tekken 8 is interesting. I've never seen this much discourse around the game, and it's, I don't even say not just bad, because if I used to complain about Tekken 7 while I was playing it, but my stuff is always complaints about, like, things that don't fit the system in the way that they're designing the system. When things do fit, like Leroy was a prime example of a character who, if I knew what Tekken 8 was going to be, which I kind of could see where it was going, I could say, okay, this version of Leroy would not be as ridiculous in Tekken 8, because in Tekken 8, you built a system to combat this kind of dumb junk. But Tekken 7 wasn't built for that junk. So then when you plop this Tekken 8 character to Tekken 7, he's woefully overpowered, right? Or launch Fakaram. Like, you put him in the game, you give him these mechanics, but then armor don't even work right. Like, the system just ain't built for you to have this character in the game. You come dropping them down in here, of course you're gonna have to nerf this motherfucker, because he's designed for, it's like putting a Marvel vs. Capcom character in a damn Street Fighter alpha game. Like, they're not gonna be able to deal with Magneto. Nobody's gonna be able to deal with Ryu from Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Like, it's just, he's not designed for this game.
Actually, yeah, let me ask you, since you are somebody that's obviously, you know, played Tekken for a long time, when people say that Tekken 8 is violating the character identity of these characters, do you, like, what are your feelings on that?
Well, I try to take people as good faith as I possibly can. In the good faith version of their arguments, I understand that they are saying, like, oh, the character, their strength is not reliant on what it used to be solely, right? So a good example is like Anna. Anna on every Tekken prior Tekken 8 was very much about trying to get into full crouch, mixing you up from full crouch, poking you and making you stand up and not move with down forward 1-2. And, you know, trying to counter hit you with some strings or make you stay still so she can go into crouch. On this Tekken, that hasn't changed, but they've added things to her kit to where she's less reliant on it. So she does, you know, it's very rare that I ever have to deal with the full crouch mix up, because I'm too busy dealing with the down, what is that, back 3, down 3, whatever that kick is to the overhead, the chance, what's the jump? Hammer chance. The jump saw Luca chance. So I understand when they're saying, like, oh man, it destroyed the character's identity. And it's like, no, the character could still play the same exact way that you played the other character. They just gave you some tools that are easier to use. And obviously, if they're beneficial and easier to use, people are going to go with what's more optimal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, do you agree with the developers' decision to move away from the Ana full crouch stuff and give them more tools that, because, like, you know, some people dislike that. Wait, I don't know if he can hear me or I can hear him or whatever.
You still there, Mike? Might have lost him.
Yeah, we might have lost him. But yeah, he has a lot of interesting points, and it's interesting. Like, I don't think that he says he's like. He kind of plays very neutral whenever he's talking about Tekken. It's very interesting the way that he sees everything. But yeah, okay. So we got Shinblade and one. What are your views?
Actually, he's the very person that changed a lot of my concerns about Tekken 8 because I'm very casual and I'm competitive too, and I try to learn. Actually, you play a lot with my coach, Sophie Maeve TK or whatever her name is now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And it's like, actually, I still enjoy this game. I love it. I have a ton of fun. And from Mike's point of view, I see where he's coming from because from my stance of playing, like, basically, you know, you can say everyone playing in casual is up to GOD and stuff like ranking, that's casual. So these people, they don't lab, and, you know, it's like a lot of factors to where they're ignoring how to actually play the game properly. And Mike showed me just a couple of things that I just wasn't doing in my matches that covered a lot of my defensive options versus basically having to guess or read, which was a backdash defensive fuzzy. And now I know a concept like that.
Okay.
You know, it's like, now that's a part of my kit now. But there's a lot of players who don't have like a lot of those fundamentals, and they don't know a lot about the situations, how to interrupt. I actually played against Mike too the other day, and I was really impressed at how he was playing. He plays so like knowledge on the system that I couldn't really even move or try to take advantage because I have to know what I'm doing versus someone like him, you know?
What character does he play?
One second.
I'm just curious what character he plays.
He was playing King and Dragunov.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he played King. I just wanted to be sure. But yeah, I gotta play him sometime. Seems
It's
pretty
good.
interesting. But
Yeah.
yeah, he seems like he taught you a lot.
He did. He helped me so much.
What happens though?
I'm still trying to take coaching from
as far as like,
him.
Are you staying on,
like
Sophie?
Tekken 8 and stuff like that though. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stay on. I don't know if you've kind of been on the side, Shinblade, if you still want to talk, but if you gotta go or something, then that's totally fine as well.
Yeah, they got me at the gate in the morning at 4 a.m. I just got a text message. I'm gonna raid you out.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real good talk.
I appreciate you coming on, Shinblade. And I hope you had fun.
Oh yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun. I hate that it gets a little bit heated, but hey, it is what it is.
I mean, it's because we're so passionate about the game and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's all good. You got tough skin too, Sophie. I command you.
The lab is so. I
Why
had
was
to.
down?
I don't think I always had tough skin.
Talk to him. It's definitely good talk. We need to do more of these.
Yeah. That's why I popped up, because I'm really a passionate person with this game too. I understand everyone's pain, but I still love this game. I wouldn't stop playing it.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely. Not gonna stop me. I was gonna ask, I don't know. Now I'll just ask it, like, about the, Yeah, actually, what's it called? So, Blackheart. I mean, not Blackheart, or, Shinblade. So, did you see the stuff with the Blackheart thing now, or not really? Just curious.
Can you bring it up on stream, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I'll bring it up on stream. Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, I'll take it easy, bro.
I just wonder your thoughts on it. I mean,
I want to
pretty
see it
much
first.
Pretty
Nah,
much
I
is